fast. It's fruit refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top fresh flavored splash.
It's fruit freshing.
We're gonna do it in 3, 2, 1.
coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the skin, the true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking, yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the bars and the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the go. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Excedrin.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored smash.
It's fruit freshen.
We're gonna do it in 3, 2, 1.
coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme, the true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking, yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. New memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the balls to the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Hotashi still has some tension here.
Building back, but throws out the heavy. That's perfect. This might not, this is not gonna kill, but he does have the Eddie. Trying to get away, but again, thrown right back in there. Here we go. Razzo just needs a tiny chunk left to become the Series E champion. I think this is gonna be able to do it. Wait, it was like, wait a minute. I have something to prove. This is my week. I'm mad about
RC with the counter hit comes through. This could be it.
He's got super as well. He's got super. Is this gonna kill?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Series E 5K Face-Off featuring Guilty Gear Strive, the inaugural season of Series E Guilty Gear Strive in the books, and now we've got a very special LAN event. 2 days of Guilty Gear action ahead of us here from the Esports Arena HQ, and we couldn't be more excited to bring it to all of you here. My name is Yeso. I will be your host this weekend, and my good friend on my left joining me on the analyst desk all throughout. We'll be breaking down all of the fun of all of these matches, my buddy Jake Ryan. What's going on, Jake? How we doing?
It is a fantastic day so far, and you know, we're excited to bring this event to you on LAN, and we have some of the most exciting players the US has to offer. You know, 10 of the best split into 2 groups, and only 8 are gonna make it out today. So it's gonna be a bloodbath, that's all I'm gonna say. And you know, the blood runs hot right now. We have one of the best players in the world here, Hotashi. You know, not really managing the blood gauge, but managing to take wins off his opponents. And many other players that you're gonna be showing off here to fight for the top prize, $5,000 in total, and you know, it's gonna get messy. It's gonna get messy, and right here, tell me about the bracket, Yeso. Tell me about the breakdown.
So as you mentioned, we do have 10 players here, split into 2 groups of 5, and we have a 2-day event here. So the way it'll work is we will have a group stage today. Each group will play a single round-robin group stage, so each player will play 4 sets, one against each of the other opponents in their group. The top 4 from each group will survive to see day 2. The 5th place in each group will be out after the end of today. Then we go into tomorrow, and things get really fun. We've got a double elimination, top 8 bracket. You can see how the prizing shakes out on the right side of your screen. So that's how the days will go down. 20 sets ahead of us today, barring tiebreakers, which would be very, very spicy. Oh, yeah. But at least 20 sets today. And then we get into top 8 tomorrow afternoon, and it's going to be a blast. I want to jump right here immediately into the groups because, of course, you already hit on a couple of the names here. We will be kicking off the action today here with Group A, which consists of Hotashi, Solstice, Razzo, Apologyman, and Flash. What jumps out to you the most about that group just initially, Jake?
I mean, this has to be the group of killers right here. Some of the best names in the business. Obviously, you have Guilty Gear legacy in the forms of Flash, Apologyman, and Hotashi. Hotashi recently coming out as the #1 player at Arc Revo. Undisputably, I think the #1 player in the US right now. Some could argue in the world. And then obviously you have online greats such as Solstice and Razzo, you know, is consistently performing in tournaments as well. If I had to pick a player to not make it out of this pool, I'm sorry, Solstice, you're going to need some more Excedrin after the head beating you're going to be taking. But I would say my second best is, it might be Apologyman, but he has the Geo in his pocket now, so it helps out with a lot of the matchups that might be a little bit more unfavorable.
Yeah, and Solstice, for me, and I feel like we're kind of on the same page with Solstice, really good online, had a really strong season, especially Solstice's second half of the season of Series E was incredible. A lot of top 4 finishes, was able to get a top placing during the season as well. But it's just, and especially when you compare it to the rest of the group Solstice is in, just a lack of online results.
Yep.
Right? And ultimately, you know, and I was saying it, you know, people were asking me out in production, like, who do you think is going to get out? And we have a few big Solstice fans in the building. And when I said Solstice, they're like, oh, come on. And I'm like, you know what? Hey, I would love to be proven wrong. And I think Solstice is a really talented player. And also, you know, when you bring in, like people talk about all the time, the Ramlethal is very strong right now. So I think there is very much an opportunity here for Solstice, but I would argue it's a tough test for anybody to get out of this group, because I agree, it's very stacked and there's a ton of talent top to bottom in Group A.
Yeah, I would say hats off to Solstice, as you can see right there, one of the best Rams in the business. And even though the offline results aren't there, this is a day where you can carve out your own offline results, especially against some of the best names in the business. So it's going to be exciting. Ram does have some good matchups here across the board. It's not like she just outright loses. So, I mean, it can be anybody's game. It's going to really come down to how they play in the moment, how they play when there's that pressure head-to-head, because the stage is going to be amazing. You're going to love seeing this. And the pressure's on because $2,000, that's a lot of Benjamins.
That is a good chunk of cash these players will be duking it out for. And, of course, all you have to do is make top 8. You are in the money. So if you make it to tomorrow, you are walking away with some cash, but you also can chase down that $2,000 top prize. I want to talk about another player in particular in this group. Of course, we'll get really in depth with all of these players throughout today, but what I want to talk about that we've had quite a bit of a discussion about just in prep for the show is Flash.
Oh yeah.
And the difference between online Flash and offline, because if anybody goes back and looks through this season of Series E, for example, Flash struggled, right?
Oh yeah.
Was not certainly the player that you expect him to be, but Flash has been very open about not feeling as comfortable online, just doesn't like that kind of play, prefers to come offline. And then when you look at the offline results, Flash continues to be a top contender.
Yeah, I mean, the meme I like to put forward is, can we get some Flash Metroid? Be like, no, we have Flash at home. And then I see all the red matchup spread. Definitely not looking good for Flash online, but Flash did just have a great performance at Texas Showdown, really showing up big on the Kai. He is a surgical player. Like, if you take away the nameplates, you can, because KizzieKay is also in the tournament rocking the Kai, you can tell which Kai is going to be Flash and which Kai is going to be Kizzie, because he has that specific style. He likes to be surgical with the fireball game and really play that defensive, like, you can't approach him style. And I like that in the offline setting because Flash can show up, he's composed, he has the experience, and I feel like this is where we're going to see all that red turn into green, okay? So get your stocks in on Flash Metroid today because we're rising to the top.
For sure, and for reference, what Jake is talking about with the red was, you know, I went back in prep for this event and was logging the specific head-to-head matchups for the players in this event in Series E throughout the season, and if you look at Flash, Flash only won a single set during this season of Series E against any of the players in this event. It was a single set against Stealthy. But when you look at the other players, 0-6 against Razzo, 0-3 against Solstice, 0-2 against Hotashi. Now, I want to make it clear, that's not the Flash that is going to be, I'm just going to say it outright. That is not the Flash that is going to be competing today and most likely tomorrow. It's going to be a different player. Flash is a much different beast offline, and you can look at his results. 4th at Arc Revo, 4th at Frosty Faustings, 3rd at Texas Showdown very recently. So he shows up when it's all on the table, and I expect that Flash to be here in Irvine this weekend.
Yeah, I'm excited to see all the players show up at the top of their ability. Like you said, even though Flash doesn't have the online results, the offline results do speak for themselves, especially with how stacked those brackets were. And he's only getting better as time goes on. Remember, Flash was playing Axel before, now going back to the Kai and really getting into the rhythm of things. I'm excited to see exactly what he has in store for us with Dragon Install and how he's going to utilize that, because he's one of the Kais that likes to tap into that and show us the fancy stuff. It's great to see it in training mode, but it's even more exciting when you get to see it performed on a live person, not on a dummy. I mean, maybe they'll look like a dummy afterwards, but that's not what we're talking about here. But yeah, like, I mean, seeding is super important for this, but if I had to rank this pool from top to bottom, it's going to be Hotashi, Flash, Apologyman, Razzo. That's what I think is going to happen.
Very interesting.
That's what I think is going to happen. Now, call me out on that. Like, it's a toss-up because Razzo, they are such a strong player, and we haven't even talked about Razzo. Razzo and the Leo, I want to see them even more offline, and this is a great opportunity because one of the strongest characters in the game and one of the best players in the game, I think, as well. So if Razzo gets momentum, I don't think anybody will stop them, but you have to be able to keep that consistent. So I think those are the 4 players that are going to get out, if I'm being honest.
And it's a more difficult group to get that momentum going. It feels like there's no, and not that I would necessarily say it about Group B, but there's definitely not a free set, a free win in this group, right? You have to come with your best every time you are on stage here in Group A. Otherwise, you can end up out because all 5 of these players incredibly talented and are hunting for that $2,000 share of the 5K face-off. We're getting ready for our first matchup of the day. Of course, we will kick it off with Group A. We will play through the entirety of Group A's round robin here to start off. Then we'll hit Group B later on in the day, and we'll break that one down in depth later on in the show. But I am getting word that we are ready to kick it off, our first set to kick off the 5K face-off. Let's head out to a good friend of mine over at the stage to see what's going on.
Thank you, Yeso. Thank you, Jake. We are here at the $5,000 face-off presented by Esports Arena. Series E, we got all kinds of elite players here today, and we're going to get the action started because it's all day, every day when it comes to the matches here. So we're going to start with one of our favorite sons in the Guilty Gear community. Let's see how they shine today. Solstice! Solstice coming to the stage. We'll see the headaches they present with the Ram. However, their opponent is nasty. This is the reigning, defending North American Arc Revo champion, the Lord of Blood himself, Hotashi! My man, no, that's right, the champ is here. He wants to know. Let them know, Hotashi. That's going to be going up against Solstice. This is how we're starting the $5,000 face-off today for Esports Arena. This is going to be the first match in a long series of ones today. And, of course, bringing you all the action is going to be 2 of my favorite people in the world, the lovely James Chen and Charles.
What's up, everybody, to the 5K face-off featuring Guilty Gear Strive. Lots of money on the line. I'm James Chen, and I'm here in person, live,
finally,
with Charles. How you doing?
I've been doing great. I can't wait to get into this tournament. We've been commentating Series E for quite some time, and we're just kind of got done with Season 1. Really exciting Season 1, and this is kind of the in-between era, right? And it's really cool to see all these players coming out here, and even some of these players that you see on this list for this tournament, we could see them competing for some sponsorships in Series C Season 2. So really excited to see that.
Yeah, you can see obviously the sponsors here at the bottom of the screen here. Again, shout outs to all of them for, you know, taking care of all these players, a bunch of these players, helping them travel to a bunch of events and such. But here it is, it's all culminating here today. Again, as Jake and Yeso mentioned, it is 2 groups of 5 players, and we're starting off with Group A, and the first match we've got is Hotashi versus Solstice. And you know, I'm wondering if Solstice could hear all the chatter here because, you know, they were definitely kind of, you know.
Some shade was thrown. But to be fair, this is extremely stacked, right?
Yes.
So it's very hard to get on the top of this list. I mean, you have to have the resume Hotashi has to, you know, get that spot right and get that seating. But we're going to get right into it. We got the Ramlethal versus the Nago.
Yeah, and of course Hotashi been playing. Oh, dang, got the new stage too. Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. But Hotashi's been going with the Nagoriyuki since the game dropped. Really was one of the people that made everyone start believing in this character. Heavy. And now everybody thinks that this character is one of the best, if not the best in the game. Although, you know, there's that happy chaos here. But,
right,
you know.
right. Definitely a character that has been, you know, having quite the rumble on social media, right?
Yeah.
We have no happy chaos in this bracket today. So I mean, theoretically, we'll see. I mean, that 5K is a lot. Maybe the pocket happy chaos will come out, but we'll see here.
Yeah, but it's gonna start with Hotashi. Interesting, just outside of the range of the Beyblade. But again, Hotashi just getting in there right away. And again, Hotashi, one of the best. Once he gets you in the corner at knowing whether to go for the throws or the frame traps or he knew the pop was happening. And again, as everybody's been joking, this man here does not.
No fear. And you swung the bat there, and of course Hotashi will be there for the punish. Not quite enough. Gonna get up with the teleport here. You have to use all your meter here. You can't get chipped out.
Yep, nicely done from Solstice. Trying to stay alive. He's gonna get the hit. Has the opportunity. Goes for the empty Loba. Hotashi able to snip that out and block it. Still needs just the one hit.
Oh, you missed the conversion there, and that's so huge. Hotashi had the burst available, but not even worth to use it in that situation. And that drop there is going to cost Solstice.
Oh, that's frustrating for Solstice for sure. You can't give people like Hotashi this kind of chance. You've got to take everything you can as fast as you can. Oh yeah, RC to keep himself safe, but a little bit too late, so still gonna get hit.
And the blood gauge looking really high here, but Solstice coming in with the pressure here, getting those setups with the swords here on the wall. Yep, here's another one. BRC and goes for the low.
Yeah, gets the high-low mix-up with the RC, and here gets the screen transition. And now back to the corner pressure. Nice, the classic from the Ramathals, the jump punch to prevent you from trying to get out of the corner away from the swords.
Sometimes you just gotta throw off some slaps.
Basically, yep.
Hotashi starting things off aggressive, and that's what Nago, I mean, when you have blood available, you can kind of just push forward with that Beyblade, right? Set up that corner situation. That's so potent here. The red RC, oh, not gonna get that conversion there.
Yeah, I feel like that red RC was Hotashi trying to predict a burst. Solstice did not go for it, and so Hotashi just tried to finish out the combo as much as he could, but ended up dropping a little bit. Look at this, Solstice is gonna get the super through the wall, but of course, Nago with so much health.
50 tension here available. Yep, goes into the RC here, just gets the setup here. Here's the burst from Hotashi though.
Can Hotashi make this comeback? It's not gonna happen. And Solstice taking game number 1 after all this discussion about how powerful Hotashi is and how Solstice might be the one in danger here, taking game number 1, but again, because of the pedigree of Hotashi, you'll often see players like this lose the first game or so and then just come back and win the rest very quickly.
Yeah, we'll see if Hotashi, quote-unquote, wakes up here, because Solstice, that was a very nice PRC into the whip punish on that. Okay, here's the super. Wow.
Nice timing. Just didn't want to guess between the mix. Oh my God, the 6P.
Wow, that was quite the distance.
That 6P hit so far, and it works so well against Ramathal. Again, for those people who are newer to Guilty Gear, 6P forward plus punch on the controller. Upper body invul can stop a lot of the horizontal attacks from the ground.
Oh yeah.
Especially for the Goriyuki, because his 6P hits like 10 miles away.
It actually moves him forward too. I mean, you can even use it against projectiles and just go through projectiles as well. I've definitely seen Nagos do that. So definitely one of the better 6Ps in the game.
Oh no! Solstice, he was still slowed down, so he tried to get the pressure going. He got hit by that BRC and it was slowed down for a little bit. Oh, again, but this time you see, you did it one time. You've got to expect a player like Hotashi is going to expect it again. And so there he got the block, the punish, and the win. He's tied it up 1-1.
Yeah, and there was so much resources in Hotashi's favor there. Hotashi still having the burst there. Very, very convincing round.
Hotashi checking his notes, or maybe just checking some text or something like that. Maybe someone's telling him.
Sometimes you gotta check the Twitter feed, you know?
Yeah. Giving him some strategies right now or something, you know? There's no coaching, Hotashi. Put the phone. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
All right, so wow, I mean, already right out the gate, very swift games back to back. Set count is 1-1 here. And I mean, that second game though was very convincing in Hotashi's favor. And like you said, at what point are we going to see Hotashi kind of wake up here, right? And this could be that turning point.
Yeah, and here we go. Starting with the pressure, but I like that from Solstice right there, interrupting with the 2K. Like I said, Hotashi's really good at getting up close and doing the walk into the close slash or walk into the throw. And a lot of the times players are scared to hit buttons, and you see Solstice there hitting the button right away. And that all of that led to this corner position and the wall break.
Oh yes, and we're cashing out. We got the damage, we got the Oki as well as the positive bonus here. And look at all this tension building up here for Solstice and still having this favorable position.
Yeah, that wrist gauge, you see that little purple bar under the burst on Hotashi's side? And that means it's gonna be damage, and this should be able to finish the job right here. Solstice going up 1 round here in game number 3.
Man, both those sequences look pretty similar there, James. Okay, but Hotashi's turn here. Wow, not going to get the ender there, but yep, going to convert here into the wall break. Yeah, from the super. Going to give Hotashi that Oki after this with that positive bonus here.
Yeah, look at this damage here, and Solstice already down to no health. Definitely not going to use that burst, just going to take it to the next round. Burst is basically a resource that lasts for the entire game, as opposed to each individual round. And yeah, just pressure from Hotashi. Ends up with a perfect that round.
Yeah, and right there, Hotashi had so much resources, right? Not worth using the burst here. So just a clean slate for this third round, for this third game. Oh, and there's a reversal grab. This is huge here. Oh, into the blood bite as well.
Yeah, the back throw, and here we got another command grab, and now trying to bait something out from Solstice, perhaps trying to bait out the super again, trying to get in there from the throw, but Solstice with the backdash and gets the counter hit jump H. But then that gets the burst out of Hotashi. Solstice still sitting on a burst, hasn't used it yet, gotta use it soon.
Gonna trade RC, get the block out. There's the burst for the positioning here, and this is where Solstice has to make it count. The resources are, okay, I mean, there's meter for both players here.
Yeah.
Solstice with a full stick of butter here, RC, yep.
Even waited for the backdash, called out the backdash. Is the super gonna be enough to kill?
You really need this, but you have the red RC, but the scaling won't matter. The wall break is enough.
And Solstice going up 2-1 against Hotashi. And you see Hotashi with the nod here, thinking to himself, okay, I see you.
Yeah, and it's so volatile. Whichever character just gets that corner situation going, right? And you see Hotashi just immediately burning burst just to get into this situation here, this mid-range poke area, set up these strike throw situations with the teleport in.
Now here comes the pressure from Hotashi again, yeah. Didn't even try to challenge after the slash because I think Solstice thought he was going to Roman cancel it to try to be safe. So Solstice didn't do anything, but that's one of those powers. If you know your opponent's going to expect that. Oh no, a bad burst!
Yeah, and this is looking like we're going straight to game 5.
Yeah.
Pretty quick here, because, I mean, we've seen Hotashi turn some of these situations around, but whenever Solstice in the corner and with all these resources blaring against you, it's usually Hotashi is the one that's going to be able to close it out pretty convincingly here, as we saw games 2 and game 4, right?
Yeah, and I think this will be really big for Solstice here. If he could take this and start the day off with a 1-0 in the pools, I mean, that prediction of not making it out of the pools might be looking a little dodgy here. But Solstice needs to take this game. It's been back, I mean, it's literally been Solstice winning a good knockdown, drag out fight, and then Hotashi coming back with a solid answer. So if I'm Solstice, I would like that pattern to keep going.
Yeah, and the blood gauge is high here. Yellow RC in the bait with the backdash here. Solstice should cash out big here with this first round in game 5.
Here we go. Solstice is at match point to go up 1-0 and put Hotashi down 0-1. Now remember, at Arc Revo in the pools, in the pool round robins at the beginning, I think Hotashi lost the first game as well and then ended up winning the tournament. I don't think Hotashi is worried, but this is great for Solstice, but now back thrown into the corner.
Yeah, and the blood gauge is built up here. There is the meter, there's the PRC, the 2S pressure, keeping everything going here. But Solstice finds an opening, finds a gap here, but Hotashi just turns it right back around, and that should be the round there, James.
Final game, final round for our first match of the day. Let's go!
Oh man, of course, Hotashi gonna build up this blood meter quite quick here. Actually, okay, there's the second Beyblade. Yeah, and here is that blood being used here. Looks like we're going to get a pop, okay.
Oh, I wasn't expecting the pop, and so Hotashi's going to survive this. Was trying to find a confirm into the super. Gets another throw, RC through the wall, not quite enough to kill. Solstice on his last leg. No, it's the 2S.
The leg gets swept.
Oh, Cobra Kai status over here. Sweep the leg. And look at this, Hotashi going over there to congratulate him because, you know what? I mean, I think Hotashi, again, look, I've been saying this about Hotashi all year long. You know, obviously he wants to win.
Right.
But he's really interested in also seeing America's, the North America region, improve as a whole.
Absolutely.
And I think for Hotashi, having that kind of a tough fight against Solstice really impressed him, and he's really happy about that. And you can see how much he wanted to make sure he went over there and shook his hand and, like, obviously said some encouraging words to him as he gave him that pat on the shoulder.
Yeah, what an incredible first set. And I mean, that, in terms of the pool strength, right, that was supposed to be top seed versus what could be bottom seed of that pool, right? And it was so down to the wire. So really interesting to see, and I believe Solstice is the only Ramlethal main that we have in today's tournament. Of course, we could see some pocket Rams come out as well, but man, what a first set to start things off.
You know what? I really want to know what the analysts have to say after all of their, you know, Hotashi Solstice talk here. I want to know I want to know how they feel about being wrong. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Hey, Hotashi still won.
Let's throw it over to Yeso and Jake.
Wow, wow, wow. If we didn't start the day off on a high note, I don't know how else to describe that. Solstice putting up one hell of a fight against Hotashi, and Hotashi doing it in the best fashion that he could, putting us at the edge of our seats, the true entertainer, able to close it out in final game, final round. And Solstice, you know, those offline results are kind of translating to online results are translating to offline very well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good set, honestly, from Solstice. Coming out strong, taking the first game, and getting the lead as well. Hotashi with the response in game 2. But then Solstice immediately putting Hotashi back on the back foot, once again taking game 3. And then it got really interesting going to the end. And I mean, we're sitting out there watching the set going, you know what, hey, and we both agreed, like, we are happy to be proven wrong for, like, Solstice to get out of this group. And we were sitting like, damn, if Solstice wins this set, it totally changes the entire complexion of this group. And I would argue that even just with that one going the distance and how close it was, I think it does change it to a certain extent. And Solstice, at the very least, coming out and making a pretty solid statement, even in a losing effort here to start off. I know there's a replay that you wanted to hit on from game number 3 that Solstice was able to take the lead in. So we're going to pull that up here because Jake really wanted to break down a very key gold burst from Solstice here that really kind of shifted the dynamic of this set. So talk to me, Jake.
Yeah, so you can see the slowdown right here. This gold burst, Hotashi actually had the great screen advantage, was about to build that 50% tension. But when Ram has all this tension, has the ability to continue to RC, you have to respect her pressure. And that's exactly where Hotashi stripped up, because you can see Solstice goes in for 2 throws, gets the extension, and then quickly gets the punish right there. So that was what was so huge, was able to lock down Hotashi in the corner, condition him to just sit there, accept the throw, because any hit confirm off of anything off of that was going to be the RC into the kill. And that kind of pressure, the mental stack, became too much. Even though Solstice was able to get that round and get the lead, Hotashi was still able to close it out. But I'm excited to see more offline Solstice, because that was beautiful. Almost able to take it in the first game, which would have shaken everything up, and still has 3 more games to shake up the rest of our opinions, because, you know, I got a Solstice fan in my heart now.
Yeah, and I would argue that, I mean, every player other than Hotashi in Group A comes into this group thinking that is the hardest set I'll play, right? That's going to be the tightest set I'll play. And Solstice coming in and playing that close against Hotashi, going the distance in that set, Solstice, I can imagine, has got to be brimming with confidence right now, right? If I can take Hotashi to a full 5 games, go to a final round, you should be feeling a lot better. And granted, you know, matchups certainly change, of course, with character selection and the rest of the group, so that can honestly adjust the dynamic. But Solstice has got to be feeling very good right now about how maybe what he can do the rest of this group. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the rest of the matches we have coming up. And I believe our next match is, I'm going to let the MC take us away on this one. Ringe, what are we looking forward to?
We have arrived at the next match, Jake. Yeso, once again, thank you so much, and I can't wait to get more to this Guilty Gear Strive, or get more of this Guilty Gear Strive, if you feel me. First up to the stage now is a legend of the fighting game community, multi-game specialist, one of the best to ever do it. We'll see who's sorry today, for he is Apologyman! Let's go, Apologyman. Of course, Apologyman, known as a Faust player, but he's been dabbling with that Giovanna. It's going to be depending on the matchup. For his matchup is one of the finest Leos in the business. Give it up for Razzo! Razzo in the building. This is a match I am very much looking forward to. Apologyman said he's confident in a couple of these matchups, but Razzo was not a person he told me that he was confident against. So, casters, take it away. Let's see how this one plays out.
All right. So, I will try to keep my Beast Coast brethren bias in check. Always rooting for my boy Beneath. Apologyman, of course, doing it big on the Faust. I've been a fan ever since, like, you know, multi-game specialist, right? I mean, we've seen Apologyman do it so big in so many different fighting games, even kind of branching off into some of the, you know, more offset ones like Smash and stuff like that, right? So, I mean, just a gamer in general, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And just, he's been playing fighting games forever. Definitely one of the veterans here, and is going with Faust. Now Faust, obviously when the game first dropped, was considered one of the weaker characters. Has gotten buffs throughout the patches. Still probably not considered one of the stronger characters in there, but the people who stuck with Faust, they know this character really, really well. And in a weird way, because there's not that many Faust players, you don't get a lot of experience on fighting the character either. So in a way, sometimes it turns out to be a slight advantage using, you know, lesser played characters like that. So, but again, Razzo, obviously they have so much experience fighting all sorts of characters, so I doubt they're going to get tripped up too badly by Apologyman's Faust.
Oh, absolutely. And Razzo, one of the best players on the East Coast, and especially that northeastern region of America, such a strong, stacked region, right? So when you are one of the strongest characters from that, or strongest players from that region, of course, there is a ton on your resume here. So we'll see how Razzo does against the Faust in this offline environment.
Yeah, and Razzo, of course, going with that Leo. Leo, definitely one of the characters that is on the opposite side of the Faust discussion.
Yes, absolutely.
Definitely considered one of the strongest characters here, but again, it's fighting game players are spoiled these days. I'm going to be the old man here, Charles, okay?
What's up?
When
What's
people
up,
are talking about how good characters are, I mean, they're all still very beatable, you know? It's not like, you know, the MVC2 Cable, Magneto, Sentinel, Storm days, you know?
They don't know true pain, Jim. They don't know true pain.
So, you know, as good as a character as Leo is, obviously very good, and, you know, as much as people have discussed Faust as not being that strong of a character, this is still not going to be an easy fight, not by any stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fighting games in general, as we come to this new age, this golden era, it's a lot more balanced than before. These game developers have gotten a lot better at balancing some of these characters, seeing what is strong and what is not, right? And obviously, you know, shout outs to everyone involved in this, and like, even the Better Online helps a ton with this. But let's get into it. Intel Razzo, Beast Coast Apologyman on the Faust, on the Leo here.
Yeah, and of course, you know, you did hear our analysts talk about this. Apologyman does have a backup Giovanna, so we'll see if he ever at any point in time decides to go there. But of course, you can only switch characters if you lose. If you win, you have to stick with the same character. And so far, Apologyman doing a good job playing kind of a zoning game here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Faust, you want to step back, let all the items do the work for you. There's the PRC with the Scarecrow as well. It's going to be one of Apologyman's main gap closers here.
Yeah, I knew that the meteors were coming, so he just went to the other side, forcing Razzo into a switch the block direction, and Razzo wasn't ready for it. And here we go, more items, bombs and bagheads, oh my!
Another meteor, wow, okay, and there is the Tap Dust batter up here for Apologyman. And I mean, in that situation, that is where Faust wants to be. You want to be throwing multiple items, especially in this game where you can throw multiple items on the screen, right? So that is the caveat to Strive Faust.
Yeah, for sure. But here we go now, Razzo with the pressure, trying to keep Apologyman in the corner. Nice chicken block by Apologyman, but then still gets counter hit, and this is going to be a chunk of damage.
And no burst available here for Apologyman, so very little amount of health still in the corner trying to fight, and any trade is going to work out in Razzo's favor, and just like that, round 2 gets closed out.
Yeah, Apologyman, I will say, he's been making excellent use out of that neutral punch, the 5P. He's been, I mean, it doesn't really lead to much combo-wise, but it's definitely just an annoyance that he can combo it into the crouching punch. Yeah. But here comes Razzo and has the corner position again. Yep, just the burst force spacing. Oh, the bomb is still there. Yeah, you gotta block it. And here comes minions, and look at him hopping over the weight. Make sure he's hit himself. Here comes the fro.
Oh, and we're comboing off that bomb cross-up as well. Gonna get some donuts, get in the afro as well.
Oh, but the Armada was there to help Apologyman get out of that combo situation.
Yeah, when you throw the bag on top of Faust's head with the afro, it actually is a guard crush move as well.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna leave Apologyman to open up with some offense here. The mid-range is so important, and like you said, that 5P is that exact tool that you're gonna use for the mid-range. But the trumpet, oh no, this is really big here.
Yeah, the trumpet is always one of the toughest items for Faust to throw because either player can pick it up and it gives them such an advantage. And when Faust tosses it, he throws it forward.
Yes.
And so Faust is like, oh God, I gotta run up and grab my own trumpet and loses position that way. Most Faust players would tell you that they probably would prefer not having a trumpet at all. And we are playing some squats against the wall, and Razzo is gonna take game number 1 with that wall bounce combo. And there you have it.
Yeah, those tap dusts are gonna pretty much be open for every character to combo off of if you got the 50 tension on deck, right? The red RC to combo off of that. Now, obviously, some characters, you don't need the red RC, but we're not talking about them.
Exactly. Oh man, but here we go, counter hit. Man. Got the burst, but still got stabbed and taken out of the air. And there you see the trumpet right there. And you see how Apologyman had to move forward to pick that up instead of staying back and throwing bombs and weights and bananas and stuff. So you can see why the trumpet can be considered a problem. Tap dust, you had mentioned it with the RC.
Yep.
Gets the combo, and see he saw he threw another trumpet, and he got it, and it's gonna cause the interrupt.
Oh, not enough damage though. But this is a really safe area here for Apologyman, coming in with that overhead to end things off. And there's so much items on the ground. The ton block as well that will bounce you on the ground. There's so many things you have to keep track of. And when Apologyman is able to just toss that many items, that's where it gets so scary.
And he got that OTG jump dust only because the weight knocked him down, knocked Razzo down. Oh man. Oh, okay. Good. Oh,
no.
Called it out.
This is big damage here. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of meter here available for Razzo. Not gonna get the Oki, but you just get the run-up throw regardless. It doesn't even matter.
Good way to end that, seal that round here, tying it up 1-1. Apologyman took the first round in game number 1, and Razzo came back straight 2 rounds. So Razzo looking to repeat that here again, but again, right now Apologyman doing a pretty decent job keeping Razzo out right now.
Yeah, and you see even like the only item that you'll really see Apologyman go forward for and fight for is the trumpet. For the most part, like the donuts and other things like that, it's not too big of a deal here, but here's a huge opening from Razzo, the side switch.
Leo doing Leo things, nice block on the overhead from Apollo. Oh no, but he still got caught. The back throw, here we go. Apologyman keeps for the pressure, does he try to get away?
Oh no, that's a trumpet and it didn't matter. Razzo's still gonna come through with the low there and open up Apologyman for that last bit of health, but I mean that trumpet being thrown at the end definitely didn't help.
Yeah, that was probably the most unfortunate item because you saw Apologyman throw it and then backdash, but then the trumpet would have, it was almost kind of a pseudo checkmate situation. All right, gets the weight, had him trapped on the ground, locked in some block stud. And here comes another hammer and a bomb, and again, these items that he's tossing are based off of RNG here. It is, random, so you have to, as a Faust player, know how to react to which item you throw. You can see it for half a second before, there, you saw the hammer being thrown. You can always see it for like half a second. There's the bomb.
Yeah, and the bomb's really interesting. You go back and forth. Wow, I think actually maybe picking up some of the bomb damage there. Not too sure. Is this going to be enough with the mix? The OTG is going to be enough for the round, but I think Apology's going to have to get some gains here because he's able to get some rounds, but not really close out these games, right?
Yeah, he's gotten the first round in both of the games, and yet he's down 0-2 right now. Yeah. Not a good sign. But Mini Faust is gonna, the minion I should say, is gonna help for a little bit there. Hammer coming there, yeah, gonna interrupt. Razzo says, oh no, he went too far with that RC.
Yeah, and back into the corner here, probably not the position Apologyman wanted, and this is gonna be big damage Off the wall break here, still alive, but now Razzo going to have a ton of meter to work with here. Oh, wow. The 3 checks.
Yeah.
Stop doing that.
Oh, this is good. Oh, just a throw? No, I think that's the Midwest punish is what they call that. Here comes the Afro again now. Oh, but was that a 6 feet? No, that was just a trade.
Yeah.
It looked like.
Looked like with the fireball there.
Yeah, yeah. And so here we go. Playing it out as all the other games has. Apologyman winning round 1 and then Razzo coming back and winning 2 rounds straight.
Man, you see Razzo just waiting right outside of that mid-range, waiting for an item throw. Apologyman has to be very diligent about that, and that's where a lot of the choices come in for a lot of zoners, right? How is my opponent going to enter into that mid-range here? But Beneath actually coming in here, getting a little bit aggressive with some 5Ps.
All right. Yeah, you see the little...
oh, the trumpet!
Minion helping. Oh, yeah, the trumpet. And there you go. It's such a good tool because it locks the opponent down for so long, which is why it's so valuable to go after. And you know what? Apologyman chooses just to throw as many items as he can with the super. Out of the corner, gets out of there in the Afro. If it gets hit by that syringe, it will explode. And here comes the Beneath again with more items, but unfortunately the trumpet again
comes out, and that's the thing. If you throw a lot of items, the trumpet does have a chance of coming out here. The burst is still available for Razzo as well. The guard crush again, back to back here.
Okay,
oh,
check it
wow.
out. Razzo just runs into the 6H and Apologyman finally getting a game on the board here.
Whew, man, and right now, Apologyman fighting for his life in the corner right now. I mean, even interesting in terms of the meter usage, right? We saw the item super be using a lot more, on, especially on that last round there.
All right, early burst from Apologyman here. You can see it's going to build up slowly over time between rounds, but Razzo coming out with one of the crazy DPs, the crazy flash kicks. Razzo definitely something Razzo's known for, and wow! Single hit confirmed off of the overhead right into the super, into kill. One of the beautiful things about that super though is even if it's blocked, he's plus, he can still keep the pressure, so just might as well do it.
Okay. Oh, Afros for everyone.
3 of them out there. They should be able to stack,
yeah, they should
man.
Stack, yeah.
Looks like an ice cream cone kind of thing, you know?
Oh man, Apologyman already in the corner, no burst available. Apologyman might get it back.
Okay. Gets the combo thanks to the Afro off of the jump dust. And now here we go, gets the counter hit on the 2K in the air, but wasn't able to get anything off of that.
And the burst is available for both players here. When will you opt to use it? Can't use it on this wall break here, and now Apologyman down to the wire here in terms. Oh no, and the fireball is enough. Razzo will take it over Apologyman 3-1.
Yeah, at the end of that round right there, you know, this is one of the advantages that Leo has, is that when he starts comboing you like that, he's juggling you consistently right above his head.
Right.
And when you activate that burst, you have to slide upwards first, and then you get the burst explosion. And if you're juggling the opponent above you, normally the burst is going to go too high and end up whiffing. And so that's why Apologyman did not burst in that last combo at all, because none of that combo was burstable. It was pretty much a burst safe combo the entire time.
Yeah, burst safe combos definitely privileged characters will have some of that for certain scenarios, obviously, and even what makes other characters really strong, right? Like Zato or Happy Chaos. A lot of their, when they get an opening, you have to get close enough to them to be able to burst that opening, right? So obviously, Leo, a character that you want to get up close and personal, but there are those situations that Razzo can, hook up those burst safe combos.
Yeah, but there you have it. So we've had 4 of our players here. Again, Hotashi, Razzo, both starting off strong here. Let's see what Yeso and Jake has to say about that. Take it away.
Nice win there for Razzo, taking the 3-1 over Apologyman. James and Charles were talking about it. Apologyman coming out strong in each game, right? Winning the first round of games 1 through 3, but ultimately Razzo standing strong, closes out with a 2-0 there in game 4, and goes up 1-0 in the group. So that's a good start for Razzo. And Apologyman, that's a tough one to take here to start up groups.
Oh yeah, very tough one to take off groups. And there was some good RNG in the beginning of the set for Apologyman, but there was a certain point in the set where I think he threw 3 throws back to back to back. Felt like he was in the wrong decade, and Razzo was more than happy. Razzo was more than happy to punish off that situation. There was a lot of good situations for Apologyman as well, but Razzo just had the right read. I remember there was like a trade situation where the fireball came out of the side of Leo, and even though the scalpel was already out, we saw the trade, and because Apologyman was already too low, he just died, and it felt like a lot of those situations just continued to happen. I think the most tragic one is he goes for item set in the corner after knockdown on Leo, and I see the trumpet in the air, and I can immediately see like the soul leaving his body. He's like, no. And you know, that's exactly how Razzo was able to come out on top. Just very convincing performance, even though put on the back burner, like we said, losing the first round in the first three games, was able to still close it out so convincingly.
Yeah, really strong play from Razzo. Also interesting, we were talking to our producer at the start of that match. Filth comes in and says, yeah, I was talking to Razzo earlier, and Razzo was saying that they're actually, this is one of the matchups that they were really looking forward to in groups, playing against Apologyman. Of course, Apologyman coming off of a really good top 3 finish at Genesis here over the last couple of weeks, trying to kind of carry that momentum into today. Bit of a rough start, but at the very least, I think it's telling that a player like Razzo, who a lot of people are talking about as that really good young and up and coming talent alongside Jonathan Tene, is like, yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Apologyman, looking forward to playing his Faust. It's really good.
Oh yeah, such good play on both sides, and that's one of the things that's really cool about it. So seeing that high level of play is always great here, and that's only our second match of the day.
Oh yeah, we definitely have more. Before we go to the MC, real fast, want to give a big shout out, of course, to our Series E partners. You've been seeing them scrolling across the bottom of the screen over here, and of course, this 5K face-off is not happening without their support. So big love, of course, to our friends at Intel, Razer, Vizio, Splash, Nerf, and Excedrin. Of course, they've been supporting us and all of these players all throughout the season, so we're very thankful to them. You'll be hearing messages from them all throughout the day. But let's go out to Ringe. We've got our third matchup here for Group A. Let's keep it rolling.
And it is a match I am very, very excited for, because this is a match of generations across Guilty Gear. We are going to get 2 heavy hitters, 2 players that have been to the top when it comes to this franchise. First, I want y'all to welcome back to the stage, Hotashi! That's cool. The reigning, defending North American Arc Revo champion, of course. On that Nagoriyuki, you know how he holds it down. But coming to the stage for the first time, my man might not be able to jam out, but he can ride that lightning. Come to the stage, Flash! I know, she'll come eventually, dog. She'll come eventually, I believe. But yeah, like I said, both of these players from the Florida region, Flash an OG of Guilty Gear. And of course, Hotashi's not a new kid around the block either, so I can't wait to see these two throw down. They know each other like the back of their hand, and now, of course, the casters will be the one bringing you the action, James and Charles.
Yeah, Flash and Hotashi had a very close match at Arc Revo North America Finals. 2 good friends and 2 players from Florida, and in fact, I think Flash has said that he kind of was one of the reasons why Hotashi is so good at Guilty Gear. So, you know, a little bit of the student master kind of situation here.
Chip off the old block, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, Flash just being one of
Actually,
the...
it wouldn't be Chip, right? It would be,
oh, true,
no, I'm just
true.
kidding.
Got him. Oh, blood off the old block. You know?
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
But yeah, Flash has just been such an expert in Guilty Gear, right? Just going from game to game, knowing all the different mechanics, and when you have that legacy knowledge as well, I mean, it helps a lot, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
when you just have experienced so many different Guilty Gear metas, so many different characters being strong, and coming into Strive here and opting for a character that most people wouldn't really put in that top 3 or top 5, right?
And interestingly enough, you know, it's not that Flash is like trying to be a low tier hero or anything, because when you talk to Flash, he puts Kai in like the top 5.
Yeah,
of the
it has a
tier
lot of
list.
faith.
Yeah, and you know, what are some of the reasons for that? You know, a lot of times when we talk about Kai, you know, we talk about honest, he doesn't have anything dirty, and then all the players out there will be like, 5-frame stun nipper, hits low from half the screen away. So, you know, it is a wonderful, wonderful tool, a sneak attack catching people low, as well as just a wonderful way to punish things that a lot of other characters can't.
Oh yeah, absolutely. When most people talk about, when they talk about Kyle, right? They're team fundies, right? You're team fundamental if you play Kyle, so we'll see here.
And that's the beautiful thing about Kai, though, is that you know, it's just like playing a Shoto, like playing Ryu in Street Fighter.
Right.
They're not gonna inherently have like crazy jank mix-ups and stuff, but because they have all the tools, a good projectile, good normals, a DP with true invul, like if you're a smart player, you will be able to make work out of it, and that's what Flash does with Kai.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think the main thing here for Flash is to stop Hotashi's rampage, especially in the early game, right? Hotashi, I mean, all of Nago's mobility is tied into the blood gauge, right?
Yep.
You have to use that blood meter to close the gap here. So once you get Hotashi in this area where the blood meter is a little bit high, then you're kind of giving him a second chance here.
Right.
But there it is. There's a command grab coming out from Hotashi that is going to be able to drain all that blood.
Didn't get a chance to punish him.
Oh, again.
And here we go, gets the hit. Look at this damage, and maybe was trying to get a burst out. Flash here with an opportunity. Gonna go for the install.
Oh, this is huge here, and this Dragon install, usually we see Ride the Lightning, right? And we heard earlier that Flash is a player that is down to go for this Dragon install here.
Yeah, it's something that we saw at Texas Showdown. During Series E, we didn't see Flash use it that much, but I think it's something that he's learning to try to utilize a little bit more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, usually you just get the Ride the Lightning, get into the wall break, right? Get your Oki. But with the Dragon install, you can kind of set up these crazy corner pressure situations that you might be able, in the long term, get more bang for your buck for the meter, right?
And there you saw right there the stun dipper that I had mentioned, putting in the work. Gets the pressure in the corner, the RC. Gonna be able to combo off of this, get the wall break. However, no meter for Flash. Ah, he comes right in there with the Fujra arc to go right over that 2S. He knows Hotashi likes to open the transition with that 2S.
Yeah, now the blood is high here. Hotashi is going to pop from that, and this should be the punish. And like I said, the mobility is tied to the blood gauge, right? And once Flash sees that Hotashi's blood gauge is above those 2 bars, it's like, okay, now I just play the solid hit range, and as long as I don't get hit, I'll be able to get the punish. But the burst bait coming out from Hotashi, and wow, the slash juggles. Oh my goodness, that move.
Yeah, and you know, as a player, if you're fighting against Nagoriyuki, you've got to be watching their blood gauge the entire time to see where they're at. So we saw one round where, honestly, Solstice, no, that's going to do it here.
Man.
But there was the one round where Solstice got hit by the blood rage explosion.
Right.
Had he been keeping an eye on that blood gauge and kind of aware of where Hotashi was when he executed the move that put him over the top, he would have been able to block and punish it.
Right, right. The main thing is you don't want Nago to still have their turn after the blood pop, right? Because at that point, I mean, with 2 bars of blood, the range is crazy. After the blood pop, well, it's definitely party time here for Hotashi. And we've definitely seen Hotashi opt for the blood pop, continue the pressure as long as it's still his turn. He knows how to play that situation extremely well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in Series E. I felt like there was a lot of weeks where he was just going ham with his moves, and he didn't care how much blood meter he built up, so he could learn to play with it.
Yeah,
and you could see how well that's paid off. Uh-oh, is that gonna reach? Is that far enough? Oh my God!
Man, that sword. it has some
Oh no, another burst bait from Hotashi. He tries to set up the command grab, but a backdash from Flash gonna get him out of that situation. Meaty fireball. What can Flash do? Dragon install!
Wow, and again, not opting for Ride the Lightning here. Oh, that's the opening though. This super should be quite enough damage here. And again, Flash not getting too much bang for his buck on this Dragon install, right? And I mean, even in that situation, usually we like to see it set up in the corner there. There we saw it mid-screen, and you know, Flash wasn't able to continue the offense there.
Right, wasn't able to really put the use out of the Dragon install that he wanted to get. Hotashi just jumping over 1 fireball. Good prediction right there. Got the counter hit. Was able to take that round, but here comes Flash again, trying to, like it's been like, even if Hotashi wins this and goes up 2-0, I'm gonna use the dreaded, it's been a close 2-0.
Yes. Okay, but this round should be in Flash's favor. Finally, that's the super you usually see, Ride the Lightning. I was like, yo, is Flash trying to do the, I'm not gonna use Ride the Lightning challenge this whole entire set, but there we see it to close it out.
Ride the Lightning! Gets the hit. Oh, Nice. And Hotashi makes it under, and guess what? Corner position now. And, you know, one of the nice things about Kai is he does have range on his standing slash that he can try to compete with Nagoriyuki.
Yeah.
But, you know, he'd still prefer to get this corner. But you see right there, the good range on the 2 slash, on the crouching slash. And now he's going to get the wall break with that Ride the Lightning again. Positive meter bonus, goes in for the throw, but what a tech by Hotashi.
Great tech right there. There's the PRC to keep the pressure up, Hotashi. Now, but Flash is the one with the 50 tension. Here's the red RC conversion here, but drops the conversion here back to mid-screen. Hotashi with very little health, though. Here's the hero burst, though. I mean, at this point, it's round 3, right? You got to do it.
You got to stay alive. Nice. Hotashi knows that he's got to block that all time, but the frame trap from Flash, and there it goes. Flash going to get on the board against Hotashi, and as much as, you know, every one of us here in the studio has been talking up Hotashi, players right now really doing their best to give him as much work as possible.
Oh, wow. Right there. Oh, and again, using that 6B through the fireball, and just like that, Hotashi going to get this wall break situation. Yeah, ending it with the 6H there into the super here. It's going to be a ton of damage.
Oh, why does it hurt so much? Why does it hurt so much?
Flash got some meter to work with here, but Hotashi with that positive bonus is slowly gathering it up, and that counter hit on the 5H is going to be enough.
Yeah, it's one of the tough things, right? It's like sometimes it just takes 2 good mix-ups, 2 good hits, and then you're done. Not a lot of room for error, especially with a character like Nago and the damage that he deals. And as we mentioned, you know, basically tied with Potemkin for the most health in the game. Yeah. So he's so much harder to kill than most other characters.
Yeah, he's got so many tools in all different kinds of ranges, right? Like that 5K just commands so much space as well. Very solid, very quick here.
And the jump D that he used to delay his jump a little bit, it freezes Nagoriyuki in the air. And anytime you can change your jump arc in a fighting game, it is such a powerful tool to have. And so Hotashi took advantage in that last round, takes game number 3, goes up 2-1 over Flash.
Yeah, and again, Flash not being able to find that situation where Hotashi's high on blood and then able to lock him down from there, right? And that's such an important key. And that game 3, it was all Hotashi all the time.
Yep. And here we go, starting with Hotashi as well, trying to keep that momentum going, forcing the burst out, well, just getting the burst out of Flash. Counter hit, jump H, and look at the hit stun on that, through the wall. Now just needs one more good, clean hit. But here comes Flash.
Okay, here's the Dragon install trying to set up this corner situation here. There's the block with the Beyblade. All right, DP is going to punish that.
You see how the Dragon install changes the property of a lot of those special moves out there. Oh no! Oh, he actually still got hit! Hotashi wasn't fast enough to be able to punish the startup of that. The empty jump works this time. Does get the confirm into the DP, and you can see he gets the OTG pickup thanks to the Dragon install. Is this gonna kill? No, because it's Nagoriyuki. He's got so much health left.
He's got some meter as well, but the run-up throw is enough. And I gotta say, when you're riding the Lightning with the Dragon install, that looks so sick.
Oh, okay, Flash got the throw. We saw Hotashi get the throw there before. But you know what? Hotashi does get the gold burst, so he gets a full bar. Flash now.
Back off. Cool,
yeah. Man. You can see how defensive he's playing because he knows Hotashi has all those meters. Hotoshi's going to spend one of them for this command throw combo.
Wasn't able to finish it, but still keeps this corner situation, gets the DP, but doesn't get the punish on the side switch there. This is so huge for Flash, just gets out of the corner with that.
That's the second time that's happened, and I think it's because Hotoshi's trying to hit Flash out of the air with the close slash. So he's hitting it a little bit early, and then it lifts, and so he isn't able to recover and punish on the other side. Wow, the punch super, the projectile super from Flash. That super, like the Leo one I talked about, gives him plus frames, but nice bait on the burst here from Hotashi.
Yeah, and Hotashi has jumped over both of the projectile supers we have seen, and there is the air throw, the pizza toss there. And now we'll see if Flash can force this game 5 situation versus Hotashi here.
Yeah, right now you see 1-1. Hotashi's been winning every other game so far here on stream. Actually, no, he won 2 in a row at the very end to close it out against Solstice. So hopefully he can do that again here against Flash. But Flash doing everything he can here to prevent that through the wall. And now Flash has the RC. No, not going to spend it right away. Instead, that stun dipper.
Oh, here's the super, and I believe a button was pressed here. So gonna get that tipper hitbox here, get the conversion, and Hotashi does have the burst available. So even after this PRC, the pressure continues here, but you gotta respect that burst.
Okay, speaking
there.
of,
Oh, and it side switches.
There it is. Oh, the cross-up, the fake cross-up, and Flash is gonna get the hit, and indeed, we are going to game number 5.
So many close scramble situations, right? Even that overhead, like you said, thought was gonna cross up, didn't end up crossing up there, and just down to the wire here. And you see even the slightest drops can be so crazy, right? Even the run through, maybe tried the beta burst, not too sure, but ran through and ended up in the corner there. That was looking pretty grim for Flash.
Right. And Hotashi's like, man, all you pundits keep saying like I'm the favorite, and I'm played 10 games in 2 matches so far. So, oh man, but this is good. Everyone's bringing it. And like I said, Hotashi probably as happy as anybody to see this kind of opposition.
Oh yeah, and even oh, there's the blood pop. Oh my goodness,
this is gonna hurt so much. Look at that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, tried to bait the burst.
Yeah, tried to bait the burst there, but not going to bite. But you are gonna bite that grab, and now Flash up here in game 5.
Oh boy, here we go. Can Flash put the first wrinkle perhaps into our Group A here? You know, they talked about Solstice and Apologyman, you know, being at the danger of not making it out of this. But Hotashi here could end up after the 3rd game of the day 1-1.
Yeah, we talked about it, or the analyst talked about it earlier, right? Offline Flash is a different beast in itself. Yes. When you have a defensive playstyle and you're able to lock someone down and rely on your reactions on top of that, it's a whole nother game in a LAN environment.
Yeah, this is definitely modern browser Flash here. You know, offline Flash. Flash is offline. Yeah. We don't have Flash anymore. So.
Here's the air throw, another setup, jumping over. Hotashi gonna get an opening here, closes the gap. But the blood gauge getting a little high here. Double teleport, and you're just gonna drain everything. Wow, so smart coming out from Hotashi, closing the gap, even going for that grab as well.
Here we go. Final game, final round again for a match with Hotashi. Hotashi taking it to the limit every time. And here's this corner pressure that I talked about, and Flash gonna find the right opportunity to DP out of there. Gets out of that situation, but you see how far that neutral heavy slash hits when he has 2 bars. Oh.
The 6H back-to-back, that is what you want to line up if you're Hotashi for damage. And look at all of that blood draining. Now you're going to be able to use it for the mobility, but here comes the Dragon install from Flash.
Oh, can he make this work? Can he make this work? There's no time.
Oh, no. Oh, and burst the base on top of that. Oh, my goodness. Just Hotashi getting every single read there at the end, knowing exactly when you wanted to come in, run your offense, just... Oh man, going for that slash and then baiting the burst as well.
And Flash, the permanent smile, the man with the permanent smile, shaking his head. Look at the smile on his face. He's just like, you jerk. And Hotashi smiling as well. Oh man.
I mean, it's pretty hard to be mad after that situation. Hotashi just pretty much read you like 2 to 3 times, like in a row at the end there. So absolutely fantastic set there. And even towards the end, I mean, like that whole final round, it was pretty much just Hotashi running the entire time. The last ditch effort Dragon install wasn't enough to claim Hotashi. But man, Hotashi, he's winning his sets, but goddamn,
it's close.
They're really, really close and down to the wire. But that's what we love to see. Hotashi always loves to put on the show, right?
And honestly, this is what I love about offline environments as well. Being able to see the players' reactions and seeing how they feel after these matches.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah.
How do you feel about what I just did?
Dude, I love seeing that, seeing the reactions, but I also love seeing the analysis from Yeso and Jake. Let's see what they have to say about this match.
Man, even though Flash showed us the power of the Dragon install, Hotashi showed us the power of the Dragon download. Not able to really surpass the Nago, and there was a lot of opportunities where we got to see one round where the Dragon install really got to pop off, but every other time it just felt like Hotashi was one step ahead as the Dragon Slayer.
Yeah, and we've had a couple of, in the first 3 sets, 2 really close ones that have gone to, as James loves to say, final game, final round. Flash trying to make it happen, and of course going for the Dragon install in that last round, but it wasn't quite enough. Hotashi, got to be feeling great right now, 2-0 up in the group. I do want to bring up how Group A has played out so far today. So we're going to bring this up so you all can see how our first 3 matches have played out. So of course, Hotashi taking down Solstice, or falling to the Solstice. Hotashi taking down Solstice. I'm confusing myself right now. And Razzo grabbing the win. Hotashi sitting up there 2-0 right now. Do have to update a couple of results on there for you all, but at the very least, Hotashi is sitting in first place in the group right now with that 2-0 start, and Razzo sitting in second right now, 1-0.
Yeah, and Hotashi is the only player that's actually played 2 games in this Group A so far, so obviously sitting at that 2-0 position. You can see Solstice, even though it's not on the screen right now, is at 0-1, as well as Apologyman and Flash, so still have a lot more matches to play. It's going to be exciting to see whoever is able to come out on top for the rest of these matches. And we still got a hell of a lot more matches to break down. I mean, our next match, we have like Solstice versus Razzo. I think this is going to be a really important match, especially to see, Razzo actually coming out on top in their 1 game against Apologyman, and Solstice falling to Hotashi in that final game, final round. I think this one really changes the tempo, that and the next set that we have between Apologyman and Flash, because that can determine if 2 players are 0-2 or maybe if you're 1-1, and that you want to be in that 1-1 position at least, because if you get pushed to that 0-2, you're not going to be feeling too good.
Yeah, well, and especially when you consider you still have to play Flash after that, right?
After that final game, final round.
Exactly. So there's still a lot of work to be done here, but I would agree. A very important matchup for both of these players, because also if you're Razzo and you can grab that 2-0, you're feeling really comfortable going into those last 2 matches. Of course, again, will still be hard. You still got to play against Flash and Hotashi to wrap up your group. But if you come in and you're looking at this group and you're saying, okay, Solstice and Apologyman, those are the matchups that I have to have, right?
Yep.
Have to have those wins, because it's going to get exponentially more difficult when I have to go up against Flash and Hotashi. So if I'm Razzo, I'm looking at this saying, hey, Solstice is a good opponent, but this is a matchup I need to have. I need to go into the back half of this group up 2-0.
Yeah, and the mental part for these players is going to be important too, because they know it. Like in the case of like Apologyman already had to fight Razzo, one of the stronger players in the group. So now Apologyman knows that their next match is Flash. It doesn't get any easier for them. And then even against Ram, like Faust doesn't have the best matchup against Ram. Are we going to see the Geo come out? We saw the Faust do some work against Razzo's Leo, but only getting 1 game on the board. So this could go either way, and this really shakes up exactly like how I rank the order, because now, like with how Solstice played in the first game, like I don't know, maybe I have Solstice in over Apologyman. I'm not sure.
It's interesting to see how it's going to play out. And of course, we still have 7 more sets at least to play in this group before we decide it all. So looking forward to how those play out. And we're getting ready here for Razzo and Solstice, and hopefully headed out there soon to see this next match, because I'm excited. Of course, both of these players with interesting starts to the day, and looking to see kind of where that trajectory continues here as the day continues. I'm curious, real fast, what is our last match of this first block?
Our last match of the first block is actually going to be Apologyman versus Flash, so we're most likely going to be seeing a Faust versus Kai matchup. It's going to be really exciting to see that too, because I feel one of the matchups that you like to play Faust in is actually against Sol, and Sol is similar to Kai in a lot of different ways, except he's always in Dragon Install, versus Kai has to, activate spend meter. No, that's where the right arm of the Forbidden One comes from. But we're going to get into that match a little bit later, because now Ringe is going to walk us into Solstice versus Razzo. Take it away, my friend.
Indeed. The train keeps rolling here at the 5K face-off, and all of our players have played at least once, so we get nice and warmed up. Welcome back to the stage, please. One of my favorite players. Give it up for Razzo! Razzo's going to be in the building, bringing that lethal Leo that they always do, and of course, their opponent hell of a showing in the first match. Looking to bounce back, get that W. Give it up for Solstice. Solstice took Hotashi to the brink of defeat in that first set. Looking to get on the board, not let this group stage get out of control. It's going to be an intense match. As the analysts put it, it is a very important match to determine the rest of the standings when it comes to Group A. And of course, I would have nobody else to bring you the action other than James Shen and Charles.
All right, let's get it. We got Solstice versus Razzo. Obviously, I feel like everyone that has gone against Hotashi so far has gone quite a showing so far, but not quite the fuzzy dice. And Solstice in that position, you had an amazing run. Getting the 2 games is going to be valuable. I mean, most of the time in these round robin situations, it's either head-to-head or game count or even round count that can go to tiebreaker. So in any of these round robin formats, even if you can't win the set, every single game generally counts, right? So really good stuff to Solstice here. But you don't want to see yourself in this 0-2 situation like the analysts were saying, right? So even against Razzo here, and I mean, this is a Series E face-off if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, 2 of our Series E partnered players here. And, you know, speaking of that, during the course of the season, Solstice was always kind of in the bottom of the leaderboards of those 6 sponsored players. But as the season went on, Solstice kept doing better and better and better, and eventually, towards the end, was in the running, was within reach to make it into the top 2 positions for guaranteed maintaining their sponsorship. And so Solstice has really shown a lot of growth, and we saw that in that match versus Hotashi. So, you know, again, even though, you know, the analysis and all the stuff, you know, saying that Solstice might probably be considered lowest seed in this group, but the talent here is way too strong. There is no guarantee on who is going to be, you know, not making it out of this pool. Unfortunately, it has to be one, but, you know.
Someone's got to.
Yeah, these 2 are going to make sure it's not them.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the great thing about any offline tournament. You can run the stats, you can say all the numbers you want, right? But at the end of the day, who's playing, who's on top of their stuff today, right now, in that set, in that moment even, right? So see who it's going to be for this set here as we truck along through Group A, almost at that halfway mark for Group A, right? We're going to have 10 sets for Group A and 10 sets for Group B. So, man, I mean, so far we've had a hell of a start. Hotashi still up 2-0 in terms of set count, but my goodness, final game, final round on both of Hotashi's sets so far.
Right, either of those sets just one decision away potentially from being 0-2, 2 decisions I should say, from being 0-2. But you know, Hotashi's like, a win is a win, it's all good. And so Solstice and Razzo both here gonna try to get that win. Can Razzo build up the lead, build up the wins and match Hotashi with the 2-0? Or is Solstice going to try to get a win on the board, surprise some people, quote, surprise, unquote, some people, and put Solstice and Razzo at 1-1?
And of course, this is a classic clash of the current top tiers here for this this season, if you will, of Guilty Gear Strive. Ramlethal has been a mainstay, as well as Leo, from the very start of the game, right?
Yeah. I mean, Ramlethal was strong, and then during the patch, they buffed her. They made her stronger, okay?
Hey, who on the dev team mains Ramlethal? What's going on over here?
Oh, man.
Ooh, huge counter hit, gonna convert off of it, the PRC. You want to get this corner carry as fast as possible, and that is what Solstice does. Uses the windshield wipers, gets the wall break.
Yeah, and now with all this meter, but unfortunately for Solstice, Razzo's the one with that bar to be able to BRC at the start of the transition. A very common tactic. Had another bar available to get the OTG after the super. Razzo going up in the first round.
Yeah, I like the cross up there coming out from Razzo straight into the grab. Everyone expecting for the swing there, but Razzo just that level ahead, that step ahead here. Gonna get the first round on the board here.
Oh, try the 6P there, potentially trying to catch maybe a 5S or a 5H. Here comes Razzo getting the damage, trying to push Solstice into the corner, but Solstice fighting their way out. And remember, Ramlethal, neutral, those buttons right there, the standing slash, the standing heavy slash, when she has the swords available, basically don't lose to any other poke in the game.
Right. I mean, if you thought Naga's sword was huge, check out those things.
Yeah.
She's got 2 of them, too.
And there's no hurt box on them, so it's much harder to hit them than it is for a lot of other characters.
Okay, there goes one sword here. Like you said, these swords are resources. There's the burst. Eventually, they will come back here, but right now, and there's the second sword coming back here. But that is a resource here for Solstice, right? Has to be careful. It does get this opening. No burst available here for Razzo. That should be the round.
And we don't have any of the other Ramifals in the tournament, I don't think.
Yes.
And one thing that you will notice from Solstice, a lot of Ramifal players don't like throwing the swords out mid-screen because, like you were saying, it gets locked in the corner.
Right.
You have to wait for it to get back. But Solstice is definitely a little more willing to use the sword for positioning even mid-screen and biding their time before, until the sword comes back.
Right. Okay, the burst comes out here for Solstice to keep this positioning here, and both players just fighting so hard in this mid-screen. You don't want to really let your opponent thrive in this corner situation here. Oh man, and gonna get both swords back, but Razzo coming in with the burst.
Wow, burst was actually low enough to catch.
Uh-oh, big damage here. Oh, doesn't take the wall break.
Potentially. Good defense. Oh, got the counter, but it was too far away, so it wasn't the auto follow-up. It was just a deflect. And here comes Razzo with the RC. Can this kill with the wall break? It is almost all but guaranteed. And Solstice gonna go down in the first game. And Razzo, as you can see here, taking game number 1.
Wow, and that meter coming in absolutely clutch there. The full stick of butter, the RC setup into the grab, and then another RC to convert the combo there. Really clutch stuff from Razzo. And the meter management just 10 out of 10 there, right?
Well, both players opting to use their burst very early on, and here we go. Now playing squash against the wall, goes for the OTG, sets up the guard break. Nice backdash to avoid with the involts, going right through the active frames.
Yep, and here's the side switch. Yep, and windshield wipers once again to break the wall here. But the BRC, okay, tries to come in with the opening there, but Razzo not going to get it. But here's the grab. There's the RC. I think this... Yeah, it is enough. Wow.
And again, we talked about how much health Megura Yuki has. Ramifal kind of on the opposite end of that. So all the characters in this game have guts ratings and natural defense ratings that make it so they take either less or more damage. Ramifal, unfortunately, one of those characters with basically 0 guts. So she's taking almost max damage the entire time.
Okay, keeping Razzo in the corner, but the run-up grab here sets up the stand chase, another grab. Oh, and we got the side switch. We're going left, we're going right.
Oh, super OTG once again. Oh my goodness, it's enough to kill.
Deleted. Razzo, I gotta say, right now in Group A, I mean, everyone was hyping up Hotashi, but Razzo is running through every one of their matches.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I heard that before the day started, the players were they had the little practice room, and I think these two were going up against each other, and I heard Razzo was getting the better of Solstice by quite a bit. And that might be weighing in Solstice's head right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing that you generally have to keep things apart, right? When you're playing like practice matches compared to tournament matches, right? They're very different environments. Being up on that stage, there's a lot more pressure, a lot more things on the line here. Solstice is going to close out this round, and right now we'll see if Solstice can make this reverse 3-0 a reality here.
Right. Even if you go, like, let's just say 3-15 against somebody in a long set. Hey, if you put those 3 games in a row, you're gonna take the set.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
It's definitely possible. Oh, here we go. Counter hit. Gonna keep the pressure going. Delay the Rekkas a little bit just to get the counter hit in between. Force the burst out of Razzo. Now Razzo, you can see, trying to keep this. Oh boy, gonna do good damage off of this. Optimizing every combo, the whip into the low, blocks the super, only a throw punish?
The OTG wasn't enough, one more hit to take Solstice out here, but Solstice on the offense here. Solstice has the burst, but obviously probably not going to be able to use it.
Yeah, it's going to hold on to that one.
That would be like the hero burst, right?
Unless maybe,
I mean, if it's to close out the round and the OTG is enough here, And just like that, Solstice getting on the board here.
All right,
Not dropping around.
Let's go. All right. And as we mentioned, like I said, they were playing sets earlier, and I know I had heard that Razzo was getting the upper hand, but in a 3 out of 5 scenario, it's a very different situation. So,
You just need 3
in
5 games, but you need 3.
That's But unfortunately, well, actually, no. Actually, getting the hit, getting the record, getting the corner position. This is important. Going to get the wall splat, and he's going to take it with the super. Look at that damage. And now Solstice, sets up the safe jump off of the transition as well. Goes for the throw, and even if that didn't kill, the windshield wipers probably were going to do it. Look at this, the momentum going for Solstice now.
Yeah, and Solstice with that safe jump stalled enough time for the 50 meter to build up, so you could also just go for the RC if you whiff the throw anyway. I love the play coming out from Solstice here.
Using the guard point to counter the far H or far S, whichever one it was that Solstice did.
Oh, I love the side switch with the air dash here. Now Solstice in control, getting Razzo into the corner here.
Oh, look at that, chasing the back dash down with the low, but didn't commit to it. Nice, throws the Zvite, doesn't get behind him, and look at this, Solstice now, 2 rounds in a row. Solstice coming out of the gates here after going down 0-2 and tying it up 2-2. All of these matches, only Razzo versus Apologyman has not gone to the 5th game so far, so we are getting some good matches here.
Players came here to play. Oh my goodness. I mean, we're just been seeing so many good sets. And game 5 here, and it's been quite a bit of time since Razzo took a round. If there's any time, now is the time to take a round.
Can you imagine if Solstice just managed to take it over Hotashi and then can take it over Razzo? He could have been up 2-0 and just been like showing everybody what is. But I mean, it's still close right now. It's so sad that, despite how well he's playing, he can still finish this game 0-2 in the pools.
Oh yeah. Razzo definitely trying to hit Solstice with the reality check right now, and that first round was definitely it.
Oh man. And Razzo now taking this resting this momentum back, gets the overhead off the back turn stance. You can't block, but you've got access to all sorts of crazy mix-ups, including left, right. And remember, I talked about this.
What? What? Was that just like... That was just a clean to the wall break. Oh my goodness. That life bar got deleted. Game 3, game 4, what was that? I don't remember. I just remember me winning this set and Razzo, just like that, gonna move on.
I'm at a loss for words. I was just like, and remember that.
Wow, I mean, I guess just dropping the block there, not too sure, maybe trying to jump or something, maybe catching the start with jump, not too sure what happened there, but definitely not block.
Yeah,
not block.
Well, here's the thing, right? So what I was going to say is that in the previous game with Razzo versus Apologyman, it looked like he did the single hit overhead into the super confirm. But what I was saying was that even if it was blocked, it's plus anyway.
Right.
So that's what Razzo did here, just throwing out the overhead and going straight into the super. But, Solstice
might have tried to swing.
What's that?
Probably trying to swing or something like that.
Yeah, or maybe trying to super. That's maybe what I was thinking is I have to see the meter situation. Maybe he was thinking because Leo was going to be plus after the super, he's like, I don't want to deal with that situation. I'm going to super through his super and just mistimed it or something. But not sure what happened, and unfortunately Solstice is going to go down, and he is going to be 0-2 despite playing 10 games here. That's so tough, man.
It's tough out here, and I mean that's the craziest thing about competition, right? You can play really well, you can get so close, but at the end of the day there's only one person that wins the set and one person that loses the set. But we're going to kick it over to our analyst to break down that set.
Razzo with a huge win there over Solstice to go up to 2-0 so far in the group. And of course, as James was mentioning right there, 10 games played for Solstice, but sadly 0-2 overall on the scoreboard. But I would again make a similar point that I made after that Solstice Hotashi set, that these are very close, tightly contested sets, and Solstice is playing well, has not been able to get over the hump in Game 5.
Yeah.
But Solstice has looked really good so far today, and I'm just looking at the back half here with Solstice having to face Apologyman and Flash here very soon. It's going to get really interesting in the back half of this group.
Yeah, I have to say that that was most likely the two hardest matches that Solstice was going to have to fight, because then now you have Apologyman and obviously Flash, so it's going to be Kai and potentially Faust or Geo. I believe those are both better matchups for Ram, but as you can see, this is the breakdown that we have so far before we get into our last match of this first block, which is going to be Apologyman versus Flash. But if you were watching that last match, it might have gone by in a flash at the last round right there. I hope that we're going to be able to get the replay up here, because as James said, he didn't really have any words, because this is the perfect storm of a Leo round right here. You get the knockdown, immediate pressure, everything just starts working out. You're constantly pushing towards the corner. The delay on the overhead, you're just building up even more tension. You see the tension here. Goes for the overhead right there, immediately cancels into the super, and I'm not sure what Solstice decided to do, but that's going to leave a mark. Perfect, 7 golden letters, and that, if that's not the best Leo round you can have, I don't know, maybe I need to watch a different tape, get some new glasses.
Just gross from Razzo, and it's really interesting because if you look at these two players matching up throughout the season in Series E, it was a very tight matchup throughout as well, even playing online, right? Razzo had the slight advantage, 6-4 in sets, 20-18 in games, and it played out here once again. It seems only fitting they go all the way to a Game 5, but Razzo definitely closing it out in style there with the perfect to end out this best of 5. And now, you know, we talked about it, we kind of set up those stakes before this matchup about how important it was for both of these players, for Solstice to avoid the 0-2, for Razzo to go up 2-0 and almost guarantee getting out of the group. Very huge set there, and it's going to be very interesting to see how these players' trajectories continue in the back half of the group.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult here because somebody is going to be joining the bottom of that leaderboard after our next match too, because Flash and Apologyman are both sitting on that 0-1 mark right now. So it's not going to be a end-all be-all for Solstice right now, because you're still going to have those 2 matches to play, and you're going to have somebody else fighting from that same position. Not a position you want to be in, but you know, we're already there. We can't change the past. We can only look towards the future. And out of this, I think this is going to be one of the most important matches. This is the most important match of the block here, because we've already established who's on top. It's Razzo and Hotashi. Now, who's going to be right in the middle where they feel a little bit safer, where they only have to win one more game to be tied with those 2 that are going to be on the bottom?
Very, very important here for both Apologyman and Flash, and it will just kind of set up the stakes again for the back half of this group. So both of these players definitely don't want to drop this set. And Apologyman, James, you know, hit on it a little bit earlier. The only player that is yet to hit a Game 5. Well, you know, and I mean, I would say Apologyman would probably be fine with that continuing to be the case if he was just to take it in 3 or 4 games against Flash. We'll have to see. But again, a lot at stake here, and just crazy to see how things are shaping up just through 4 sets here, right? We haven't even touched Group B yet, and we're already just talking about how important the start of this day has been for the likes of Hotashi and Razzo, and it's only going to get more tense as the day continues.
Yeah, and that tension is going to carry over, not like the rounds in Guilty Gear, but definitely going to be carrying over to Block 2, because now if you're Hotashi and if you're Razzo, you just have to win one more game and you guarantee you're out of the group.
Yep.
You guarantee that you are out of the group, and that has to be a great feeling. And it puts that pressure on everybody else, because there's still a situation where everybody could end up in this 2-2 position, and then maybe we have some like crazy tiebreakers. So we have to keep the lookout on that, but I don't know. I mean, I'm still in that same position where, you know, maybe our initial read was correct, even though Solstice has gone to Game 10 both times, you know, falling 0-2. And if you're not able to secure it at the end, then that's what really matters, because 2-0, it was close though. Like that's a tale as old as time, and we're about to see another tale old as time. 2 of the OG Guilty Gear characters fighting each other. Ringe, tell me who we got up next.
Indeed, indeed. 2 OGs in the fighting game community, but a rare treat. I actually asked them before the match if they faced each other in the end of the game, and it's just been casual. So we're going to have a unique tournament environment for these 2 to go down on. And of course, first up is going to be the man in the Crocs that you can't stop, Flash! I see them, bro. I know you play with comfort. That's first and foremost. Get him on the shot. Yeah. I see you, dog. I see you. And of course, We actually, you know, this is our last match in the first block, but it's actually last call for tacos too, so we gotta hurry up. Apologyman, let's go! Here we go once again. Apologyman and Flash both 0-1 as our analysts mentioned, so they're both looking for a big dub here to prevent themselves from going into a struggle part of that second block. So of course I want to see who they bring to the table. Of course I'm expecting Kai from Flash. And we'll see if that Faust comes back out. It got kind of blown up in the first set. Might be expecting the Giovanna. I'm not sure who Apologyman favors, but we're going to find out soon. Now, take it away, James, Chen, and Charles.
All right, here we go for the final match of this current little segment here. Of course, we're going to have 5 more matches for Group A and then have 10 full matches for Group B. So there's plenty of Guilty Gear action to go. But right now, it is going to be Apologyman going up against Flash, 2 veterans of the FGC.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have, I mean, if we do get the Faust versus the Kyle, then we're going to see a very mid-range matchup, right? And when you have mid-range matchups, the fundamentals always shine through. And I'm pretty old, man. I like the fundies. I'm team fundies, you know? I'm team fundies out here, right?
Fundamentals are good stuff. And, you know, it's funny because everyone always calls them fundamentals. It's such a common term you hear, yet I think it's one of the hardest things to learn in fighting games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, you know, when your character has some of that dirty stuff, you're just like, you know what, get you in the corner and here we go. But, you know, when you need to figure out how to navigate the neutral, navigate the landmine that can be Faust, or even Kai, because if Kai gets a lead on Faust, he can sit back a little bit, toss some fireballs as well. So it'll be really interesting to see how they play this out, but I do expect Flash going to be trying to do a lot more of the rushdown, and Apologyman trying to play a lot more keep-out zoning defense that Faust has always been known for.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, because there's the mid-range and then there's the long range, right? Like that full screen, like who has the advantage full screen? I feel like it would be Faust, but we'll see. I mean, seeing this match right before us, we're going to see some great footage, top-level Faust, top-level Kyle, right? So we'll see who can kind of really navigate and really have strengths in these different ranges that we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And I can't emphasize, you know, we talked about how these two are veterans of the FGC, but again, you know, for those of you who are just tuning in and aren't aware, man, Flash has been playing Guilty Gear forever. You've heard Ridge make jokes about Jam. That's the character that Flash was known for, that Jam Kuradoberi. From the older Guilty Gear games, and his jam was a terror back in the day. And Apologyman, you know, one of the Marvel players, he's going to be kidnapping you with that, with the red armor, the red devil in Marvel 3, going with the Lucario in Smash Brothers. So, you know.
Some obscure picks, of course.
Yes.
And of course, I mean, keeping it to tradition, right? Faust, definitely not a character we see too often in tournament. Can be a little wacky with the items, with the RNG, but always a good time to watch your great trade coming out for Flash and Splash, keeping this corner pressure going, and we are riding the lightning right into the wall break, and that is going to be the first round.
Yep, and as we had mentioned, you know, Flash going in and trying to be aggressive is what it's kind of what I figured it was going to be. And yeah, just going in there with the Fudra arc as well. But, you know, Kai, one of Kai's mechanics. And I love the stun dipper into the trumpet, but he had to pick up the Afro at the same time. And you see right there, the Afro counts as a hurt box. So while you're crouching, it's easy to get overheads on you that way.
Oh, here's the trumpet here, and yeah, that is going to get picked up from Flash. Again, Apologyman in the corner, just going to stall out some airtime here, so not too bad. Here's the trumpet, there's the reflect off the dusk here.
And, you know, I was trying to say a little bit earlier that, you know, Kai has a mechanic.
Another trumpet, oh my goodness. How many trumpets was that?
Dude, you know, Apologyman is so frustrated right now. I mean, like, one of the most famous Faust players, RF, out there, and Nage. I think it's Nage, who always seems to get meteors. It's just like meteor.
Another trumpet, oh man.
And then there's a trumpet again. Yeah,
you got it.
But he got it, yeah.
That is what you sign up for, to be fair. As a Faust player, you sign up for the good and the bad times, all right?
But you can see, every once in a while, you'll see Faust will have like electricity on him. And that is the shock state that Kai can put you in. And when you are in shock state, it changes the properties of some of the moves. So that little overhead kick that Kai can come out with, it's negative on block normally, but if you have the opponent in shock state, it becomes plus on block. And so you want to keep the opponent in the shock state as much as you can. And that's as easily as just making them block a fireball, and then they're in shock state. And so that's something that you gotta keep an eye out for if you're fighting against Kai as well.
Yeah, any of these electric-based attacks are going to apply that shock state. So that is essentially the backbone of Kai's offense, right? You want to keep that going here. So not the best luck there on the first round. The first game here for Apologyman. The Ride the Lightning should be in with the wall break. No, barely surviving here.
But watch out for chip damage at this point in time. Yeah, so you see him trying to use the faultless defense to stave off the chip damage, but just going to be the crouching 2K from Flash going to take this round.
Yeah, great whip punish there, Apologyman, trying to stick the foot out there, try to get some pressure going, but again, amazing offense ran by Flash here. Another trumpet. I want to count. Someone's got to be counting, right? Was that 6 or 7? Was that 6 or 7?
Yeah, dude, he's got himself an entire orchestra section right now, dude. He's got the full orchestra brass section. Look at all these bombs that he's throwing out. Okay, that's not bad. Oh, meteor, but look at that, sliding right past them, ignoring them completely.
Yeah, and that was a really good call from Flash, just keeping the pressure forward. And I think the meteors actually fall in random locations too, so you gotta watch out for that.
And here we go, Flash going with the burst safe wall splat combo, then just catching with the 5K, the standing kick, and Flash. Again, Apologyman, the only player that hasn't gone for a full 5 games in any of the sets. And Flash is going to try to make sure that continues here, trying to get through this with a quick 3-0.
Oh, and there's the burst, not close enough, and that is a tough break for Apologyman here. There is the throw, and the pressure is continuing here for Flash.
Dude, Flash is like intentionally setting up those fireballs not to be meaty and to miss, because he's had something ready to go every single time afterwards.
Okay, here's the shock state here, trying to fly up and over.
Well, you can see the shock state doesn't last very long. Oh, but here goes Flash. Good damage all the way to the wall. Not going to get the wall splat, but just one hit away. Gets the command throw. Automatically puts an afro on you. Tries to go low. Flash actually calls that out and blocks it, but watch drop for the bomb.
Oh my goodness, so close
that bomb almost got...
Oh, mistiming the dust there, not going to get the batter up, not going to get the reflect, and very unfortunate here for Apologyman, but Flash really doing a great job and running that pressure and keeping that corner on the right side was so huge.
Strike!
Yeah, that is strike 1, and I mean, might as well be up to strike 3 here with Flash up 2-0 here against Apologyman. He's going to have to make something happen. The hammer comes out, but again, Flash understanding the positioning against these items. You see one, you either have to fade back or push forward here against Faust, and he's doing just that.
And this is one of the things, you know, our MC Ringe here has talked about this, that, you know, we have Jonathan Tene who plays Zato in this tournament. We've seen, you know, Razor Dawn win Texas Showdown recently. Flash has so much experience against fighting Faust and Zatos and Enos from years and years and years of Guilty Gear. It's just so natural for him to navigate these landmines and mix-ups and such. As you can see here, Flash taking it 3-0 over Apologyman.
Yeah, it looked rough, and that was a lot of trumpets. I'm definitely not trying to make excuses, but goddamn, was that a lot of trumpets, all right? But I mean, obviously Flash played that incredibly well. The pressure was there. He navigated around a lot of items, knew exactly what he was doing in the matchup, and was able to take it 3-0 pretty convincingly over Apologyman. But
that RNG was brass, man.
Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah,
that was quite tough. But I mean, again, nothing against Flash, right? Flash played it incredibly well. Like we said, ran the offense correctly, was able to space around the items, and Kyle just having a lot of mid-range gap closers that, you know, Faust has to respect, right? And abusing that was the key to success here.
Yeah. And so let's take it over to Yeso and to Jake one more time for this block. What did you guys think of the match?
You know, that match definitely could have gone in Apologyman's favor, but the RNG definitely was not on his side. It just was a mauling session from Flash. It looked like he had a double-ended sword the way that he cut Beneath in half. Sadly, Apologyman, You know, he has another chance. He has another chance in the second block, but being down 0-2, Solstice has to feel pretty good about that because this whole bracket might come down to Apologyman versus Solstice.
Yeah, and that'll be huge. Of course, going into block 2, Apologyman also will have to play against Hotashi.
Oh, yeah.
Going to be a very tough matchup there. And interesting that we get our first 3-0 set of the day here in match number 5. And Flash looking strong, right? Had a solid set against Hotashi. Comes out, absolutely just throws down here with Apologyman. So really well played there from Flash in a very important win because we were setting it up before. Getting to that 1-1 score line, way, way better. Much more opportunity here for Flash to guarantee that he gets out of the group and makes it to Saturday's bracket play. So important victory there for Flash. And yeah, I think you make a good point. You know, Solstice and Apologyman, whoever comes out in 4th place may come down to that matchup. Of course, Solstice still also has to play up against Flash as well, so there's certainly an opportunity there, but Flash is looking really good today. We kind of set the stakes earlier, right? Offline Flash very different from online Flash, and that has shown so far with a tight set against Hotashi and this really good performance against Apologyman. So it could come down to just that final set, and then things get really spicy.
Yeah, it does get really spicy there. And I mean, that same set also is important for Flash because if he beats Solstice in that set, automatic qualification right there, because then Solstice is at a 0-3 point and Flash has 2 wins already, and you can't make 2 wins out of 1 game.
Correct.
And that's the similar case too. Like, both of them they have to try to get that 1 win before they have to fight each other, because then that's where the most pressure is going to be on. I feel like this first block shaped up pretty similarly to what I expected. I did expect Apologyman to get a game on the board, but Flash was the one who was able to take it. So still meeting our expectations to a degree. We still have another entire block to decide who's going to be making it out and who's going to be going home. Right now, it looks like our horses that are in the lead, but in the worst kind of way, is Apologyman and Solstice. So they're going to have to clean it up in this second part of the bracket, and everybody else probably is feeling very comfortable with those 2 0-2s on the board.
And probably one of the most interesting matches we'll have in block 2 as well. It's going to be Hotashi and Razzo.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Our 2 players sitting at 2-0 scorelines so far through today. They've played against each other quite a bit online and offline over the last few months. That one is definitely going to be one for everybody to keep an eye on, so look out for that. We're halfway through play in Group A here. We are going to go to a quick break right now. Jake and I are going to go take a breather and get ready for the action, so don't go far. We'll return with more 5K Face-Off after this.
Excedrin.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
It's refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. Now all our top just let it splash.
It's fruit freshen.
Bullshit blazing, still my heart is blazing. If the words kill me, I don't need a new one other you. Soon you will know, we already know the smell of the game. Can Can't you see I'm blazing? Still my heart is blazing. If the words kill me, I don't need a new world after you. My tribe is my word. Your words will never let me disobey. That is bullshit blazing. Still my heart is blazing. If the words kill me, I don't need a new world after you. Soon you will know. We already know the smell of love. Know the smell
5 sets in the books and plenty more to go. We are back here, Yeso and Jake Ryan, as we continue the action here from the Series E 5K face-off. We're getting ready for the back half of Group A. We came in, we were going into the break talking about a couple of very important matchups, and we're kicking off this next block with one of them, Hotashi and Razzo. This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, with the way that both of these players have been playing today, I mean, this could go either way. I mean, Hotashi obviously got pushed to the brink twice, got to that final game, final round, but then you have Razzo on the other end that got pushed a little bit in the beginning, but then took the second game by storm. So it's going to be really a battle of the greats right now. I know that Leo versus Nago is like, I feel like it's not new stuff. We've seen it. I've been around the block a couple of times in this matchup, but these are two of the best players on their respective characters. So I think we're going to final game, final round again. Like, I would be upset if we don't get to that point, but I can't put my finger on who's going to take this game and secure the #1 lead at the moment.
So I can give a little context to this matchup because, interestingly enough, of course, we've had the players here since yesterday. All the players flew in. Came in yesterday. We had some media day, taking pictures with all of them, which was great. And then the players got a ton of time here in HQ to just scrim, get ready, get warm, make sure that they are ready for this tournament. And the last matchup that we saw last night before everybody went back to their hotels to get some rest, get ready for today, was Razzo and Hotashi playing a pretty extended scrim set last night. They ended up playing 12 games, and they went 6-6. Interestingly enough, so a very tight matchup between the two last night, and they've been tight when you look at where they've played in offline and online. Though, do have to note that Hotashi has largely had the advantage in terms of the offline set. So I'm curious to see if Razzo can maybe flip that here, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we're about to see who's able to take that offline lead right now. Both sitting 2-0. And, nobody could take it away better to get us into this exciting match than Ringe. Tell me what's going on, brother.
It's good. Thank you so much. The analysts always holding it down. We are here with a little bit of a twist on the 5K face-off. You know what I mean? We already introduced our players. You're going to be seeing them go at it again. So I want to give you all an insight, a preview into Group 2. And my man Daze is with me. How you doing today, Daze?
What's up? Feeling good? A little bit tired because of the jet lag, that it just happens when you're traveling, a bunch, but feeling pretty good otherwise.
That's good to hear, man. So I wanted to talk to you. I saw you and Tempest were actually playing a bit of casuals before the tournament, and you guys are actually in the same group. Do you feel like that's an advantage, a disadvantage? How do you feel about playing the person that you're going to play in tournament beforehand?
So this is a really recent thing because until now, I typically was just like, I'm not doing it. Don't if we're in the same tournament, like same bracket, find somebody else. I'm not doing it. I don't care if people think it's scummy or whatever. It will definitely come back to bite you. You'll just be like, yo, I really just gave up all the data, right? Especially in DB tag, which I bring up a lot because that game was really volatile like this one, where if you just show up your entire bag of traits, you're gonna get cooked later. But now I don't care. Actually, I'll just play whatever. If I beat them in casuals and then lose in tournament, or if I lose in casual and then win a tournament, whatever, it'll be okay.
I like that, the free state of mind. So we're going to see how it pays off for you later. I'm looking forward to your matches, my man, of course. Now let's go to the match currently at hand. It's going to be Razzo versus Hotashi. And, of course, bringing you the action is going to be James Chen and Charles.
Yeah, this one is definitely probably going to be one of the premier matches of this set. Hotashi going up against Razzo, two of the probably favored players to come out of this this pool and to go very far in the double elimination tomorrow. So it's going to be interesting to see because I think they're both 2-0 right now. So
yeah, the two leads.
One of them is going to have to go down and take a loss.
Yeah, and I mean both these players have been on a tear. And Hotashi, of course, probably the top seed of the entire bracket here. But we have seen Hotashi bleed in a sense of getting taken to that game 5, the final game, final round status. Hotashi being clutch enough to end both of those sets in a W here. And we'll see if that kind of has warmed up Hotashi to the point that he is ready to face against Razzo, who Razzo also in one game 5 situation, but was able to close out the set versus Apologyman 3-1.
And of course, gonna be the Nago versus the Leo. And as Yeso and Jake were joking, you know, it's a match we've seen, you know,
Quite
it's
a bit.
very common matchup here. Again, two of the strongest characters right now. I mean, right now, I feel like the way that this game is kind of shaping up, there's the blessed four, right? So
Yes.
it's obviously it's Nago, Leo, and Ramathal who have been dominating since the start of the game.
Right.
And Happy Chaos, really the character that's really starting to
Has joined the ranks.
Yes, set the. And again, you know, we were talking about this, you know, off stream. You know, Happy Chaos, a character that takes a lot of work. You know,
Right.
people picking him up is like, wow, this is not an easy character to pick up. So,
Yeah.
you know, but like we've seen with the Zato play, has just gotten stronger and stronger and stronger. It's happening with Happy Chaos, but we probably won't see any Happy Chaos today. But we are definitely seeing some Nagoriyuki versus Leo. And like I said, this is one of the main matches, and could even be a preview of like a winners finals or a grand finals match.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna see two of the blessed forward here, regardless.
Exactly.
The Nago, the Leo here. And we'll see who will take it here, who will start this momentum here. Round start, Hotashi already getting pretty aggressive here, and there's the blood being used there. And pretty surprising, we usually see Hotashi open out the gate with some blood. Blood moves right off the bat, right?
Well, there's one right there, so he's now officially at 2 bars. So that's something that both players have to keep track of. There's Razzo spending the burst right away to try to get to the offense. A little too far away for the throw. And here we go. I think Hotashi is going to be just above 2 bars, but doesn't matter. Gets the throw for the victory.
Yeah, and whenever you're able to set up the OTG with the 6H, especially with Nago, like Nago 6H assists so much. So whenever you're able to get wall break, OTGs off it, or even get the wall splat and then go into the wall break with the 6H, it just starts adding up really quick.
And Hotashi going to check the offense from Razzo, send a message and say, you know what, your offense can't be free. You're going to have to think about it a little bit because I've got these supers on deck. Oh, no, that's not good.
The reversal throw, this is huge here. Both players having the meter here. Razzo gonna cash out for the damage and for the Oki here with that positive bonus.
Yep, how's he gonna go in there? Just goes in and then gets the cross up. Gonna get the side switch over here. Hotashi hasn't spent the burst. I think that's what Razzo was trying to bait out. Oh, they had a second burst in the same round. Oh no, that didn't connect. And so he's gonna burst to keep himself alive. He's got a ton of meter now. This is dangerous.
Oh man, and we are spending the meter, we're spending the burst, we're spending everything out here right now, and that would have been the most grim start to a set if Hotashi lost out, because everything just in his favor, especially after Razzo burning, I think, a gold burst attempt there towards the end. And man, what a wild game. And that's the crazy thing about tournament. When the nerves are high, you start seeing these really crazy scramble situations, and it's really who is able to make those cool, calm, collective choices, right?
All right, so game number 1 for Hotashi now. Gonna get tossed over here. And now, look at this, the back throw again. This has been so dangerous, but Hotashi knows that. That's why he's gonna spend the burst. But here we go, gonna go through the wall here, get the hard knockdown. What's the setup from Razzo here? Not gonna have enough meter for any sort of RC. So you see how patient he was. He was worried about the super from Hotashi.
Yeah, and I love the jump dust there coming out from Hotashi. Hotashi looking, and this should be it with the wall break here. Gonna slash him up, dice him, and through the wall off the top there. Hotashi taking that round, but that dust, you know, that jump dust in the air, stalling that approach and making Razzo's 6P whip there, so huge for Hotashi. And when Hotashi has too much blood, we'll see that he opts for an aerial approach sometimes too, right? Because you don't have to use the blood for that sense of mobility.
Well, he spot the burst right here, I'm pretty sure, unless he, oh dude, he was like 2 pixels away. Had that perfectly calculated. It takes a while to rise up there, so you can do 3 special moves. Again, you had to burst in that situation, so Hotashi knew. But because the meter, the blood gauge goes up slowly, so technically 3 special moves builds it fully.
Right.
But because it takes a while to all the way max out, that little bit of time will also drain it a little bit. So by the time it is supposed to max out, it's already drained a little bit, so it's not. It's weird how it works, but I like it. I like how they designed it.
Yeah, and you even have time to, I mean, when you hit with any of your normals, that's going to take some of the blood meter as well, right? So definitely ways to do it. Or maybe even get the command grab off. And we've definitely seen Hotashi go for mix-ups like that as well. It's like Razzo starting things off, has the slight position advantage here. Now has Hotashi in the corner here. Hotashi trying to fight back with these 2 S's.
Yeah, I was going to try to find the opportunity maybe to try to get in there with one of these, but there's one of them right there. And now he's at about 2.5 bars. So again, he's going to have axe. Oh, wake up super this time from Razzo. Okay. And he's going to RC it to get more damage when he drops the combo.
Doesn't get the wall break. That was so huge. Using the full stick of butter for that. And look at this, Hotashi with 100 tension right now.
Tried to bait the burst, but Hotashi being so patient and to the super. Hotashi is so good at resource management. He knows every time. He's like, okay, if I do this and a counter hits, I'm going straight into the super. He's ready ahead of time. This is not just reactions. He knows and has it all planned out and ready to go.
Okay, here's the positioning here, calling out the Rekka. The reversal throw, Hotashi staying with the position here, and look at all of this blood set up here. All these normals are going to be so long range, right? That 5H, such a way to command the ground. And then you also have to respect that 2H as well.
Yeah, so it's interesting because like normally you think that Nagos would just play and try their best to keep the blood gauge as low as possible, but no, having that 5H range increase on the blood is so valuable. It's just really interesting.
Wow, and that 60 is so strong, and Razzo trying to make this comeback with the gold burst, with that meter usage, try to come in with the fireballs with the PRC, but Hotashi shutting down both of those approaches, so the gold burst for nothing there, and Hotashi with the clean 3-0 over Razzo. I did not expect that.
I mean, also too, because like, I mean, Yesa was saying that they went 6-6 in a casual set yesterday during little practice sessions and such, and Hotashi maybe was the one picking up all the information that he needed and takes it 3-0 over Razzo pretty unexpectedly. I would not have guessed to see this kind of domination, but you also mentioned, you know, maybe Hotashi at this point is warmed up now and is ready to go.
Yeah, no, we've definitely seen this Hotashi throughout a bracket just constantly getting stronger and stronger throughout the bracket. So we could be seeing it as early as group phase here because, I mean, really back-to-back, you know, final game, final round sets, and then going up against Razzo, arguably like the 2nd to 3rd seed of this group, and just getting the solid 3-0. And I mean, maybe in a more comfortable matchup, right? I mean, if you play either Nago or Leo, you're going to be comfortable in the matchup against the other character, right? Because 2 very popular characters in the current meta. But we'll throw it over to the analyst desk and have the breakdown of that amazing set.
So with that match, it was actually pretty interesting because the only one that would have been able to challenge for that first place position was Razzo. So now, no matter how the rest of the games go, congratulations to Hotashi for securing first place for Group A. So fantastic performance. The blood is definitely boiling, and he's got to be feeling good about that because the next match, he can do whatever he wants. He's still going to have that podium position.
Yeah, well played from Hotashi, of course, guaranteeing going to be playing tomorrow, which I would argue nobody's really surprised about, right? There's a reason we were hyping up Hotashi so big at the top of the show. He is the best player in North America right now. That Nago is very, very clean and just well played from him so far. And I would say the most unexpected result is that, you know, how dominant that set was, in fact, because really just crushing it against Razzo.
Yeah, meeting expectations and shattering them at the same time, where Razzo just was not able to get their footing in any way, shape, or form, and Hotashi just felt blood in the water and just ran away with it. So Hotashi's got to be feeling good about that. And, you know, Razzo can still make a return. Razzo is still in a very good position to qualify. And Razzo is actually going to be playing against, I believe, Flash later. So if you're able to get that win against Flash, you guarantee yourself in. And then based on whatever our next matchup is going to be as well, if either Solstice or Apologyman lose, which is actually bound to happen, one of them have to lose because they play each other, then I think Razzo's just already qualified.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting kind of way that this plays out. And of course, we're going to continue to keep our eyes very specifically on the coming Solstice Apologyman matchup because it is going to determine a lot in how the rest of this group finishes out. But of course, Hotashi taking care of business in his first 3 sets, winning all 3 and closing it, the third one in a 3-0 fashion, guaranteeing him to be competing tomorrow, and that's going to be really fun. And also that first seed slot. So, you know, if you're coming in 4th place in Group B, you better watch out because you're going to be seeing Hotashi tomorrow, and that's going to be a rough matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough match, but we're going to see who's coming up next, and Ringe is going to show us the way and let us know exactly who's playing shortly.
And Yeso and Jake always holding it down in the analyst corner and section. And I have another member of the Group B with me, PANDA's own KizzieKay. How you doing, fam?
Doing mad good. We chilling. You know, feeling mad good today.
Now, you know, I know you are a proponent of the offline. Much, much appreciated. Can you maybe just give a brief insight into how important it is to play offline and what the difference is when it comes to offline versus online? Brief.
I mean, the things work. You don't get gaslighted of things not working. And, you know, being able to kind of be responsive and, like, everybody's playing, like, in the same, like, environment also is very helpful. And for people who know how to react to things, they get to react.
That's true. Reactions amplified in this environment, right? So there's a lot of characteristics and a lot of qualities in a player that you would say get held back online compared to offline.
Yes. I feel like a lot of the mid-tier characters actually struggle a lot because their tool set is like revolved around like straight hits into like, you know, strike throw. But a lot of characters in the upper tier list, they can like move forward with like safe moves and like automatically like skip a lot of steps that some of the mid-tier characters can't do. And not being able to stop those characters, you already in a bad situation, especially if you don't have reversal options.
That is exactly the type of insight I wanted from my man Kizzie. You didn't listen to the Push album yet. That was going to be my next question. I need to know which beats he prefers on the album, Pharrell or Kanye. We'll get to that next time, but for now. What?
Just because of by name, Pharrell.
That's my man right here.
I'm a big Pharrell, bro.
That's my man right here. All right, we're going to go to the match now. Take it away, Charles and James Chen.
All right. So we're going to get into our next match. I can't wait. And I mean, just so far throughout Group A, we've just had so many fantastic sets. Right?
Yeah. Now, we've got Solstice versus Apologyman, I believe, is supposed to be coming up.
I don't know if we switched it because it
is going to be Flash versus Solstice.
Got it.
Okay. So it is going to be Flash versus Solstice here. So, again, Solstice has been performing super well. Both of these players taking Hotashi to the final game earlier. So let's see how well they do against each other. And Solstice, again, you know, he's at an 0-2 spot right now, but so is Apologyman. So if he can get a win on a board, this is going to be super important.
Yeah, this will be very pivotal for just who we're going to see get out of the entire bracket, right? Only 4 out of 5 players from these pools are going to advance into the 8-man double elimination bracket for tomorrow here. So if Solstice is able to get one on the board, that's going to be such a big deal. You're playing at an 0-2, you almost have to win. Like, you don't have to win everything, but it's starting to get to the point where it's time to clutch up, right?
Right. Well, the nice thing for Solstice right now, you know, gone to Game 5, both of their matches, and so, Apologyman getting going to an 0-3 earlier against Flash. So, you know, tiebreaker might be in favor of Solstice, but you still want to get that win to be guaranteed. And look at this damage! Where did all of Flash's life go?
Yeah, that's the thing. Kyle, you generally want to operate in that mid-range. Well, the queen of mid-range is going to be that Ramlethal, right? So, I mean, obviously Kai is still going to have some of those mid-range gap closers as well. We'll see if Flash can make great utilization of that here. And here's a counter hit, big opening the PRC to keep the combo going.
Oh, it was too far away for the slash to connect after the OTG 2K. It was just a little too far away. So he's not going to, and so it whiffs, and so that gave Solstice a chance to take advantage and get forward. And here we go. That's a great trade for Solstice. Has Flash in the corner. Flash got to try to fight their way out of the corner. Gets caught low.
Yeah, and this is a frustrating thing. You can't really think back on that one moment, right? It can really start to plague you. There's the entire set to be played. But those are the input errors or just mistakes that are devastating, right? Where it's like, oh, not only did I miss out on damage, but I lost the round because of it. And just like that, Solstice running away with this conversion. It should be it for the first game. Solstice going 1-0 over Flash.
Yeah, like I said, Solstice definitely playing with a lot more at stake here. Flash, you know, with a win on the board, probably already guaranteed to get into the next round.
Unless you go into a spiraling loss of defeat. I mean, obviously that is worst case, right? And we could see a situation where there's just 2-2s across the board, and we have, you know, it may possibly a 4-way tie here. So
hey, I still remember that at Arc Revo finals, you know, Razzo from their pool didn't make it out due to tiebreaker reasons, and I remember Razzo was really frustrated with that, as you know, obviously, definitely justified. But you know, it's tiebreakers can be brutal because you want to be like, I want to play for my chance, you know.
Right.
And so who knows what will happen if we do end up with these 2-2s across the board. But Solstice is looking so strong right now. Solstice, wow. 3 rounds straight, I think this is now?
Yeah, Flash not being able to put himself on the board in terms of rounds even. So Solstice playing so well here, getting the hard reads that you need to just close Flash out. And I mean, that burst read after the PRC was great. Even though you're using that 50 tension, getting that burst is such a valuable resource, right? The only resource here in Guilty Gear that carries over to other rounds.
Well, look at that, just went for the tap dust, but Flash didn't have any way to extend off of that, so it was a weird decision by Flash. And now Solstice just one chunk away from getting the 2-0 lead over Flash. And Solstice has really been putting on a show today. And like I said, it's really unfortunate that, he just wants to drain his meter. That's what he wants to do. Yeah, look at that. And he just didn't have enough, actually. He's just going to run out of it because when you block stuff, when you have the faultless defense on, when you block stuff, it drains chunks off the meter.
Right.
And so that whole thing is just going to drain. And so a smart choice by Solstice there, just to go with the laser that hits about 800 times.
Yeah, there's a lot of hits in that super, so very good decision making there coming out from Solstice. Here's the counter hit, already Flash starting game 3 off on the back foot, and Solstice still has not dropped a single round in the set.
This is crazy, but nice. I like seeing this when Solstice gets the sword off the RC. Here we go through the wall again. And the other thing too is these haven't necessarily been close rounds either. Solstice has been winning through some pretty strong domination.
I gotta say, every time you know, Flash wants to come in for a grab, Solstice just has the tech ready. And that, I mean, in Guilty Gear, when there's a throw tech, that's a hard read. There's no reacting to that, right?
But look at this, okay. Flash with the comeback here. I like it. It was looking bleak for him. Flash can definitely do this. This happened at Texas Showdown. I forgot which player it was that he was fighting against. But he went down to 0-2, and it looked like things were going to be over for him. But then he made a great comeback and took the set 3-2. So, but look at this. Oh my God, it's like 80% life.
Where did the health bar go, James? Where did it go?
Oh man, and look at this, the wake up 5P from Solstice to challenge. Ride the lightning through the gap.
Closer, yes. Not gonna be close enough for the wall break, but setting up this corner situation here. Nice overhead here. Not gonna be able to convert, but blocking the super. And 100 meter to make the super safe here. And the last 2K is gonna be able to poke it out, but Flash again making quite the comeback there.
Yeah, but Solstice now just needs one more round to be able to put a win on the board for the round robin. But here comes Flash with this corner pressure.
And now Flash is starting to get these run-up grabs. They're not getting teched as much, and it's such a huge part of his offense here.
Well, you saw that one time he ran up and did the instant jump air dash back and got the counter hit. That's enough to put the opponent into their mind that you're going to try to do it again. And so now you're scared to tech the throws. And Flash now running away with this round. Tries to go for another throw. There's that tech. Double jump to avoid the air throw. I like that from Flash. And then the 6P on the side switch. And Flash is going to put a game on the board. And can he do like he did in top 8 at Texas Showdown? Go down 0-2 and make the comeback all the way to take it 3-2.
And at this point, Flash has got enough information. You couldn't wait any longer, right? You can only lose 2 games. So now Flash on the offense here, getting one on the board. We'll see if we can get another here. Solstice keeping the offense on his side here, getting the grab as well. The corner pressure is so deadly coming out from Ramazal.
Yeah, you can see, actually Solstice had been blocking after the sword toss, waiting for Flash to do something. It looked like he tried to wait again, but wasn't crouching or something and just got hit by the stun dipper. But here comes Flash now, but it's gonna get counter hit. And again, you see Solstice throwing the sword in the middle of the screen.
Reversal throw, is this going to be enough, especially with the wall break? Yes, it will. Solstice taking that round. This is huge. Flash on the back foot here, has to win 2 rounds in a row just to survive in this set.
Well, this is a good start, gets the counter. It actually didn't get much off of it, just went for the fireball. Might have missed his option select into the Fuja arch flip.
Oh, up and over here.
Oh,
and
nice.
Great counter hit.
Be able to keep that to continue. Yeah, look at that damage. Speaking of damage, this time it's Flash dishing it out. And he's trying to take this to a final game, final round. There's no reason to use the burst here for Solstice. So there it is. Here we go. Final game, final round again.
Game for it.
Oh, you're right. Flash is still down.
Maybe though.
Maybe.
I believe in Flash.
Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself here. I'm so used to it here at this point.
Yeah, especially at this tournament, right?
Yeah.
We've had so many situations with Flash looking pretty good. Bursts available on both ends. When will it be used? Solstice not going to opt for the wall break, but another run-up throw here.
Yeah, tried to go for a shimmy right there, but still gets the throw. Not letting Solstice out of the corner. Look at this.
This is clean. All right, Flash, I see you.
Dude, Flash is dancing all over the place. Okay. Tied. 2-2.
Dang, that movement on the right side, though, that was looking clean.
That was nice. And this is where you can tell, I talked about Kai being, we were talking about the fundamentals of this character.
Team Fundies, baby.
Yep, and that was a lot of it right there. Just playing with excellent movement right there. But Solstice coming out of the gate here in this actually final game now is gonna set himself up to match point with a perfect.
Dang, Solstice team perfect out here though.
That's what Ram's gonna do to you, and you can't let that get to you. I like the instant block on the sword, but was hit anyway. But now here comes Flash trying to push. Gets the counter hit, trade, that's good for Flash, goes for the throw. Now is he gonna go for the mix-up? No, he went for the throw again. Tried to go for the air throw with the BRC to get him out of there.
Wow, an RC trade that was so good coming out from Solstice. Almost got snatched up, and now Flash in the corner here. Flash has to find a way to squeeze this round, but Solstice doing quite a bit of damage here.
Just needs one more clean. Oh, that's gonna do it. The Daru is gonna connect, and Solstice gets a win on the board, and that is huge for Solstice right there, having 2 games of full 5 games, 2 sets, I should say, of the full 5 games, and coming away 0-2 from those. Here, finally, in the 5th game, Solstice coming out on top and getting the score, his score up 1-2.
Wow, so many Game 5 situations out here, and Solstice finally gonna get a W out of one of them here versus Flash. And now such a big deal, right? And I mean, when you're 0-2, you have to fight like it's for your life, or you're gonna get eliminated out of this group, right? So right now, 1-2 for Solstice, and like we said earlier, it could be a tie, it could be Solstice against Apologyman here. We'll have to see how that one kind of shakes up, but man, it was a great set. I mean, Flash going down 0-2 still brought it back to game 5, but Solstice not even giving him a single round at the end there. We'll see what our analysts will have to say about that set.
Yeah, and now there's going to, wait, is there something going on over here? Some drama going on in the room over here. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Maybe our MC will give us the word. But I mean, this is putting pressure now on Apologyman because he's 0-2 right now, so he definitely needs to get a win on the board to stay in it with Solstice, to stay close. But let's go ahead and head over to Yeso and Jake. Maybe they know what's going on in the practice room.
I can't imagine there's too much crazy stuff there, you know. Flash and Solstice, they hit the fist bump after. I can say from experience, you know, having been around all season long for Series E, it was a very common occurrence for a set to end like on stream, and you go into the tournament Discord, and the two players that just played are talking, right? They're going back and forth. What happened here? Asking for advice, thoughts on the matchup, going back and forth, kind of giving each other advice and insight. So I'd imagine nothing crazy there, just Flash and Solstice talking through it, but that is an incredibly huge victory there for Solstice and a sigh of relief. Now, granted, the way things have shaken out, it's still going to come down to the Solstice Apologyman head-to-head with how tiebreakers work. So that doesn't necessarily protect Solstice grabbing that win, but building that kind of momentum. We talked about how close the first two sets were for Solstice, and now with Solstice finally having a win under his belt, we'll be feeling much better going into that last set of the group.
Yeah, and where it gets exciting and it gets a little spicy here is we do have a couple more matches coming up, but if Apologyman happens to lose to Hotashi, Flash loses their next game, and then Apologyman beats Solstice, we have a three-way 1-1 tie where the head-to-heads are going to be Flash over it's going to be, I'm trying to remember right now, it's going to be Flash over Apologyman, Apologyman over Solstice, and Solstice over Flash, which means we would have a tiebreaker right there, which would go down to whoever's on the first, the totem pole, the top of the totem pole there would have the best game differential. So the perfect storm can still happen. Nobody's out of the woods just yet. Just because Solstice was able to get that one game doesn't mean it gets that much easier. If you beat Apologyman, boom, you have secured your own fate. So everyone's fate is still in their own hands. I think the one that we have to worry about the most is going to be Apologyman, because if he loses to Hotashi, his fate is going to be less in his hands. He can at least force a tiebreaker at that point. But if Flash gets a game and he's able to beat Solstice, then he can control his fate as well. So Apologyman right now is trying to count on himself overcoming Hotashi, but then also counting on Flash to win their next game.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and there's going to be a lot of different dynamics that we're going to have to track as we continue through the group, but still, regardless, big win there for Solstice. And we're going to continue the action in Group A, so let's go out to Ringe and get ready for our next set.
Indeed. Thank you once again so much to Yeso and Jake Ryan holding it down as always. And before we get to another Group A match, I got a participant with me from Group B, Stealthy, the youngest player we have here, my man, 16 years old. How you feel about playing at this level at such a young age?
Okay, honestly, I think it's just kind of surreal how young I am compared to like all the rest of these competitors. I mean, I feel like the FGC nowadays is like, you know, revolving, or not revolving around, but like there's more younger players going on, which is actually really cool. But I don't know, it's just really surreal to me how I don't know.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, you're pretty much surrounded by, not surrounded entirely, but you're playing with people that have played for almost as long as you've been alive, right? So it's wild to have kind of competitors surrounding you like that. But I was wondering if you have, or if you've thought about it at all, what kind of different perspective or advantages that you think that might give you, having not so much baggage like the rest of the players?
Okay, well, I mean, I feel like it's mostly just like some sort of perspective for me. I'm here to have fun. Like that, if I wasn't here to have fun, I'd probably play like Ramlethal or something. Bro, she's so boring. That's why I play Axel. Axel's such a fun character to play. Like I feel like with having this perspective, not having a lot of baggage on me, it allows me to play in a way where, you know, people are focused on the win. I just want to have fun.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. That's what I like to hear. All right, Stealthy, well, I'm looking forward to your match, man. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview. We're going to get back to the Group A stuff, and of course, bringing y'all that action is going to be James, Chen, and Charles. Take it away, y'all.
I could be that guy's dad. Like legit.
Yeah.
I could be that guy's dad, man. Oh, man. Just getting younger and younger every day.
Every day.
But that's awesome to see, though. Stealthy, you know, is using the Axel, a really cool character. But again, he will be playing in Group B, and we're still in Group A right now. And there's a lot on the line in these next coming up matches.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Apologyman versus Hotashi here, and Apologyman really in need of this W, right? If you want to kind of like, because if Apologyman loses here, you're more so banking on the three-way tie, right? Right. So I mean, we'll see if Apologyman can pull through here. I believe he does use the Faust versus the Nago if you're able to keep the Nago out. Obviously, Nago does have that mobility, but like we said, it is tied to that blood gauge, right? So as long as you can survive that initial onslaught of Beyblades and all the other things, Beyblades and teleports, then at that point you can try to play this mid-range game. But I mean, Hotashi is also going to have access to that as well versus Faust, right? When you have the 2 meter, you could start throwing out these the 5Hs and stuff like that, and really contest Faust in that area as well.
And you know, even if Apologyman loses this, he still has to play Solstice at one point. So let's say Solstice loses his next game, and he's 1-3. And if Apologyman loses this, he's, I'm sorry, Solstice would be 1-2, right? He is 1-2 right now.
He is currently 1-2.
So if Apologyman loses this and he's 0-3, he can fight against Solstice, and if he can beat Solstice, they'll both be at 1-3. I'm not sure how the tiebreaker is going to work, if they're going to play matches or maybe take the head-to-head. But if that's the case, then if Apologyman can beat Solstice, then he would technically win the tiebreaker. So
Right. At least the head-to-head. And I mean, I think usually it's head-to-head first, then into game count, right? And I mean, we talked about Solstice taking a lot of players to game 5, and that's where Solstice will reap the reward of getting so many game counts, right? As to where Apologyman is on the other side of that coin, not having too many game Ws even in his losses, right? So these next 2 matches are going to be huge here for Apologyman.
Yeah, so this is it right here. Apologyman going up against Hotashi, and again, Hotashi easily one of the hardest people here in this set to defeat. He is 3-0 right now, the only player who is undefeated so far in this pool. Apologyman is just sitting there smiling and like shaking. He looks like he's like, man, why do I gotta fight this Hotashi here? Or maybe he's trying to get a ruling. He's like, Nagoriyuki's banned, right?
Yeah.
Nago's banned,
no Beyblades allowed, right? That's what I heard at this tournament.
Oh man. But yeah, I mean, most likely going to stick with the Faust. That's what he has been going with. He does have the pocket Giovanna, but you know.
Right. Usually we see that for the Ramlethal matchup. So to my knowledge, that's the main character that, or like the main character that we see Apologyman bring out the Giovanna for. But who knows? I mean, maybe we'll see some other characters that he'll bring it out for here. Assuming we'll see it versus the against Solstice, but. I like I said, I'm assuming we see the Faust here against Hotashi.
And what's cool about this, obviously, you know, we're running here. This is season 1 and everything like that. I mean, the new story mode for the game just dropped.
Yeah, dropped, like literally.
Next month, I believe, is when we're getting the patch. Like
the season 2 patch.
Yeah, like supposedly they said that they were gonna wait until a year to evaluate everything, and then have a pretty significant patch. So we'll see what happens with these characters. Maybe they even add more game systems or something. You know, they could definitely really shake things up. Like talking to a lot of the players here, you know, one of the most consistent, you know, wishes from the players is stronger faultless defense, you know, the green blocking, because that thing drains so fast when you do block stuff. And, you know, it's such a valuable tool that isn't as easily used in this game as it has been in previous Guilty Gears. And so I think defense is where a lot of players want to see some system changes, some improvements to defense. But you know what? You can't sit here hoping for patches. You got to play right now, today, with what you got. So let's see how well Apologyman can handle this matchup.
Yeah, we'll see how much item throws he can get. We'll see how he can control the mid-range here. See if he can keep the spinning Nago out, because Hotashi obviously very aggressive with his blood gauge in terms of top-level Nagos. I mean, just probably one of the most aggressive ones with the blood gauge, right? So there's a lot of different styles you can play with, a lot of different meta characters, but for sure Hotashi just madly aggressive with the blood gauge. We'll see him pop the blood on purpose almost, right? Just to get the offense going. And it is a sacrifice. And you know, a thing in fighting games, health is a resource, right? Health is always a huge resource you're working around. And sometimes it's worth it to lose a bit of health, even from your own moves or your own moveset, to keep the offense going just to close out that round.
A lot of times people, you know, probably have the mistaken idea that if you play a perfect round, you take no damage, you just get perfects.
Right.
That's not the case. A lot of the times perfect rounds can be intentionally blocking special moves to bait the opponent into getting used to or comfortable doing stuff and such. So, you know, life is absolutely a resource, especially if you're a grappler. That's the grappler life, right?
Right,
you know,
right. That's your main resource.
Yeah, exactly. And Potemkin in this game, even though Nago has more health, why? Anyways, not a Potemkin player here. I swear. I totally am. But yeah, so again, and keep in mind too, you know, that obviously Apologyman gets a lot of practice too. His roommate is Jonathan Tene.
Right.
You know, every time Jonathan Tene plays online, his name is not Apologyman, because I think they might be using the same machine or something like that. So he changes his name there. But Apologyman is going to go with the Faust. Does have range, but the crazy thing is Faust in all the old games had some of the best range. And in this game, that is just not the case. And Nago will actually outrange Faust by quite a bit. So, you know, it's kind of one of those, like, if you're a Faust player, you're like, man, why does my stand slash not have that same range that it used to?
Okay. They have saved Apologyman, but that 2H call out into the 5K will be enough here. Not enough health, and I mean Faust is going to be one of the characters with definitely not a Nago level health. Right.
And it saved him only for so long. Oh, here we go. Burst, yeah, good timing on that burst to prevent the follow-up and to prevent being punished, but that jump dust is going to get the big damage here.
Okay, here, big counter hit here, the bomb explosion.
Oh no, mistimed that bat swing. Just didn't get much off of that at all. Trying to go for the command throw. Gonna RC into another one though.
This is huge, yeah, you just go right into the dust there. And I mean, just gonna set the hair on fire. Almost a why not option, right? And it puts the hair on fire and then eventually it'll blow up as a hitbox as well. So great setup here. I mean, probably one of Faust's best situations on offense, right? When you set up the afro.
Right. Down, okay, finally back above 2 bars. So Hotashi stand 5H is going to be terrifying again. He threw in a command dash in there just to make sure he's at that, he maintains that level. And again, remember when you get the afro on your head, it's a frustrating situation, but Faust getting it. Oh no,
man. That first slash hit, but the second one did connect there, and that was so unfortunate. Going for the burst so high in the air there. Ending it with the afro. All right.
Yeah. And, you know, that's one of the cool things about the afro is that if you put it on the opponent, it's such an advantage. If you get it on yourself, Faust now has the ability to throw the bag head in the air and actually take advantage of it as well. So it's mostly a net positive for him, but Hotashi just doesn't care, and that's going to be the end of this round in 10 seconds.
That was a quick round, James. 10-second perfect, just line it on up, and that was with the burst as well coming out from Apologyman, and I don't know if we're going to see another run back here. The delayed slashes are coming through huge here. Look at the damage. Not quite 10 seconds, but that is going to be another perfect back-to-back.
The stages are like on the other side of the building from our commentary desk. I can hear Ridge just like going, oh my God. So, you know, I mean, man, Hotashi is, I mean, the first 2 games, very close against Flash, against Solstice, and then just 2 3-0s potentially back-to-back with some massive domination, that 5H again. He got the trumpets as well.
I mean, right there, that was really good from Apologyman here, and that is going to be the full charge Dusk there, and there is no burst on Hotashi. That should be it.
Not quite.
Oh, so close. Wait. Oh, the super. Oh, no, wait. Does that hit? Absolutely, it does. Oh, no. Up and over.
Not like this. Not like this.
Such a good round coming out from Apologyman. The yellow RC, is it enough?
Oh, what?
So close, but the Beyblade is able to close the gap and seal the deal here for Hotashi. That was so close, but it was barely enough damage from that charge dust combo.
Dude, that Beyblade, it slices and dices and juliens your fries and does everything. Oh.
Okay, wait, here's the meteor.
Opportunity for, gonna go for the command throw here. And now instant overhead's a problem, goes low, and Hotashi blocks low, but finally gets the hit. The explosion's gonna pop up, give Apologyman a chance here. No, he did not. Okay, he gets the tap dust and the confirm. He should.
Oh my, okay, we got it. There's the wall break, there it is, and Apologyman gonna take a round.
Yeah.
Man, every round that Apologyman has to get so many things to really line up, right? Usually, like for offense, you want the Afro setup as well.
Yeah, fortunately, when you get the wall splat off of a hit against the ground, they fall down. So that was why Apologyman went for the command grab just in case, and then was able to still get the wall splat. But he is already down 2/3 of his life, now maybe 4/5 of it.
Oh man, that is going to be it with the wall break. And just like that, Hotashi with the 3-0 over Apologyman, able to get in and just melt the life bar that is Faust.
Oh man, Hotashi just. Oh, that's a rough one right there. It's a rough match, but unfortunately, Apologyman now 0-3 and is really setting. You know, the story is being told here. You know, we are in a situation right now where Solstice is at 1-2, feeling comfortable here, but again. Solstice and Flash still have to play each other, so it may come down to that final match.
Right, Apologyman versus Solstice really going to come down to that. I think at this point, Apologyman's only hope of getting out is that three-way tie, right?
Yeah.
It's that three-way tie situation. Going to have to take it over Solstice to even make that possible, and then some other results also have to happen on the side. So we'll see what the analysts have to say about that set and kind of how we're undergoing and finishing off with this Group A.
So the perfect storm is definitely approaching as Hotashi excellently dismantled Apologyman. I don't have much to say about that set. There was 14 letters that popped up on the screen for one of those games. I really feel for the Apologyman, and all I can say is I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, you want to talk about a perfect storm. Let's talk about Game 2 in that set with the double perfect from Hotashi. I mean, Jake's out there going, no, don't do it to him, Hotashi. You can't. And
he sure did.
He sure did. That was a hell of a set. And Hotashi, you know, I would love to pull up actually the group here for Group A, because this means that Hotashi finishes 4-0, undefeated in the group, dropping 2 games to Solstice and Flash, but back-to-back 3-0s here in Block 2 against Razzo and Apologyman. That is a hell of a finish for that man.
Yeah, what a wonderful finish for Hotashi. Wouldn't have done it in any other fashion. I believe he was just having a great time the entire set. Like, if you were watching the player cam as much as we were all laughing and having a great time, and then you look at the other side, and sadly, you know, only one of them could have been a winner in that set, and very clearly it was Hotashi. But Apologyman still has an opportunity to stay alive in this. A 3-way tie is going to be dictated by how Flash performs in their match, which is going to be against Razzo. And Razzo, if they're able to win, will secure the 2nd seed. But if Flash is able to go over on Razzo, then it's going to be a win head-to-head for Flash, and Flash will get that 2nd seed at 2-2. So it's going to be exciting to see exactly how that breaks down. Are we going to be getting a 3-way tie? Is Solstice going to be able to carve out their own destiny and defeat Apologyman, or is Apologyman going to force us into a potential 3-way tie or get the head-to-head versus Solstice to win? There's so many different factors here, and everybody's destiny is still in their hands.
Yeah, there is going to be a lot of storylines again still to track with only 2 games remaining in this group, but it's going to be very tight. Of course, next up we will have Flash and Razzo duking it out. Of course, Razzo secured, will get out of the group, no problem. Question is just that seeding, right? And after dropping that 0-3 set against Hotashi, that's going to certainly sting. We're going to have to see if Razzo can bounce back, have a good response here against Flash, because this is a very important set. Even with Razzo being secure and getting to play tomorrow, there is a lot to still play for in this last set of the group stage.
Yeah, the last set is going to be massive right here, and I feel like, you know, the perfect storm may continue here. Razzo could set us up for even more Guilty Gear today. You know, day one of the Series E 5K face-off. And, you know, we're only in Group A still. We're only in Group A. We have almost gone to Game 5 almost every single time. We had a couple 3-0 blow-ups thanks to Hotashi. And thanks to Ringe, we're going to get some more insight from the players of Group B and insight on the next match.
Most definitely we are. I am here with my favorite player in Group B. Yes, you already know my Zato brethren. Jonathan Tene, how you feeling today, my man?
I'm feeling pretty good. I've been warming up a little bit and probably going to be fine by the time I have to play, yeah.
So you are the Season 1 Series E champion overall. The online circuit is over. You are the reigning defending man coming into this. So do you feel any additional pressure? Do you kind of consider it just an entirely separate event because it's offline versus offline? Tell me about how you feel.
I think that it is like definitely really different playing everybody offline, but like I'm just excited to play everybody here because I don't know, it's a good experience.
Yeah, most definitely. So I'm looking forward to it. Do you have anybody specifically that you're looking forward to fighting the most?
I enjoy playing against Flash and Kizzie a lot, so probably those two.
Ooh, the Kai versus Zato, a classic in Guilty Gear, and I can't wait for Group B to start. Thank you once again, Jonathan, for joining me, my man. We are going to the match, and take it away, James, Chen, and Charles.
All right. So we got Razzo versus Flash. We'll see if the stars align here for the three-way tie. Of course, Razzo in the safe for now, right, to get into that day 2, but Flash still fighting for that spot here and going to be going up against the Leo, and we'll see if Flash can, we'd see some more hype Dragon installs. The Dragon installs even like right next to his picture, so we got to see it, right?
I mean, the interesting thing is, let's say Flash wins this, right? If he wins this, then he's 2-2, and Razzo's 2-2.
Right.
And then if Solstice beats Apologyman, he's 2-2. So we can get a three-way tie either direction.
Either direction, yeah, you're
direction here. So, you know.
Oh, well, but at that point it doesn't matter because Apologyman's out, because it's the bottom man's
out. Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough.
But we could have multiple.
It'll affect the seeding.
Yes, it'll definitely affect the seeding, yeah.
All right, well, Flash with the backdash punishes that throw, but trapped in the corner still because Razzo able to spend the burst. But that's kind of a win when you get the opponent to use up the burst like that.
Yeah, right now Flash looking pretty in terms of resources here. Razzo, since pressing forward, does have the meter here. The red RC for the damage. We're going to set up another corner situation or the wall break. Yeah, we're going to see the wall break here. Tons of damage here. Half health and that positive meter, but Flash has the 50 tension right here, right now.
All right, and Flash gets that throw, sets himself up with the heavy fireball meaty.
Ooh, okay. Red RC to keep the pressure and drag Razzo all the way to the corner, but Razzo like having a lot of meter. Here's the red RC, the side switch, yes.
But Flash still has the burst, so able to get that in a nice burst safe situation. Gonna RC off of this and get the kill. So Flash taking round number 1, nice.
With the burst, with the red RC, really clutch stuff coming out from Flash. And again, just a battle of resources here, back and forth round 1, and there's the Flash kick.
Yep, resource management, one of my favorite parts of fighting games, you know, figuring out how you want to spend that meter. Now, obviously, here in Guilty Gear, you don't keep your super meter across rounds, so a lot of times it's like, spend it!
Yep.
But still, just when and how you spend it is so crucial, especially with how creative you can get with these Roman cancels.
Razzo out with the new mixtape. Oh my goodness. How many mixes was in that sequence? Just kept on getting the hits, finally cashing out with the super here.
That's the Leo, classic Leo situation for you. Just, oh no, Flash kicking from far away, but they've been connecting. So I don't blame Razzo, and he knew he had the burst back there to keep him alive. And look at this, he even baits the uppercut out of Flash now.
You can't hit them all. You can't hit every DP, all right?
Oh no, accidentally puts himself in the corner. So yeah, just gonna use this Vite to get to the other side. Good block on the overhead from Flash. Again, a lot of anti-Leo
Side
practice
switch.
from Excedrin days.
Yes, yes.
And here we go. Gonna get the wall splat, the wall break. Gonna have the meter positive bonus, but Razzo's the one that has the bar afterwards for the BRC. Gonna get the hit, not gonna be quite enough to kill. Backdash, BRC to get out of there.
That was so good with that RC, right? And now the offense being ran here by Flash. Oh, and the fireball is enough to close it out. And how many times have we seen Razzo in that situation? Just that last hit, you just need that little bit of health, right? And just a little bit of stuttering here and there, and then boom, right into the fireball.
Yep, very nicely done. Backdashes away from the 6P. Tries to go for the throw, but Razzo baits that out, punishes it, forces the burst out of Flash. And now here's the burst out of Razzo, so Flash can't just thunderclap into the corner and gain himself some shock state.
Oh man, and how things are looking, it looks like, I mean, Razzo's so far in the lead for this set here. Flash going to have to kick things up if he doesn't want to go down to the bottom three-way tie, right? The midway three-way tie is not too bad.
Oh man, got the uppercut through the fireball earlier. Yep, okay, a little bit late of a jump from Razzo, so Razzo had to block the heavy fireball, keeping that shock state on him, but now it's gonna run out now. There we go, reapply shock state. Tries to go for the throw, PRC to keep him safe, and then...
Oh, doesn't convert off of it though.
Did he want the 2H? I guess he probably did, but he would have had to dash up just a little bit further for that to combo.
Razzo has the meter as well. When are we going to see the opening used here? Flash finding himself in the corner here. Oh, but the reversal throw. This is huge here. The dragon install.
Oh, here we go. Watch out for Flash kick.
Oh, the BRC instead.
Wow. RC, but gets the burst out of Flash. Flash gets the throw. Gonna set up the fireball. That's safe. Wow. Flash definitely knows that situation. That was set play right there to throw the fireball and have it come out fast enough to be safe from the Flash kick.
Yeah, now, was that part of the dragon install?
I'm not sure.
I actually wonder if the dragon install makes it, like, safer, right?
Right, it makes it so that it recovers faster. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay,
Flash
so
now taking the lead here with 1 round to 0.
Yeah, and I mean, these games have been going down to the wire, even in terms of time. I mean, so much safe plays coming from both players, right? The return is just so crazy.
Okay, here we go with the meaty. Yep, uses that to switch sides with his bite. The wake up super this time. Gonna catch the back turn K. Always have to be careful because, calls on the backdash with the sweep.
Oh man, and another side switch. Oh, and the backdash on the grab, the red RC. This should be enough to seal this round out here. See if we get game number 2 coming up. No burst on either side, but looks like Flashes is coming up great quick here.
Yeah,
just like that.
Already has it. But Razzo not that far behind. Definitely going to get a burst in this round unless Flash just absolutely murders him right now, which it looks like he's about to do.
Oh man, and this is a lot. Already having the 50 tension online here for Flash, not using it.
Okay, there we go. Burst available for Razzo now. We could tell Razzo was playing a little bit carefully to wait till that moment, but here comes Flash. Gets the hit, that's burst safe. Man. You cannot burst that one, so Flash knew that was a checkmate situation. Razzo was like, you know what, I've just got to try it, got to throw out the burst, because if I don't, I die. If I do, I die. Might as well go for it and see if I get lucky. Didn't happen, and now Flash ties it up 1-1.
All right, Flash fighting back here, not going down 0-2. Yep, just going to go ahead and DP through that. Now Razzo starting up the offense, the burst being used here. Good air-to-air, but wow, it looks like Flash is the one that gets positioning right now. Oh, the BRC, but the RC trade, nice. Oh, doesn't get the punish though.
Too slow, that's gotta hurt for Flash. Flash is finally, I don't know, I forgot to check his camera to see if he was shaking his head afterwards. Maybe he was expecting a heavy Flash kick, yeah, and he's just gonna go up and punish the run forward, and Razzo's gonna end up with that round that could have went to Flash had he just punished that DP properly.
Oh yeah, and I mean that like quote-unquote round start after the wall break, right? Even if you don't do it with the super, if you have the BRC, that's almost another layer, right? Kind of establishing that you can punish so many different options here.
Razzo's gonna take the wall break with the OTG super, and here we go, goes for the pressure. Flash needs to get something started. This is a good start here. Runs up for the throw, and that's gonna chase the backdash down, and I feel like Razzo was trying to bait out that burst. It just didn't quite work. but he's going to be able to take it regardless.
Wow,
now,
a very quick game number 3 here coming out from Razzo. All Razzo, all the time on the offense. We saw a handful of openings coming out from Flash, but they were not too long-winded, right?
Right. And now Razzo is at the point where he may push Flash into that potential 3-way tie at the bottom of 1 to 3. And that is someplace that Flash definitely does not want to go.
Yeah, and even if you're Flash, even picking up this win here could matter a lot, right? When it comes to down to those tiebreakers. So we'll see. I mean, even if you can't necessarily close the set out, you are playing for every single game, every single round you can get.
Like, try to check him with that crouching jab, get the plus frames on that, apply the shock state, and Flash with a huge lead here in this round so far. But Leo is the kind of character that can delete your health bar right away. So not a foregone conclusion. I love going back turn so he doesn't need to spend any meters to dodge the fireballs or to block the fireballs. I like the deflecting, but then he tried to go in. Flash called it out with the neutral jump.
Right, really good stuff there from Flash. With such a lead, that's the kind of comfort spot Flash wants to be in, right? The surgical finish, if you will.
Oh, runs up and throws after the blocked 2K and 2D, I should say.
Gets the tap dust, but no meter to convert off of it. But huge opening here coming out from Razzo. Gets the side switch, but it's center screen here. Pushing Flash all the way to the right here. Flash trying to establish some space. The PRC to keep it going here. Corner carry all the way to the left side. Get the setup.
Oh, gets the throw. And look at this. Flash on the verge of setting this up. Blocks the YRC in the air. Gets the punish on the way down. And Flash ties it up 2-2. Trying to set up a potential, well, I mean, if he wins this one, there will be at least a 2-way tie for sure in the 3rd seeded spot.
Yeah, no matter what happens here, there's a tiebreaker. Yeah. or it comes down to last match, right?
Exactly.
All right, so man. Flash, I mean, getting the read on the defense there coming out from Razzo. We don't even see Razzo go for the yellow RC too often. Well, especially in these first, couple games here. It was just Razzo running the offense, right? So Razzo really not being put in that position, but getting the read on that YRC was so huge coming out from Flash, sealing it out. Now we have a Game 5 situation here, Razzo versus Flash.
Oh God, Flash starting out with jump, air dash back into slash. Into heavy slash to get that counter hit.
Okay, there's a flash kick. Wow, just raw coming through here. Gets the side switch, goes to the right, then to the left. Razzo.
I just always have to hand it to the Leos that go for the 2D block and then just wait, flash kick, and then turn it into their frame trap like that.
Yep. And in the RC trade coming out, both resources and the burst offline already. This Game 5 starting with all resources on the table. Oh, nice grab on the cross up there.
A nose fight for Razzo. Back dash to avoid the throw. Gets the damage here. Look at this, cashing out as much as he can, and the DP is gonna be enough to do it, to put Flash at match point.
If Flash wins this, he's guaranteed to get out tomorrow. That's such a big deal. Flash fighting for quite a bit here.
Yeah, like I said, if Flash beats Razzo, they will both be 2-2.
Yeah.
And just under Hotashi, who's the only person above them right now.
Oh, gold burst coming out from Razzo. This is huge. The red RC. You have a lot of meter, but no burst to break out. Flash got you in the corner, but Razzo fighting their way out. Man, and you have so much meter on your offense as well here. You know, Razzo saving it for the super, of course, getting the opening by the wall. Wall break, not enough, but you also have meter to start this off and the Oki.
Right, and the positive meter bonus, but there's the check from Flash. Delayed cancel on the sweep to make sure it's meaty. Here we go, activates the Dragon install mode. What can he do with this? The jump back heavy punch from Razzo, and guess what? Another final game, final round.
Man, and we've had so many of this coming into Group A, really come out and showing us all these different matchups and playing it right to the very end here. Okay, just going back and forth here. Razzo should get the burst if this game goes long enough, with Flash already having the burst immediately available.
Yeah, and man, here we go. Gets 2K2D, sweep combo, sets up the meaty fireball, and now back. There's that stun dipper I was talking about the start of the day, that 5-frame low. Always got to watch low, didn't have the meter. Oh, he catches the backdash. So this is the backdash. Flash just needs one good combo and he shouldn't be able to take this.
There's the opening here. Is it enough? No. Has to cut it short here. Oh, and there is the throw to finish things off. Flash secures his spot tomorrow in the bracket.
So it is 2-2 for Flash, 2-2 for Razzo right now.
Absolutely.
And so if Solstice can beat Apologyman, it'll be 2-2 for Solstice.
Yep.
And we would actually have a 3-way tie in that situation with Apologyman going out. However, if Apologyman can win this, it will be 1-3 for himself and for Solstice. And if the tiebreaker is indeed going to be the head-to-head matchup, that means Apologyman makes it through. So literally, this is it right here.
This is it.
Apologyman wins, he's in, he loses, he's out. It's all riding on this next coming match. But you know, we should find out what Yeso and Jake have to say about this previous match. So let's throw it to them back into the studio.
So now we do not have the possibility of a triple tie at 1-3, but you know, there is a different possibility now, Yaso.
Yeah, we have the possibility of a 3-way tie for second place, and somebody who has helped set the stage for that is sitting between us here in the studio. We got Hotashi jumping in after finishing 4-0 in the group. Before we jump into the last match we saw, I just want to know how you're kind of feeling right now about how you played in groups today, and were you kind of surprised at all the way things played out?
I was actually coming here and I thought I was going to wipe out, but offline is like a different story, right? You know, it's not like you're playing at home on your computer chair. It's like, you know, strong players get debuffed, right? But luckily I was able to resist. Even then, this group, I'm really happy with it because it's been so like dramatic, right? Unexpected results. I want to see what happens with this tiebreaker.
Oh yeah. So in the perfect world, what you're trying to see here, you know, sad to say for Apologyman, but you want all violence. You want Solstice to beat Apologyman, so we get this 3-way tie. That's what you're telling me.
Yes.
Whose fault is that? Who did it? Who made that happen?
Nago.
Nago Ryuki did?
Nago, there you go.
That's a weird way to say Hotashi, but
all right.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, there was 14 letters on the screen that you delivered to somebody, and I don't have any other way to cut it, but Nago sure did.
Thank you, Nago.
So I want to jump back to the match that we just saw. Flash and Razzo going at it. There were a couple moments you had to look away when we were watching the last couple games of that set. What jumped out to you there between Flash and Razzo?
So Flash is like, when you play against Leo, you really have to stick to your guns when it comes to Leo's defense. Round after round, Razzo kept on hedging that Flash would change up his offense, and it just didn't happen. Grab after grab after grab. Against Flash Kick, of all things, against Flash Kick, the only answer that directly counters, right? And even then, when Flash, there was game 5, I think round 2, when Flash actually went for the grab and Razzo up back to clutch, right, and go to final round, the next time that situation happened, Flash immediately counter-adapted. Like, that's veteran gameplay right there. You know, you can't always be right against Leo, but there really is a mind game to it, and Flash put that on display.
Yeah, I really love that mind game you were talking about too, because it shows that ability to like lay that layer, that he consistently went for the throw after throw after throw after throw after throw, and Razzo got into that headspace of course he's gonna throw again. And the one time it's most important, Flash kicks in, makes the right decision, catches Razzo out of water, and then at that point, you are second guessing your own RPS because you thought you were making the right decision, and now it's out the window, so you don't know what he's gonna do next. He's changed his entire tempo.
Especially so late in the set, it's like, you don't want to be like shook up about your like clutch decision making on final round, right? And I kind of think that's what happened.
I want to turn our attention to the final set we got coming up here. Of course, we got Apologyman and Solstice duking out. Whoever wins makes it out of the group, guaranteed. Of course, we have the possibility of the 2-way tie. Before we throw it to the MC, I really fast want to get your both predictions. I'll start with you, Jake. How does this set go?
If Apologyman picks Geo, I think this acts his only fighting shot. against Solstice right now, because Solstice has been putting up much more of a fight against every opponent they've gotten into, and like Apologyman is my heart choice, but Solstice has already shown they were able to get a game on the board, and this is do or die.
I want Apologyman to make it, but Faust, it's just every time I look, it's like, you know, you're jabbing 3 times and getting 10 damage, or you're throwing 3 afros in a row. And Apology, he has what it takes. He has what it takes, but then sometimes it's just like Faust doesn't give back. And Solstice, I'm actually quite impressed with Solstice. I was quite proud watching them and playing with them. I mean, Solstice is favored. My heart says Apologyman. I wonder if we're going to see Geo.
We'll have to find out. Let's head out to Ringe, though. We'll find out this last set, possibly, of Group A.
Indeed, and before we get to that, of course, I have the last player to interview in Group B, my man TempestNYC in the building. How you feeling overall today?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm really excited to play.
That's what I like to hear, my man. And we were discussing a little bit before the interview went live. You know, you're part of Group B here, so you've had a long time to chill out, warm up, kind of witness the tournament environment. But how does that fit you as a player? Do you prefer playing later on in the day, or do you prefer, like, as soon as you get to a tournament, you trying to play a tournament immediately?
Oh, well, I definitely try to play immediately because I generally don't like really waiting around. But if I do have to wait, I just try to make sure I'm warmed up and I, you know, don't slack off or anything like that, and make sure I'm awake.
So specifically in regards to making sure you're staying warm, I saw you playing Daze earlier, right? And you guys are in the same group. Do you generally try to actually seek out those people that you might play in tournament later on, or do you try to avoid them generally?
Depends on who it is. Generally speaking, I'm the type of person who feels like they can, if I can beat them out of bracket, I can, even if they play better in bracket, I should be fine. So I'm not too concerned about it.
All right. So before we get out of here and get into this match, is there a specific person that you're looking forward to playing the most? Maybe someone that you don't get to play often, or someone that you feel pretty good about getting the W against?
Jonathan Tene, because I've never taken a tournament set off of him.
Well, all right. I'll definitely be looking forward to that one then. Tempest, thank you for joining me, my man. We are going to the castles now to present the match. James, Shen, and Charles, take it away.
Dude, I love it when a player says that the one they want to play the most is the one that they haven't won yet.
There you go.
Because
yes.
that just shows you the kind of hunger and the drive that they have to try to reverse that trend. So excited to see that. That, of course, will be in Group B. Just as a reminder, Jonathan, Tene, KizzieKay, Stealthy, Daze, and Tempest. But we are closing out here and finding out Apologyman has his fate in his own hands. Can he win this in advance, or will Solstice take this and advance?
All right, no trumpets here. We got Giovanna on the screen. No trumpets. We just got the Spirit Dog companion, of course. Now, this is a matchup that Apologyman is not a really big fan of in terms of Faust versus Rammerfall, so opting for the Geo. Geo, a character we actually don't see too often in NA. It's a treat that we do have Daze here in the bracket.
Yeah.
I love watching Giovanna play here. I think it's a very underrated character, and a character with honestly a really strong matchup spread.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at the setup. Apologyman's got the setup. Oh,
ooh, okay.
Challenging right there. Has a life lead, cancels into the dog and gets the trade here, but the 6P hit on the ground, unfortunately for Apologyman, so that entire Rekka sequence is going to connect. Ooh, and yeah, just throw it out. That super is plus on block, and so it's going to connect and get the hit, and so far, as we mentioned, no trumpets, but Apologyman doing well with the trump card here in terms of using Giovanna.
Yeah, and the main thing you want to watch out for is that dash. Giovanna having one of the best dashes in the game. Puts on the ice skates and she starts sliding. So, of course, the dash into any one of her moves, mainly like the 5K you see a lot, right? Or the dash grab. But here, Solstice starting things off strong. A ton of damage here. Using windshield wipers, of course.
When the game first dropped, Giovanna had to dash at least a certain distance before she could attack. But then they just patched it that she could dash and attack instantaneously, and it just makes her dash that much scarier. Wow!
Is that going to connect? And it does. Great reactions coming out from Apologyman there, cashing out with the damage. Not too much positioning here, get the side switch, and yeah, that delayed 2K is going to do it.
2K, 2K, 2K. Getting 6K worth of attacks right there, you know?
Got the math on deck.
Of course, these players fighting for the 5K. They're trying to go for the neutral kick right now. All right, yep, got caught, got checked by the low kick. And Apologyman here gets the burst, but then Solstice with the anti-air to keep Apologyman in the corner. Look at this damage.
And Geo is a character that can kind of scale up in terms of defense and offense depending on how much meter here, but not too much meter. A lot of it having to be forced on that FD here. Apologyman trying to find that opening to dash in and really pressure Solstice right now, but Solstice just commanding this mid-range so well, and because of that, going to get the perfect to seal out game number 1.
Wow. That was definitely one of those longer perfects right there, but that just shows the kind of domination. And again, that's the kind of thing Ramlethal can do. She just has so much control over the neutral, and even though Giovanna is probably a better choice than Faust is, I mean, again, that Giovanna's moves do not have quite the range, you know, and so it can be hard to get in the neutral, and you can see that Solstice doing such a good job keeping Apologyman out.
Oh, wow. And just like that, another slash coming through here and another round on the board here for Solstice. Burst online as well. And, you know, not having the range on your move, but obviously you have that mobility, right? Kind of more along the lines of Amelia or something like that, or Chip, where you maybe not the crazy amount of range, but you do have that mobility, right?
Oh, trade. That's plus frames right there. So, you know, you get away with that drill. The opponent still has to hold the defense. Okay, confirm into the swing, the dog swing.
The reversal throw, yeah.
Okay, just doing it, yeah. Plus frames again. But here you go, trapped in the corner. You see Solstice checking, making sure Apologyman can't get out of the corner for free. Gets the frame trap on the Rekkas. Baits the burst out from Apologyman.
This is going to come with the wall break as well, and that is going to be enough. No meter required on that one, and now Solstice going up 2-0 here in the set, and the question comes out, will Apologyman switch to the Faust here? And it looks like no, we're just going to stick it with the Giovanna.
Yeah, that should be an indication to you right there how much he hates Giovanna versus, how much he hates Faust versus Ramlethal. Not doing too well with the Giovanna here, but willing to stick with this character over switching back to the Faust.
Okay, catching the backdash there again, going into this mid-range where at pretty much where both players are playing around that dash, right? When and where will Apologyman go for the dash? And Solstice have been doing such a great job of stuffing out these dash approaches.
All right, gets a hit, nothing really off of it though. Just connects with that heavy punch, and that's it. Goes for the...
No way! Wow, the grab beating out the super there. Such a big break for Apologyman. Now still in this corner. Solstice with the 50 tension, the PRC to keep the offense going here. There's a sword explosion, and you just have to hold all of this pressure, and you got to hold the round 2. The OTG will be enough.
If you're Apologyman, I don't know. It's just like you're getting air thrown out of your super, and you're just... What? I don't know. It's like at this point in time, it's like the game doesn't want you to win. You know, it's just, you just feel like I've been throwing out 3 afros. I've been throwing out, you know, all these trumpets and everything like that, and now my super gets air thrown. Oh man, tough situation for Apologyman. He's gotta do it here. He is with his back as far back against the wall as possible, but this is not a good look. Saving the wall splat is Solstice.
Okay, good. Dashes in. Gets the grab here. Both swords available. The PRC into the grab here. Apologyman opening up with some offense here. Gets the 2S opening. The tap dust, but no meter to convert it. Tried to chip and just poke out the rest of Solstice's health bar here.
Yeah, he just needs one good hit, but the RC is going to connect, and that's going to be enough. Doesn't even need the wall splat. Apologyman goes down 0-3 once again, and Solstice comes away 2-2 after a lot of people talking about how Solstice was probably one of the ones in danger of not making it out of this pool. But Solstice with a 50% win rate here. Nicely done, and way to step up to the plate and really do a great job here.
Yeah, making it to day 2, making it to the money, of course, into that top 8 bracket, that double elimination bracket. It's going to be such a big deal, and getting even more tournament experience for Solstice in this offline environment is going to be such a big deal. And the Giovanna not quite working out, but still getting that experience with the Giovanna is a big deal here for Apologyman, right? Whether we see Apologyman use the Giovanna for more matchups, or maybe just try to figure out whether or not he's going to stick with the Faust or not. I mean, such a big deal.
Wait for the patch and see what happens.
Well, I mean, at this point, I think you are going to try to wait for the patch. Maybe we'll see less trumpets or something like that. I mean, obviously, balancing is a very fickle thing. There's a lot of things that go into it. But we'll toss it over to our analyst to break down that set.
Able to take it away. We bet it all on red Giovanna, and now the screen's gone black. Sadly, a 0-4 performance from Apologyman, not able to make it on the next day. But Solstice showing a great performance, really recovering well in the block 2 of Group A and rounding out our top 4 for tomorrow. So Group A is finished, and your finishers are going to be Hotashi, Razzo, Flash, and Solstice.
Yeah, I would love to bring up the group graphic here so we can kind of look at the big picture of what we've seen here over the first few hours of the event. So there are your results, top to bottom. Of course, we do end up with that 3-way tie for second place, and when we go to break, we will confer with the TOs on how everything is going to shake out on that front. So we don't have any answers yet, but as soon as we do, as soon as we find out, you will know. But Hotashi coming out in first place, and of course Apologyman, sadly a rough day today. And I mean, hey, we talked about it at the top of the day. This is a very difficult group, right? This event is stacked, this group is stacked, and you are going to be hard pressed to get out against this level of talent.
Yeah, Apologyman did put up their best effort, only able to get 1 out of the 12 rounds, but still, able to come back stronger. Faust does take a lot of work, as Hotashi said. You don't get a lot of damage off the punishes or challenges that you're going for. So I feel like as Apologyman gets more used to the Geo and more comfortable on that character, we're gonna get to see him more, because Apologyman is a resounding player. He is such a strong competitor in multiple games, from Marvel to Guilty Gear Strive to Dragon Ball FighterZ. So we're going to be seeing more of him, sadly not tomorrow, and we're going to see exactly how the rest of this shakes up for the 2-2-2-2-2-2 conundrum that we are facing. So choo-choo, full steam ahead as these players train to play next day as well. I mean, it's sort of expected. I did say, I thought that it was going to be Solstice or Apologyman falling out, and when you guess on 2 things, you can still win at the table. Sadly, Apologyman not able to make it, and we get to see our top 4.
Nothing beats hedging your bets.
Exactly.
Okay, right?
Cover your
Just
bases.
bet on both sides of the coin.
Can't
you
lose.
Cannot lose. So well played there. Of course, Hotashi coming out on top. So a hell of a first group here. Again, we will get answers on how things are shaking out in Group A in terms of the tiebreaker over the break. But now I'm just excited because now we get to turn towards Group B.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, we'll get to break that down a little bit more when we come back. But when you're looking at the names like Jonathan Tene, KizzieKay, Daze, Tempest, Stealthy, we still got a lot of fun Guilty Gear ahead of us, and some characters we haven't seen, right? We're going to get the Axel. We're going to see the Zato. We're going to get the Geo that we've been hoping for all day. It's going to be fun going
Yeah, there's also a May on deck as well. Tempest has the May and the Leo, so the whole Animal Kingdom. We got SeaWorld and the King, the Lion King himself that can come out. Kizzie does have a slew of characters as well. They have the Biken in their back pocket. They of course have Kai. KizzieKay, KizzieKay, names interchangeable. Kizzie, if you're one of those Kizzingtons in the chat, make sure you hit those emotes right now. All right, everybody got to show up for Kizzie. Lots of Kizzie fans in the world. Kizzie also had a Zato that he pulled out at Texas Showdown. So a lot of character variety in this second block. There should be no repeats, but it's going to be exciting. Who's going to be able to repeat their success from the online era? Are we going to see the Season 1 winner of Series E, Jonathan Tene, come out on top of the pool? Or is it going to be someone else rising to the top? Is the young gun, youngest competitor, 16-year-old Stealthy, going to defy all odds? Because I know that we both had a discussion that we think maybe he's the one that's not going to make it out of the pool. There are so many questions to be asked, and it's all going to be shown in the future.
I'm looking forward to it. We're being told to throw to the casters, so we may have something fun on deck here.
Tiebreakers.
We're here at tiebreakers. Let's go. Let's go over to James and Charles.
All right, so we are going to have one tiebreaker match. It's going to be Flash versus Solstice. I believe they are playing for seeds 3 and 4 within their respective pools here. I would assume Razzo has that second seed on lock here, and of course Hotashi going undefeated. So first seed coming up for this Group A. But let's get into it. We got the run back. The run back. Group A is not finished whatsoever. Solstice versus Flash here.
All right, here we go. So again, we're going to find out who's going to be seeded 3 and 4 here in group number A. That's what they're fighting for here.
And I believe Flash was able to take it over Solstice earlier.
Yeah.
In the group play there. I believe that was Solstice.
No, I think Solstice won that one because
he
lost to Hotashi and Razzo and ended up 2 and 2. So I think he did defeat Flash earlier. So let's see if Flash can make any of these adjustments that he needs to make here. But Solstice starting out pretty good over here right now.
Okay, Flash, not too much health to work with, but we got the Dragon install here. We'll see how the gap gets closed. The air dash to set up the grab on the landing here. The Dragon install offense, but the reversal throw, the red RC, this should be enough. Lining up the super here. That's going to be more than enough. Of course, you also had the wall break to back it up.
Yeah, and you saw the backdash just to get out of burst range. And at that point in time, there was nothing Flash could do. So Flash just had to take that. So Flash, again, has managed to activate Dragon install in that. The startup has that explosion, which gives him some decent damage off of that, but he just hasn't really been able to make it work quite enough yet.
Okay, trying to get out of the corner, just scoots on forward, avoids the explosion there, but another run-up throw here coming out from Solstice, the PRC, and just going to keep the offense running here with the sword explosion, but the backdash on the grab.
Yep, avoids the throw, but he still already lost a big chunk of life here. Didn't get the anti-air on the jump back from Solstice, and now here comes Flash trying to get the pressure, but Solstice catching him with the run-up 2K2D. And you see the dash blocking from Solstice right now. Trying to hit a button this time and got hit. Gonna RC to keep himself safe from the throw whiff.
Man, that was a pretty big drop there from Flash here. Now Solstice inching away out of the corner here, but ride the lightning. I think you're close enough to the wall, and yes, you don't have to be that far because riding the lightning could be called ride to the wall there. Gets the wall break there, and Flash gonna get himself around.
Yeah, nicely done. So here we go, gonna get hit, not gonna cancel to the sword because wasn't gonna be able to combo from that range. And here comes Flash trying to push towards the corner. That's a good trade for Flash. He gets the shock state and the corner push. So now here you go. Yep, gonna RC off of that tap dust, and Flash looking really strong here. Just needs to get one good hit. But Ramafal's never out of these matches.
Oh, and it's close enough to the wall to get the explosion. Off the tap dust, doesn't continue the combo, but gets the run-up throw here, and another 50 meter, but Flash is going to super out of the corner here, but the super for super here. Solstice waiting it out. What a play.
That was so smart. Flash had meter to RC ride the lightning so that he wouldn't have been able to punish the ride the lightning. Flash is going to let it get blocked, get some chip, RC it, keep the pressure going. So Solstice said, you know what? I'm not even going to give you that opportunity. That makes me believe that one time against Leo's super, he was trying to do the super. Remember when he just got hit out of nowhere?
Yeah, great meter management there. I mean, obviously, when someone has that full stick of butter, you can go into the super and RC to make it safe. But like you said, I mean, Solstice only needs 50 meter to stop that play, right?
Exactly. So that was so well done. And here we go, the RC combo, side switch, corner wall break.
And the burst available for Flash here. Gets the grab, starts the offense running here. Oh, gets a hit. Doesn't convert, though. But all the way to the corner here, Solstice needs to find an answer here. The side switch off the red RC, yes. Gonna be able to set up a wall break. No, just keeps the corner situation here, but another side switch right back at you here. Flash gonna get that round.
There's a couple of times now that you can see Solstice doesn't want to go for the wall break because he just wants to maintain the corner position. That is so much where Ramafal thrives. And you know, we've talked about the range that she has on the stand slash and the stand heavy slash. Kai has pretty good range himself, so you know, I think Solstice doesn't want to deal with the neutral as much, wants to keep the corner position.
That was such a beautiful PRC back. The positioning, not only making it safe, but catching the air dash over and being able to be in position for the punish there. Amazing play coming out from Flash.
Yeah, Flash taking it with a perfect. Now we're tied 1-1. Again, this is a tiebreaker match, so how appropriate that we're tied 1-1 here in game number 3. It's two players on very equal footing, it looks like.
Okay, right there, goes for the chain block after the air dash, gets out of the corner, and going to convert off the DP, forces the burst from Solstice.
All right. Yep, trying to bait an anti-air out of Solstice, wants him to whiff it so that he can get in there. Oh, the Fudra arc from downtown!
That was practically full screen. Razzo lighting into the wall break here. Nothing flat or nothing too fancy coming out from Flash. And I love the jump dusk as well.
Yeah. And now here we go. This is where we see Flash gets a lot of, I mean, again, we talked about Ramlethal in the corner. Flash wants that corner too. Kai can be pretty scary there. Stun Dipper's out of the corner with the RC.
That was so smart.
And I love Solstice reacting with his own RC to try to build the distance and not get punished out of the jump. But then Flash gets the hit anyway, so now Flash trying to go up 2-1.
That was such a key component to get out of the corner with the stun tipper PRC right there. And even forcing Solstice to BRC in that situation and essentially getting out and trading out the meter there. That was such a fantastic way to play out that end of the round there from Flash.
Yeah, and here we go though. Solstice gets the counter hit. Yeah, going to be able to link off of the flip. And here we go, just slowly trying to catch Flash standing up. A Flash being really patient. Stun Dipper RC, the classic. 5-frame low from downtown. And here we go, trying to bait the throws out. Look at this. Solstice being really patient though, not biting. Plus frames, and so that's why Flash does go for the throw this time.
Oh, and here's the overhead, and another grab coming out from Flash. You want to play it patient, you want to play it safe. Well, here comes the run-up grabs coming out from Flash, and Flash, again, ending that sequence just surgically. A lot of movement in the end there, and knowing exactly when and where Solstice is going to respect him with the block.
Right, and it's just a really smart play from Flash there, establishing that he's willing to go for the shimmy like 4 or 5 times in a row, really getting Solstice to think about what Flash is going to do. And so that opens Solstice up to be thrown by Flash. And again, there we see that mid-screen sword toss from Solstice. And while this is nice of punish here and good damage, the sword's on the other side. Here it comes though. Okay, got 2 swords back.
Oh, the side switch, this is huge coming out from Flash. Forces the burst here, but the positioning still in favor of Flash. Has this corner pressure and another throw. At what point is Solstice going to start swinging? There is the grab, and that is when Flash strikes.
Yep, he got the 2 throws in a row, ran up and looked like he was going to do 3 in a row, but that time it was the shimmy, got Solstice to whiff his throw, and then Flash got in to punish that with his throw. Flash really getting into Solstice's head now. This is really important, so Flash might be able to exact some revenge and put himself in the 3rd seed of Group A.
Yeah, Flash is definitely breaking some ankles out here.
Doing some crossover dribbles here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in terms of the amount of movement we see in his offense, right? It's a lot of empty movement and then coming in for the throw. Very rarely we see hitboxes, but we still see him mixing it in, right?
Trying to get something there, but that time I like Solstice hitting buttons early, but it might not matter. He's just trying to drain all of his meter here. Does he have enough? He does. He survives and is able to get the side switch. But that was a big risk and a play by Flash. Could come back to bite him. Oh, he gets the burst. He's still alive. Oh, but the counter hit. Can he convert after this?
That's going to be it with the wall break if you execute, and just like that, Flash bets it all on the chip. It is not enough, a slight miscalculation, and Solstice sweeps it under the rug.
Oh no! All right, Flash gotta make sure that he doesn't let that get to him, but it's gonna be a great start for Solstice here. Gonna get the wall splat and the wall break here.
Oh no, you went from being able to just close it out 3-1. One vital mistake, and you could be looking down the barrel of a Game 5 situation here. And Solstice is looking so strong. Baits the burst with the PRC and ends it with the super. We have a Game 5 situation.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Calculating the fact that that green, the faultless defense was just going to drain the entire bar. And it did drain it, but he still had enough life to block at least 1 or 2 hits of that. And then was able to make the comeback. All right, but Flash not letting him get him unsettled here. Has the pressure going. Look at this. Oh, God, dude. He is just playing this Street Fighter 5-esque game right now. Throw, attack, or shimmy.
Oh, making it burst safe on the wall break there with the RC back. Burst available, but definitely not going to be used on Solstice's end. Safe super here. Still my turn, and gets the air dash out. Surgical coming out from Flash. And you know what? Flash could have sealed it out 3-1, maybe, right? But coming into Game 5, Flash like, you know, I'll work for it. I'll get into the Game 5 situation. Why not?
A win is a win is a win, man. If it's 3-2 or 3-1, it's still a win. But here comes Solstice. He's going to try. I mean, how fitting would it be that Group A ends in another final game, final round?
Absolutely. We've just had banger after bangers for sets here in the Group A. There's the counter hit there, but we might not get final round from Flash because he is pushing it to the edge here. But Solstice answering back the BRC, but the RC trade here.
Yeah, to chase him down, but couldn't get the punish here. And now you see him trying to backdash, but that kind of put him in the corner. Here we go with a throw. Just needs one hit, one good solid hit, but a nice DP from Flash. Gets in there with a foot drag, baits him out, put a nice PRC.
The burst available for Solstice, gets the hit here, and going into this final game, final round, we have Solstice with the burst.
Yeah, and you know, shout outs to Rip out there. He's the one that, you know, would always call out final game, final round, and so here we go. That's what we have here in game number 5.
Oh man, and what a way to end this group as well. It's like it's all Flash in terms of damage here. Has the RC available, going for the RC. The wall break is not quite enough, but look at how much health you have to work with, Solstice.
Yeah, this life lead and then the range from Flash.
and the final poke.
The immediate stand up from Flash. And you know, he's like, all right, you know what? It's all good. They're technically 1-1.
Technically 1-1.
But Flash is gonna get the higher seed at this point as a result. But that means it's Hotashi, Razzo, Flash, and Solstice who have made it out of Block A. And the victim falling in that pool is going to be, unfortunately, Apologyman. But those 4 players we will see tomorrow in the double elimination bracket, and that is Group A.
Yeah, Group A, fantastic showing. So many final game, final round situations, as you were saying, right? I mean, just a banger of a group, and the next group is going to be maybe even better, right? I mean, like in terms of the players, just look, it's a very exciting lineup. We got Jonathan, we got Stealthy, we got Tempest, Kizzie, and Daze. So great character variety coming into this tournament overall, and I can't wait to get into Group B. But let's see what our analysts have to say with the ending of Group A.
Everybody take a deep breath in and out. What a way to finish off Group A. It was so tight, front to back, only fitting that we closed with a tiebreaker there, and you could see it on Flash's face after that set. He's feeling much better at the end of this group stage after being able to take the win in that tiebreaker over Solstice.
The look of I gotcha that he delivered into Solstice. That was, if you've ever played a competitive game in your life, or like a fighting game where you're head to head and it gets down to that wire, you know what that look is. That look was like Flash definitely was able to close that out after there was a moment like Solstice had a fantastic read in that set after the Ride the Lightning comes out. FD's at the perfect time and got the back throw. I thought that was amazing and was able to clutch that round out with a pixel and a dream. Like that's huge. That's huge that you're able to have that composure, but Flash definitely dialing it in, able to close it out at the very end, and really rounding out our top 4, securing that 3rd place with Solstice at 4th, which means whoever gets first in Group B is going to be fighting Solstice, and, you know, Solstice is going to have their money cut out for them. But what a fantastic Group A, and that's only the first group of the day!
So it's really funny because I would say we're probably both pretty firmly in the Jonathan Tene should finish first in Group B camp.
Yes.
Yeah? So here's the fun part. If that works out and we get a Solstice Jonathan Tene round 1 winners matchup tomorrow, Solstice is actually 6-2 in sets with Jonathan through the series of season the season of Series E. So that is a matchup that Solstice has owned online. Now, can Solstice translate that success offline? Remains to be seen. But at the very least, I was very impressed, despite the kind of roller coaster of a day that Solstice has had. Looked really good today. I was very impressed. A lot of very long sets, some big key wins all throughout the group. And I think Solstice, despite, you know, grabbing the 4th seed and finishing at the almost at the bottom of the group, I think Solstice goes in tomorrow feeling pretty good about the way that he played today.
Yeah, Solstice definitely has to feel good about how they played, especially getting the 2 games on the board. Sure, you lose the tiebreaker, but I know that at the end of the day, they did go back and forth like Flash and Solstice. So you can't be upset about that. You still achieved your goal of getting on to day 2. So, I mean, whoever gets first in Group B is still going to have their money cut out for them. I don't think Jonathan's a fan of roller coasters, so Solstice might have to ride that alone tomorrow. And Jonathan's a different beast offline. Like,
yeah.
One of Jonathan's biggest strengths is his defense. Like, his defense has been immaculate in not only Dragon Ball that he played before, but in Guilty Gear. It's something that makes him so strong. And these players have showed their strength so far in Group A, and we're going to get to see even more strength once we move on to Group B. But you're going to have to hang tight, because after this break, Group B is going to start, and the matches are only going to get even more heavy hitting. So stay tuned.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Aso, and welcome to the first edition here of Series E Jeopardy. I've got 3 of our players from this season, Razzo, Jonathan Tene, and Solstice, all joining me in the studio today. Of course, they're in town for the 5K face-off happening here very soon, and I'm excited to have them in the studio. We're going to play some Jeopardy here, so let's bring up the rules really fast so I can run down all of that for our players. Very simple, 4 categories, 3 of them geared around Guilty Gear, and then 1 maybe a little bit different. And each category, all the questions are the same value. They're all 100 points, so you pick a category and we'll just work our way top to bottom. The most important thing, of course, make sure you answer in the form of a question, and there is a daily double hiding in there somewhere. One thing to note, if you do answer a question wrong, the other 2 players do have the opportunity to buzz in. I would just ask that you wait to buzz in until after I ask for you to do so if someone gets one wrong. So, sound good? Cool. We're ready to go. So let's bring up the game here. Our 3 players ready to play our categories today: lore, frame data, esports history, and overdrive. Let's give it to Jonathan here, our Series E champion for Season 1, to pick the first category. So where are we going to start, Jonathan?
I think we're going to start frame data.
All right. Let's go to frame data for 100 points. This Potemkin special has 28 startup frames and plus 19 on block.
What is Garda Impact?
What is Garuda Impact is correct. That's 100 points for Jonathan. All right, where are we going next?
Frame data.
All right, right back to frame data. Jonathan, feel confident. This Soul Bad Guy Normal has 11 startup frames and minus 5 on block. Jonathan.
Soul 5H.
5H is correct. Ooh, one thing, I won't punish you there. One thing, make sure to answer in the form of a question. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
Ooh.
I'll give you that one.
Right,
we'll let it slide. We'll let it
My
slide.
bad.
All right. What's next?
Frame data.
We're going right back to frame data. Jonathan, feeling good about it.
Oh.
Frame data for 100 points. This Nagoriyuki special has 14 startup frames and 0 on block. Solstice. Pass the mic over. Solstice, what do you got?
Shoot, I don't know the property. What is Shizure Yuki?
Incorrect.
Yeah, I don't.
No. Anybody else want to buzz in? Jonathan.
What is Komoriyuki?
Komoriyuki is correct. That's another 100 points for Jonathan. Crushing the frame data category. Are we going to close it out?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Last one in frame data for 100 points. We got to see Razzo get in here.
Oh.
This Faust normal has 5 startup frames and -2 on block. Razzo.
What is Faust? 5P?
Correct. Razzo on the board with 100 points there with the 5P. And now the board is yours. Frame data is gone. We got lore, esports history, and overdrive left.
Let's do overdrive.
Okay, let's go to overdrive. First clue for 100 points. This character's overdrive fires 2 lasers. Razzo.
What is Calvados?
Incorrect. Who else? Anybody else got an answer? Jonathan.
Who is Ramothal?
That is correct. Don't mind the former Ram main dropping that question. And the other Ram main a little slow on the buzzer. Okay, Jonathan, 400 points.
Overdrive?
Overdrive. Back to overdrive here. This character's overdrive involves a giant shadow sword. Solstice.
Who is Zato 1?
That is correct. I'm very conflicted right now. The Rams not getting the Ram question. The Zato too slow on the buzzer. That's okay. Solstice, the board's yours. Trying to get in the positive. What do we got?
Let's take us to lore.
Okay, let's go to lore for 100 points. Starting at the top of the category. This character got caught in a time slip and bounces through time and space. Razzo.
Who is Axel?
Correct. Razzo in the positive there with 100 points. Looking to chase down Jonathan. Plenty of clues left on the board. What's next?
Let's do overdrive again.
Back to overdrive for 100 points here. This character's overdrive launches a giant fan. Jonathan.
Who is Anji Mito?
Correct. Jonathan hitting 500 points now.
You gotta say the government. You gotta make sure you don't. Overdrive again?
All right, we're closing out overdrive here. This character's overdrive involves a wheelchair. Solstice.
Who is Faust?
Correct. Solstice on the board here. 7 clues left on the board. Razzo and Solstice tied at 100 points. 500 for Jonathan Tene here, and 7 clues left to go. What's next? We're going back to lore.
Of course.
All right, I love it. I'm about it. Lore for 100 points here. The second clue in the category. This character is the first mate of the jellyfish pirates. Razzo.
Who is May?
Correct. Who is May is the answer there. 200 points for Razzo.
Let's do lore again.
All right, we're sticking to lore. And that is our one hidden daily double. So you can wager up to 200 points.
I'll wager. Okay, so if I wager 100, it doubles.
You can just do you can just wager up to what you have.
Okay.
So you can do 100 or 200 points.
100.
Okay. For 100 points here for Razzo, the third clue in lore. And our daily double. This character is a time-traveling magician.
Who is Eno?
Correct. Who is Eno? That's 100 points there for Razzo. All right. Back to the board. One question left, one clue left in lore.
Let's finish up lore.
Okay, let's do it. We'll leave esports history for last. This character is the current Secretary of Defense for the United States of America. Jonathan.
Who is Gold Lewis Dickinson?
Correct. Where are Gold Lewis mains in this tournament? So disappointing. All right, one category left, so we know where we're going. Let's go to esports history. 4 clues left. Jonathan with the lead at 600 points. Let's start it off. This person won first place in Arc Revo America 2021 Finals. Razzo.
Who is Hotashi?
That is correct. I can imagine Jonathan didn't want to answer that question. It's okay. Jonathan did make it out of groups, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I could not take the opportunity.
You got me.
Talk
you got
a
me
little
there.
smack on Jonathan. Talk a little bit on Razzo. It's all in good fun, right? Let's go back to esports history again. This person won first place in CEO 2021 for Guilty Gear Strive. Solstice.
Who is K7 Show Off?
Correct. Another 100 points. Solstice on the board once again. Back to esports history. 2 clues remaining for 100 points. This person won first place in Bum's Birthday Bash 2022 for Guilty Gear Strive. Jonathan.
Who is Tempest?
That is correct. Tempest takes Bum's Birthday Bash. And the final clue of the day here for 100 points in esports history. This person won first place in Texas Showdown 2022 for Guilty Gear Strive. Jonathan.
Who's Dawn?
Who is Dawn? Correct. And that means Jonathan Tene is our champion here with 800 points. The winner of Series E Jeopardy. Thank you so much for coming on to hang out, all of you. Razzo, I'm sorry I had to throw that shade there. That was all.
You're good.
All right. Thank you so much, folks. We're going to get back to the show here.
And so begins, at long last, my world peace experiment.
Asuka knew that Ino would pose a threat if she ever awakened, so he created a Jacko to prevent that, in order to save her. That other Jacko...
Mind telling me why you're really here?
The flame of corruption. Some bad guy. Our plan's completely shot to shit if he shows up.
Your conclusion is meaningless. The most important thing for me is drama.
An unregistered weapon of mass destruction has been activated.
This is about to start another world war! Retreat!
All right then, let's all give Asuka a hand.
What is this?
World peace. Ready in just 5 minutes. Happy chaos.
Happy?
My name. I could be anything you like, or nothing at all. But I do exist.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Series E $5,000 face-off. Once again, I am Jake Ryan, joined by Razzo, to bring you Group B of the event. We already have Group A determined, and the first match that we're actually going to talk about, and the players we're going to talk about, is Jonathan Tene and KizzieKay.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Of course, Jonathan coming off of the Series E Championship for Season 1. The best player in terms of the signed pros for that season, had a really strong finish to the season. You know, minus the O2 in Week 16, but we'll ignore
don't talk
that.
about that.
But when you look at also offline results, right, second place finish at Arc Revo, as well as some other good placings, this is a really good, strong up-and-coming talent in the scene. And then, of course, KizzieKay. That's a player everybody knows.
Oh, yeah. KizzieKay, definitely one of the best in the scene. Multi-game threat. Not only Guilty Gear Strive. And as you can see here, Group A has finished, but Group B is going to be containing Jonathan Tene, Vizio Jonathan Tene, PANDA KizzieKay, Stealthy, Daze, and TempestNYC. So we're going to try to figure out exactly who comes out on top. Just a quick overview of Group B. We do believe, we both actually agreed on this, that we think that Stealthy is going to be the one at the bottom of the totem pole. He is the youngest in the competition, and Axel doesn't really have the best matchup spread into these characters. So it's going to be quite difficult for him, but anything can happen. We saw that happen in Group A. Sadly, Apologyman did go down 0-4, and Solstice was able to prove us wrong. So hopefully our expectations are proven incorrect. And it's going to be exciting to see exactly who's able to come on top. Is Jonathan going to be the #1? Is Kizzie going to show up strong like he did at Texas Showdown?
Sure.
And really show that character diversity? We're expecting the Kai, you know, has a Biken in his pocket, a Zato in his pocket. I'm pretty sure he plays the entire roster, but man, what a first match to have.
Yeah, I think there's honestly no better way to kick off Group B here than these two heavyweights. Of course, they were both the top seeds in this respective group, and getting to see them match up right off the bat is going to be really fun. I'm certainly looking forward to it. And I also think just things get really interesting when you look down at the rest of this group.
Oh, yeah.
We'll definitely dig into them further as we continue, but looking at that group of Stealthy, Daze, and Tempest, I think that's a really fun group of players, and I'm just curious to see how the dynamics play out throughout the day, because we've got, at the very least, 10 sets ahead of us between these 5 players, and it's going to be a blast. But our MC is ready to go. I think his hair all set for the stage. So let's head out to Ringe to get it kicked off.
You say my hair was ready? Is that what I heard? Oh, you know what it is? I'm ready. The crowd's ready. Everybody is ready to get this second block started. And I got to introduce one of the realest people I've ever met in the fighting game community. I learned Guilty Gear against this man. Representing Panda, representing the house. Make some noise for KizzieKay! Oh, you already know. One of the finest Kais in the business, going to be bringing that lethal stuff to the stage. I can't wait to see this match, honestly, because he's going against one of my other favorite players, represents SoCal, the reigning, defending Season 1 Series E champion, Jonathan Tene! I said rep SoCal, he kind of NorCal too, it's like all of California, you know what I'm saying? But either way, I know, I just like to claim him as my own because he's a Zato player, but NorCal, I know he's yours. But I can't wait to get this one started again. Two of the finest Guilty Gear Strive players in the business. They have results online and offline. I can't wait to get it started. Casters, please bring me the action. James, Shen, and Charles, take it away.
Group A had completed, and now we are here for Group B for another 5 amazing players, Jonathan Tene, KizzieKay, Stealthy, Daze, and Tempest, all coming up, and we are starting off with Panda's KizzieKay and Vizio, Jonathan Tene.
Yeah, and Jonathan Tene has been a terror throughout Series E, and Season 1 of Series E was so sick because we really got to see the birth and growth of the Zato, right? Jonathan Tene originally on that Soul, but not anymore. We'll still see him occasionally bring out the Soul for specific matchups, but as of recently, kind of has been leaning more towards that Zato, right? And I mean, I feel like Jonathan trying to be that solo Zato, that's the real comfort pick for him.
Yeah, it's so funny too, because He's so deadly in the game. He's so calculated, and he will just tear you apart. And he is like the nicest guy.
Oh yeah.
He is absolutely very, just absolutely unassuming. But you cannot judge a book by its cover because he will come out and destroy you in this game. And that Zato, obviously a character who, is going to be hard to start with and going to take a lot of work to get good at, but also got a lot of significant buffs, and it has turned Jonathan Tene into probably the best Zato in North America.
Yeah, I think that is definitely it's not too far tale to say. I mean, in terms of results, Jonathan has crazy results in North America, right, online or offline, constantly. I mean, the ranked #1 player in Season 1 of Series E, so consistent, right, and didn't really even start in that rank 1 position, but here we go right into the match here. Jonathan Tene, one of the younger players as well in the Guilty Gear scene. One of the first games he actually played was Dragon Ball FighterZ. So, when you got Eddie as that assist, very similar in that sense, right?
Yeah, and again, as you mentioned, one of the youngest players here, but I've been hearing a lot of the stories, like you said, Dragon Ball is where he started, but I forgot who it was I was talking to, but they claimed to be Jonathan Tene's coach, and they were like, they were one of the players that asked him, like, how serious do you want to get into this? And he said he was really serious about it, and you can see it because Jonathan, is playing so well, and as you said, so consistent in Series E.
And we see Jonathan known for the amount of control he puts forward with the 5Ps, with the 2Ps, right? Every Zato, when you get to this top level caliber, you're going to have the conversions, you're going to have the corner carries, but how you control the neutral with no Eddie is really going to what puts you apart from the other Zato players, right?
And I've always said, I don't think anybody has better control over that 5P and the 5H than Jonathan Tene, just finding the right moments to squeeze those through. But one of the things that's important to note, we talked about this a little bit earlier, how a player like Flash, with his experience, will be able to fight Zato really well because he's been fighting Zato for a long time. KizzieKay is going to be another one of these players. We saw a little bit earlier how well Kizzie just kind of attacked and interrupted Eddie and just got rid of him off of the screen, found the little gap to do that. So, really learning to fight Zato is about how to fight that Eddie.
Oh, and look at the snipe there on the Eddie. The Eddie control is so important. And Kyle is definitely going to have all the tools at your disposal, right? The fireballs, that mid-range sword. So, I mean, even a trending thing we've seen, experienced players kind of leaning more towards the Kai, right?
Right. Oh, God, look at that. He had the meter to RC it, and so Jonathan Tene was expecting the Roman cancel off of the stun dipper, but then KizzieKay did nothing. Got to save that meter and get away with an unsafe move without doing anything.
Yeah, and in terms of I feel like for Group B, the gap from first seed to the other seeds is not as high, right? Because I mean, I would think that the first seed for the entire bracket is going to be Hotashi here. So I think Group B, we could see a lot. It would be very difficult for me to see someone squeeze away with a 4-0 lead here in Group B. Less likely of a chance.
Yeah, I mean, just based off of what we saw at Arc Revo West, you would think that it's going to be Jonathan Tene and Daze who have a really strong chance, who might be the two favorites out of here because they both placed, I think it was 2nd and 3rd respectively. But again, Kizzie with the experience, Tempest, who's
defense.
Tempest with just been dominating so many games. We'll talk about Tempest a little bit more, and then Stealthy. Youth has no fear, man.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, got to the other side!
That was wild. And for so long, Kizzie had amazing defense, even going with the red RC after hitting Eddie with the stun tipper there. So phenomenal stuff, but Jonathan finally getting that last opening to take the first round. Jonathan has taken the set.
Yep. So Kizzie starting off 1-0, but here comes Jonathan trying to play. And Kizzie is not a player that we've seen a lot in the Series E tournament.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how much experience Jonathan has against Kizzie, but look at this. Kizzie coming in here with the offense. Oh, I thought he baited out that YRC, but look at that 2-hit confirm into Rise of the Lightning and through the wall. for the positive meter bonus.
And with offline, you're going to have a lot more opportunity to get those really slight hits into the Ride the Lightning. And Kizzie is definitely a fan of that super.
Oh, man. Just got him right there at the end. So Kizzie, 1 round away from going up 2-0.
Counter hit. This is going to be huge here. Probably can set. Okay. Gonna not continue the combo. Just gonna take the corner here. And once Jonathan gets another opening, gonna be able to set up the wall break. But the burst gonna disarm Eddie as well. The air dust. Oh, gonna stall the fall here.
And a really meaty Foudre arc, but Jonathan Tene, something that Ringe pointed out at at the Arc Revo finals, Jonathan Tene likes to jump and then instant RC back down as a defensive option, and that's something that Kizzie's gonna have to watch out for. Not gonna get under. All right. Here we go, more pressure to the corner. Burst, and it turned out to be a gold burst. Wow. So Jonathan Tene with a ton of resources now.
Yeah, and with meter, you can reset your Eddie gauge with the sword super that we've seen there. The PRC to keep the pressure going, but no more RC and no more Eddie here. There's the opening. Oh, the air throw, and that's going to be enough. Kizzie takes it.
So you were talking about Kizzie's defense and, you know, kind of in line with the idea that he understands how to fight Zato. He blocked the sword super and he jumped away and got away from the follow-up drills. We've seen Jonathan Tene lock people from one side of the screen to the other. Oftentimes, Kizzie found the gap and was able to escape from there. Oh, nice pickup off of the gaping maw.
Yeah, and with the sword super, going to break the wall, and you're going to have the Oki with the Eddie, usually with the needle to start things off. Of course, going to get that corner carry. Another opening here, and this is looking like a Zato round. We're going to bring the Shark out to finish it with the wall break.
Yeah, using that jump dust, which is still an overhead, but also keeps Zato in the same height. So when it looks like he's going to do an empty jump low, he does a dust at the end, and you crouch. And then you get hit by that, and that's how Jonathan got that last hit. Oh no!
Ooh, missing the wall break here. Again, the jump dust stall is still gonna get punished from Jonathan. And I just love generally like how Kizzie has been using his resources, right? Every burst, even going for certain DPs that even if you if you get punished, you're just gonna kill the Eddie anyway, and the punish on you is not gonna be as crazy. But Jonathan just keeping the offense rolling, and that is gonna be burst safe there.
All right. I feel like that was a mistake. He might have just been like mashing buttons because he assumed the round was over or something. I don't know. Like you had such a life deficit. Even if you thought you could hit him, I don't think that was the right thing to do. But I guess that was the end of the round, so you had to do something.
Right.
So,
I mean, just try, even if you're making the situation awkward for your opponent, right? Like sometimes throwing those awkward skill checks is all you need, especially in a tournament environment when you're up 2-0. But Jonathan finally getting on the board, and now at that point we kind of see how Zato can operate once Jonathan gets a handful of openings, right? It really starts to snowball out of your control.
Right, yeah. I actually didn't realize that was the last round for Jonathan there, so that burst makes a lot more sense, so apologies right there. But nice check on the Foudre arc with the standing punch. Nicely done.
Oh, wow, immediately into the frog leap there. All the way, are you gonna get the wall break? The answer is yes. No resources being used here for Jonathan here, just gonna hold on to that 50 tension.
Oh, what? The 6P caught the hit right there. I thought Kizzie was going to be a landed block it. He didn't do anything, but he got hit, and Jonathan Tene had the Roman cancel afterwards to take it.
Yeah, and I mean, Jonathan, our first seed of this pool, coming to life here, was down 0-2 versus KizzieKay, but now Jonathan Tene is just running so much offense here. But here, finally, I mean, it's been a handful of rounds, and Kizzie finally running some offense, but the burst to keep it his turn.
Yeah, again, you know, Jonathan Tene probably doesn't have as much experience against KizzieKay, but, you know, so maybe the first few games he's trying to get used to his tendencies, and now he has the read on the tendencies, and he's able to play the game that he wants. But here comes Kizzie into the corner, always has that meaty Foudre arc set up.
And right there, I love that Kizzie did not use the meter after the stun tipper for the red RC to keep it safe, because he knew you don't have Eddie. You can't punish me that hard. Right. Took the light punish, saved the meter for Ride the Lightning in the end, and was able to close it out with all that damage. Yep. So calculated coming out from Kizzie.
Okay, they get the sweep right here. So Jonathan Tene trying to go to the corner until Eddie comes back. Eddie has come back, but that's why Kizzie went in there and really attacked, made sure he got the offense going. Here comes Jonathan though. This corner pressure, and there you go. canceling before the second hit of the Maw to make sure he can get the guaranteed hard knockdown.
No red RC required to combo off that tap, Dusk. And oh my goodness, here comes the sharp and the wall break, of course. So Jonathan gonna tie things up here, 2-2 apiece. And of course, we started this way with Group A. And,
that's right.
I mean, we gotta roll with tradition at this point, right?
All right, final game here, and final game. But again, Jonathan Tene showing why he is considered one of the best right now with this adjustment here. He is in a position, gets him with the low. Hard to see that, cancels into the super, gets the hard knockdown, probably gonna go for the needle again. Yep. Oh, wow. Is he gonna be able to catch him in time? No, the Eddie was in the way still.
Oh, not close enough for the grab as well, but still getting this conversion here. The burst is available for Jonathan. See when he will use it here. This is a tough position. The Eddie is back. The YRC to gather a little bit of space and get this Eddie out.
Yep, and now the chip is going to start becoming a scary thing. There's that jump toss. He didn't combo off of it. Doesn't matter. In a little bit of that scramble at the end, Jonathan Tene gets the patented 2K2D, and now he is at match point.
Okay, and here's the Eddie just running out here on the offense. Uses the burst to keep the corner, stalling this time for the Eddie to come out. The Eddie is finally able to come out here, but you need to establish some space, and Kizzie is not giving it to him.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And again, this is what I'm talking about, that experience from previous Guilty Gears on how to deal with the Eddie, not giving Jonathan Tene any free chance. Oh, he thought that was going to kill. It wasn't enough.
Oh, no.
Here we go. Jonathan Tene does the recall into resummoning Eddie. This time gets the combo off of the jump D.
The burst right there going to take out, and the, oh man, the fireball able to seal it out. We've seen Jonathan with a pixel and a dream, right? Jonathan can run offense on this character.
Hey, but guess what? Final game, final round in the starting off Group A. Can't have it any other way.
Yeah, had to start off with Group A, and now we're starting things off with Group B. Final game, final round once again. Kizzie with this huge opening. Should get, okay, not going to get the wall break here, but another opening forces the burst. Low on resources here.
Oh, backdoor into the corner. This is huge.
Eddie
Can he get this? He gets the tap dust into the Eddie. He's going to go for the wall break. It's going to be even in life. However, neither of them with the meter for a BRC right away.
Oh, there's the PRC to keep it safe here, but there is the whip punish. Not able to convert here. This is down to the wire. The red RC doesn't get the empty low.
What a tech!
Oh, man, the Eddie's out.
He went for the DP! He bet it all on the crazy DP, and it did not work out. Jonathan Tene, with the patience, is gonna take it off of the DP punish. What a decision by Kizzie to bet it all, because that is definitely one of those, I hit, I win, I miss, I lose. He just bet it all on that.
Sometimes you just have a feeling, and Eddie also slipped to the other side as well, so you didn't even get the Eddie kill as well. I don't think Jonathan needed Eddie to finish off the life bar there. They were both pretty low regardless, but man, what a fantastic way to start off Group B. Jonathan Tene versus Kizzie, and again we have the first seed, in the premier first match of the of the group, and still just down to the wire.
Yeah, exact same thing happened with Hotashi and Solstice.
Yeah.
A lot of people saying Solstice, might not make it out of there, and he took Hotashi down to the very final round. Even talking to Hotashi during one of the breaks, he was like, I thought I was gonna lose. And he clutched it out. So does Jonathan, and so what a way to start off Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what the analysts have to say about that first explosive match versus Jonathan and Kizzie. You guys take it away.
Yay, so back here in Studio Blue, joined by Jake Ryan, and of course, our top finisher in Group A, Hotashi, sliding back in. We just saw an incredible set between Jonathan Tene and KizzieKay. Jonathan with the reverse sweep to go up 1-0 in the group to kick things off. Hotashi, I'm gonna hand it to you first, man. What did we just watch?
We just watched heartbreak.
Okay.
That was pure. It's just when you're up 2-0 to then get reverse 3-0'd, a lot has to go right for the opponent, right? Every time Kizzie had the outplay, it was just like micro spacing issues. Like how could you know, right? Kizzie went for an air grab, barely missed the timing. Tene comes down with a JH. Like, not only to have the right idea, but for it to go wrong. I think Tene should be thankful.
Yeah, definitely something.
Caught a lot of lucky breaks.
Yeah, definitely a lot to be thankful for. I know you brought it up where he got cut after Kizzie missed the air throw, and it really changed the entire momentum for that match.
Yeah,
because
it's such a swing. Like, to go from being cornered at complete disadvantage and then a swing all the way just from one tiny mistake. I mean, it wasn't even wrong, right? Kizzie had the outplays, and it was just like, by grace, it was just not paying off somehow.
Yeah, the Guilty Gear gods were definitely on Jonathan's side there because, like you said, he had the right read. He was pressing on all the right advantages. He knew Jonathan wanted to get out, but barely missed it.
I gotta give credit to Tene. Woke up. It took a while. You know, you're late to work.
Yeah.
You just wanna...
He got his coffee there after
Gotta get the
game
apron
too.
on. You're like all messed up.
Tene didn't have to take advantage, right? It was still down to the wire. Tene woke up, did what he had to do, rode the momentum. There was a lot of greedy decisions, like late in the set. Tene like mashing in a lot of really scary places. It was just paying off every time. Like, that's, it's like being on fire, right? Sometimes you're just right.
Yeah, sometimes able to come out just right. And, that match did end in a fashion that caught us all off guard. But, the victory does feel just right for Jonathan. And we're going to see who is able to get on top for the next match. And Ringe is going to tell us exactly who's going to be facing off now.
Definitely am going to Yasuo and Jake Ryan. Thank you once again, and Hotashi joining them as well now that his group's over. We are in Group B action. We're going to keep it rolling here. I want to introduce to the stage. First up, it is going to be my man. Make some noise for Daze! Daze is going to be rocking the Giovanna. You missed the stairs, my man. Hey, Daze! You weren't going to be able to get over that way. Don't worry. Make sure our players get up nice and safe. That's what we're responsible here at the 5K face-off. And even more responsible, we got our youngest man in the building, our youngest competitor. Yo, make some noise for Stealthy! My man, bring in the Axel to the table. This is going to be an intense match. Axel versus Giovanna. It's all going to be about how he's going to be able to keep Giovanna at bay, hopefully keep her out. It's going to be a tough situation. It is a mountain to climb here, but Stealthy is more than capable of doing so. Let's take it over to James, Chen, and Charles to get it underway.
All right, so we did see a little bit of the Giovanna coming out from Apologyman, but that more of a pocket Giovanna. Daze, obviously, second place at Arc Revo, right?
Right. I think it was third place.
Third place at Arc Revo on the Giovanna, solo Giovanna. I think most people would agree is, at least one of the best Giovannas in NA, if not the best Giovanna NA. Of course, there's other players like Flux doing it
and
really well.
You can't discount Hanzo Gonzo, man. Come on.
True. Hanzo Gonzo. Shout out to Hanzo Gonzo, man. But I love watching this character. I think Giovanna is an extremely strong character in the current meta, has a very even matchup spread, or like even-ish matchup spread across the entire cast.
Yeah.
So really wish a lot more NA players would pick up the character, but we still got players like Daze rocking the Giovanna, so I'm really excited to commentate this.
I mean, Daze, the way that he plays Giovanna, you can tell, that's always been one of the beautiful things about Guilty Gear is when a player and the character are like one, like one and the same, like it feels like that they just have a connection. And the way that Daze plays Giovanna is, it just feels like it's a different kind of breed of Giovanna. Now, I know that Axel players generally don't like this matchup because once Gio gets in, obviously Axel's good at zoning, keeping people out, but Giovanna is just so hard to keep out, and once she gets in, there's just plus frames for Daze on so many different ways, and so it's really hard to find that space and get away.
Yeah, and even in terms of the other mobility, quote-unquote, characters we have in Guilty Gear, like Milia, like Chip, right? I mean, I feel like Giovanna is probably the highest tier mobility character we have in the game. One of the best dashes, like we pointed out earlier here. So Stealthy, it's going to be going to be quite troubling keeping this Giovanna at bay because that dash is just so damn good.
Yeah,
right?
and it's going to be really similar. You're seeing the way that Daze is playing. It's very similar to the way that Flash plays Kai, where he just gets you and now it becomes a dash throw or a dash attack kind of mix-up situation. Giovanna, of course, does not have a true DP. Should be able to get the victory here off of that combo. No burst attempt from Stealthy.
Yeah, no intangibility on that DP. Still a great anti-air, and still a great way to start off certain rounds and stuff like that. Okay, going to convert into the sweep kick there. Okay, ooh, okay.
Yeah, good
There's a bar slash.
Good confirm off of the air hit, gets the counter, and this is what we're talking about. You see this kind of pressure, and again, Axel, I mean, he has negative health defense, natural defense rating, and basically no guts at all. And so he just eats damage like nobody's business. And you can see a start right here of why Axel players hate fighting this character, because Daze is in right away, and what is Stealthy is trapped.
Yeah, and that close slash is so good on block. I believe it is positive on block. So even if you're able to get real close there, right there, jumping over the throw here, and now finally Stealthy has a bit of real estate to somewhat control here, but just like that, a handful of dashes and Daze is in here, and the charge dust for the wall break there.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Stealthy was trying to, I mean, he actually backdashed, or it was a forward dash, but he went back towards the corner. And so he kind of trapped himself there again. I know he was probably trying to be a little bit unpredictable and not just dash out of the corner like to be super obvious, but oh no, the drill getting in there for the counter hit. She could definitely link off of that. So Stealthy uses the burst, and right now doing a decent job keeping Daze out, but oh, what a backdash to pass through the burn kick.
There's the eject button. Right there, you're going to keep the momentum of whatever move right there. So the Axel Bomber into the PRC to get out of the corner. But just like that, Daze closes the gap, right? And you have the dash, you have the drill, the PRC. Going to set up for the wall break. No, just going to go OTG and get the mix on the wake up with the wall break. So well played there from Daze.
Yeah, Daze is playing it exactly as you want to. Once you get in, it's just, it's so hard to get Giovanna off of you, especially because, you know, Axel's fastest move is going to be 5 frames, and Giovanna's just in your face and has like at least 6 or 7 different angles of attack once she gets right next to you. Oh man, and here we're going to start with the hard knockdown, so that way she could just get up and start pushing you to the corner immediately, or just dash up and throw. Never mind.
Strike throw, strike throw, strike throw. And I mean, Daze has been calling out so many of these situations so well. And I mean, even on that knockdown, Gio has a bunch of safe jump setups as well, right? And even just with the dash, being able to throw certain meaties out. And I mean, you don't really have to worry about a DP coming out from Axel, right? So even more so, you don't have to go for all these safe jump setups. You can just go for some of these meaty hitboxes.
Yep. Finally getting a little bit of space. You see the jump back, air dash, jump slash, the staple of defensive Axels. But just like that, Daze right back in there. And all the damage that Stealthy's getting with those little hits don't add up to anything that really discourages Daze too much. Daze can just keep pushing forward.
Yeah, and I mean, usually when, there's the air super, and that is going to be enough. What a show coming out from Daze, really showing the, the advantage that Giovanna has in that matchup, right? Stealthy not being able to control as much ground as you would want to.
What a decision to go with the air super like that to hit the jump slash. That was so good.
Oh, yeah.
The jump slash gained a lot more of a hurt box in one of the patches, and Daze definitely took advantage of that. And could see now, again, why Daze ended up in 3rd place at Arc Revo. And in fact, in the very first match of the day, I do believe he did beat Hotashi in the pools. And Daze is, definitely up there, and is definitely one of the biggest threats here in Group B.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even if you watch, Stealthy plays a lot in Series E, a decent amount, right? So usually Stealthy is a Axel player that will control the mid-range, control the long range, and like kind of weave in and start some close-up offense with some 2K openings and stuff like that. But we really didn't get to see Stealthy have any opportunity to run an offense of his own, right? Daze was just in his face, constantly keeping the pressure up, and it was just so hard. Stealthy wasn't getting these strike throw situations right, and when you get those situations wrong, you pay dearly as Axel. But we'll see what our analysts have to say about that match and that matchup.
Stealthy definitely tried to bring the circus to town with the nose right there, but the only one who knew how to close out that match was Daze, and that was surgical and that was brutal, if I'd have to describe it. I think there was 2 perfects mixed in there. It didn't really seem like Stealthy really got the play, and every single burst situation just resulted in Stealthy ending up in the same negative situation.
Yeah, and I do want to piggyback off of what James was talking about, reaching back to the ARC Revo America Finals when Daze and Hotashi were in the same group. Not only did Daze beat Hotashi 3-0.
Yeah.
So that was a very good set for Daze, and I feel like, you know, we've talked a lot about Jonathan and Kizzie in this group, and rightfully so, right? Those are the 2 biggest names, but I feel like Daze is a really strong dark horse in this group. Like, if Daze finishes first in this group, I'm not going to be that surprised. Everything I've seen from Daze over the last few months has been really, really good, and that's just a hell of a set there, and that's really, in my opinion, Daze taking care of business. He's probably going into that set saying, this is when I should 3-0. Get that momentum going, and he did it there.
Yeah, it was a hell of a set, and we've got even more coming up, and I believe Ringe is going to show us exactly what we've got coming up next.
Indeed, I will. Yasso and Jake Ryan holding it down on the analysts once again, and we're going to keep rolling with Group B with these matches, and one I'm very much looking forward to. We found out earlier today that one competitor has not defeated the other in this said matchup, so let's get to it. First to the stage, welcome back the Season 1 Series E champion, Jonathan Tene! And in the building again, and as I mentioned, his opponent, he said he specifically is looking forward to this matchup the most because he finally wants to give him an L in tournament. Let's see if he can do it. Welcome to the stage for the first time, TempestNYC! Oh, I can feel the electricity in the air. I already know that this man wants the W so bad. He said while we were in the back, while it was off stream, when we get up there, you're going to feel my rage, Jonathan. He said that himself. So I want to see him bring it to the table. I can't wait for the casters to bring us the action. James and Charles, to you guys.
Yeah, TempestNYC, one of the players that I feel like really made a name for themselves during the pandemic. Very early on, you know, when the pandemic started happening, Tempest was like one of the clear winners constantly of Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. And then I just saw him winning like everything. So he was just winning all of the Arc System games like constantly. And so no surprise to see him here representing, of course, New York City. Really, really strong player. I'm just curious to see which character he's going to go with.
Especially early on in the meta. I mean, and this is just an early meta call in general. We saw a lot of Mei, from a lot of different players actually. But as of recent, I mean, we've seen Tempest kind of gravitate more towards the Leo. A much more of a meta-defining pick, right? So definitely can't blame him. Yes, one of the 4 blessed ones. So definitely can't blame him there. But of course, if we do see the Mei, that'd be really exciting. Again, a character that we don't see too often nowadays, but it looks like we do have the Mei floating the hover here.
We'll see if it's a bait.
We'll see if it's a bait. I've definitely been baited many times as a commentator.
Yeah, this is true.
Okay, it looks like we're locking in the Mei. All right.
Yeah, watch, it's going to be a button check.
Yeah, like, not the button check, no.
Yeah, and also, you know, shout outs to, I know we have a Mei cosplayer in the audience as well. Sure, she's happy to see her character represented here.
All right, so Mei, obviously one of the, a charge character, right? You're going to be able to charge up the Totugeki, and there's 2 different versions. There's a safe version and there's a faster version, right? So which Dolphin is coming out to play? All right, really good stuff. Going to disarm the Eddie here.
Yeah, you have to know which one, because the slower Dolphin, the heavy one, is plus on block. But the slower one is minus on block. It's hard to take advantage of, but still it's very important to know when you can hit the button and when you cannot.
Okay, just trying to poke with this anchor here. Oh, holding it. Yep, and that is going to be a guard crush if you hold that right there. Oh, gets the overhead. Oh, keeps it going.
And you know, we've said it, right? Series E, did we see a May at all? Like,
no.
You know, this thing, the Series E had been running for like three or 4 months, and I swear we never saw a May ever. So, you know, how much experience does Jonathan have against May? I'm not 100% sure, but this round looks like Jonathan. Well, I mean, Tempest did say that Jonathan has always beaten him. So, you know.
Right, but on what character, right? I mean, if it was early on in the meta, I mean, Jonathan could have been on that Soul, right?
That's true, too.
So not too sure how many encounters these two players have had with the Zato May matchup, because like we said earlier, Jonathan was mainly on that Soul early on in the metagame, but has, you know, I won't say as of recent, but, you know, a good chunk through Season 1 has switched over.
All right, but Jonathan today had that nasty sequence over there. Finally got the hit on Tempest, and here got a second hit. Gonna get the sword, the hard knockdown. We've seen the needle start up. He can throw out something different just to catch him by surprise, but instead goes for the
Jeez. Got a triple dusk on him? You really had the triple dusk on him? Damn.
Dust, man. Someone bring in a broom. We gotta sweep away all this dust, man. Oh my gosh. Oh. All right, and now we've got the hit, an immediate burst from Jonathan Tene.
Let's see, oh, and there's, wow, yeah, you can't go ahead and hit that. I mean, the oppress there.
All right. Oh, just empty? Air dash into throw, okay. Staying in the front, trying to keep it a little bit hard to guess, but a nice throw from Jonathan Tene, and so now here he goes, it's his turn. Again, great defense from Tempest.
Okay, getting out there. Yeah, those are the heavy Totsugekis right there. Okay, getting the trade here. Jonathan looking low on health, but in terms of positioning, it's all Jonathan right now. Gets the sword, you're going to be able to keep running this Eddie offense, and eventually the opening comes. But the burst, able to get rid of the Eddie here. This is Tempest's chance. The PRC going to get the poke, though.
Yeah, but you see all those little stray hits gave him a chance to get Eddie back. Here we go, lockdown, no Eddie. Now is Tempest's chance. He does get in. Guard break, keeps the pressure. BRC to go in for the command throw. Nice decision by Tempest to take round number 1.
And the guard crush setup into the RC. That was so sick after the Totsugeki there.
Oh, finally goes low. He had been going into another jump K in that situation. Finally goes for the 2K in that mix-up. And look at the damage after all that risk was built as well.
Yeah, especially if you're blocking Eddie for so long, the risk gauge is going to keep on building here. Jonathan trying to get the opening in this corner, the BRC. The shimmy not going to be enough. Tempest does not bite, and Tempest does get this opening here.
All right. Finally gets back there, is able to activate that Eddie again. Here we go. Pressure in the corner, but no more Eddie. So Tempest now trying to fight his way out, but again, even the 2S, I talked about the 5P and the 5H, but also the crouching slash from Jonathan Tene. He's just so good at knowing the opponent's tendencies and when to throw out the check. Just like that. You saw right there with the counter hit check.
Yeah, so right there, I mean, the burst was able to, I mean, didn't hit Zato, but he did hit Eddie. So he did have a little bit of time, but again, Jonathan stalling out for this Eddie to come back. Now, Eddie is gone here, and we get the reversal throw here.
Yeah, that's a smart move. He got the counter hit. You can combo into the throw, so he chooses the back throw for positioning over damage. Nice YRC, but it was blocked, and that's like minus forever. And Tempest gets the punish, and there you go. May, cheering on May.
Yeah, there you go. Minus a million, minus a lot.
I think it's technically minus 17, I think it is, but you know.
Minus enough.
Yeah, that, you know, minus 17 is like what? Just over a fourth of a second, but in fighting game terms, that is forever.
Yes, yes. Right now, I mean, Tempest did lock down the Eddie and get rid of it, but again, Jonathan just so good at locking down the situation and stalling as much time as possible using every single resource, but Tempest was able to get on the board here so huge on that third round. Jonathan not going 2-0, but looks like Jonathan might sink this round with the shark.
What a combo! Just bouncing him on the needles, just like Eddie was playing basketball that time.
Eddie was being Leo.
Yeah. Like, I could do it too. Oh, nice block on the tap dust. and he's going to survive that mix-up and get out of there with the Dolphin. Yes, go straight into the slide for the knockdown. But again, Jonathan Tene with the check and the interrupt.
That Totogeki actually took out Eddie, but because of the reversal throw and, of course, his command throw, going to stall enough time for the Eddie to come back. The Maul, yep, just going to catch these jumps.
All right, on PRC to keep himself safe, but again, into the slide for the knockdown and then push him to the corner. But Jonathan Tene with the backdashes into the throws have been working so well. Tempest tried to get a shimmy situation. Jonathan was, he blocked it in time. Wow. I think Tempest was trying to instant air dash, bait Jonathan into trying to 6P, and then catch him with the burst, so it would have been a gold burst and he would have got meter. But instead, Jonathan had already committed to a button, and so he got scared and PRC'd instead. And then actually worked out to his favor, accidentally having him block that gold burst.
Yeah, I mean, really good stuff. I mean, even the yellow RC previously was able to disarm the Eddie and kind of create this situation where usually when Jonathan has no Eddie, we usually see a lot of the 6P, a lot of the 5P, right? So not even that far-fetched of a guess for Tempest, and it looks like the Leo is out to play.
And starts with the burst right away, because you know what? Leo just wants to start. And if he can get the burst and push Jonathan into the corner and just start going crazy, that's what he'll do. Try to sneak in the dash throw, but Jonathan up back, chicken blocking, getting out of there.
Okay, finally gets the opening with the tap dusk and of course the sword super. Only see the shark super when you're gonna close it out with the wall break. Of course, you always want this situation after the sword super. It's less damage, but just getting that free needle and getting that OP and that opener with the Eddie. And of course, looks like we're gonna try to finish things off with the shark. It's not enough.
Not enough. Just needs to do a little bit of more damage here. Goes for the meaty drill, and then the 2S catching Tempest trying to move. And now Jonathan Tene, who's already 1-0 over a really close match versus Kizzie, trying to take this one 3-1 over Tempest.
Yeah, and I mean, what do you do in the corner there trying to fight your way out? Tempest does get hit by the 6P. Again, Jonathan with so much control, and how much resources are you going to have to burn to get out of the corner? The run in, trying to set up for this wall break. No, just the Eddie meaty drill there.
Nice block on the empty low, but you're still blocking that gaping maw. Finds the way out with the 5K, but the immediate burst by Jonathan puts him right back in the corner. Good block, tap dust.
And at this point, you are running out of options. The Shark Week should be enough, and Jonathan is going to take it 3-1 over Tempest. The May not working out as well as the Leo, but at least the May did get the game, right?
Yeah, May is going to exit the building. And unfortunately, that just means that Tempest is still going to be winless against Jonathan Tene, just showing why he is considered one of the best Zatos in North America right now, and one of the premier players to watch. I mean, you see it, Ringe, I know he's a Zato guy, and he loves his Zato, and he is a big fan of Jonathan for a reason. And pretty sure that Yeso and Jake are also big fans of Jonathan, so let's see what they have to say.
You know, Jonathan really coming out on top there in a match that looked very even in the beginning, but Tempest wasn't able to really keep that tempo, and then immediately going over to the Leo switch after being down 2-1. Hotashi, how do you feel that the pace of that match changed? Because we were talking that it did look like Tempest was showing up, but then Jonathan just started running away with it.
Yeah, honestly, I think Tempest was doing... It was never an issue of what character to pick after he went down 1-2. I think it's just small things. Jonathan Tene, it felt like he always had meter advantage, right? Like, you just go through around Tene, always has 50%, always has Sun Void up. And it's because Tempest uses so much meter on faultless defense, trying to escape Eddie, you know, take to the skies, escape, especially as May, right? You saw. I mean, it works sometimes, of course, because your aim ability is so great, but like small things like that count. It adds up over time. Whoever has more meter is going to have more win %, you know? Your turns are better, your confirms are better. And I think Tempest had a lot of Dolphin counter hits, and either he's afraid that Tene is going to burst, so he's going for a quick like 3K, you know, a 1-2 punch. But I think that also adds up, like not getting what you deserve off your hits, right? I think that counted for a lot. So over time, it just like, you know, you're on a seesaw, and then it just starts tipping the other way, and you can't like get it to come back to your side. It was kind of like that.
Really fun set there to watch, and now Jonathan 2-0 up in the group. Of course, Daze still undefeated as well, and Tempest and Stealthy now have to kind of fight from down, as well as Kizzie, of course. All three of them now 0-win in the group, so we're going to get some more answers here. Also, we want to give a nice shout out to our friend Yipes. We actually had your stream up here. You were shouting out Hotashi, who jumped in chat. So we appreciate you watching and hanging out, Yipes, and hope you're enjoying the show, and hope you are going to enjoy this next set, because Rin just got us ready to keep it going.
IFC Yeepes, that's how it's getting down. That's what I'm talking about. You already know, Yipes, good looking out. Shout out to Hotashi as well, bringing some great knowledge, some top player insight to the analyst room as well. So big ups to everybody holding it down, of course. And we're going to get this going. Of course, all of our competitors in Group B have graced the stage so far, but we're going to get some repeat performances, establish who the big dogs are in this group. First to the stage, the biggest dog of them all, Stealthy! Gonna be looking to bounce back on that Axel. I know he's more than capable of doing it, but he once again has a grand obstacle in his way. One of the greatest Guilty Gear players of all time. Give it up once again for KizzieKay! So it is going to be an intense match. Y'all already know how it's going to go. Kai versus Axel. I'm anticipating maybe something a little bit slower pace, relatively, of course, for Guilty Gear Strive. And let's see how our casters, James Chen and Charles, are going to handle it.
Man, Ringe can't even pronounce his name right. It's If Sipes, man. Come on. If Sipes. Shout outs to If Sipes once again. But yeah, we are going to get Kizzie going against Stealthy here. Both players right now 0-1. So opportunities, find out who is going to go up 1-1 and get that win on the board.
Yeah, you don't want to go in the 0-2 vortex that is this group. I've seen players go down that road, and it gets pretty ugly pretty fast. And of course, Stealthy here. JS, my beloved, is I always love that tag. We saw it so much during Series E. And of course, if you are an Axel player, JS will be your beloved button. We'll see if he can use that JS to keep Kizzie out. And this is going to be a really big mid-range matchup, right? Both characters going to have that give each other a decent amount of space, but I feel like Kizzie's going to be the one that wants to push the assault, right? Because the farther the range, I feel like the more advantage it is going to be for Axel. You do have, like, Kyle's just that character that kind of has a little bit of everything, right? Just a little bit of everything.
Right, yeah. And honestly, the stun dipper, again, going to be a major factor because, you know, when you're a zoner, I know people hate zoners, but wait, did we get different characters?
I saw a chip.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so maybe Kizzie just doesn't like that. Maybe he wants to try this. I mean, obviously, we talked about how Giovanna's really good at rushing down.
Right.
Chip can do similar stuff, so let's see how that works. You know, I was going to talk about, you know, zoners. The thing about zoners is that all of their buttons hit certain angles, but they leave big gaps.
Right.
And a lot of the gaps that Axel can leave are susceptible to stun dipper. So I thought that's what, what a bait on the burst. And I thought that's what Kizzie was going to count on, but looks like he's going to try to go with some chip here. But remember, in Series E, we have one of the best chips in Bean, who I'm sure Stealthy and Bean have played each other, so I'm sure Stealthy has experience in that matchup. Wow, what? Half-life on 4 hits? What?
Yeah, I mean, right now, Stealthy bringing the damage here. And we talked about mobility. We talked about Axel. Axel, not a big fan of that mobility, but look at this cashing out on the damage, the PRC to keep the pressure going here. Tries to get the sweep.
All right, gets a throw, and this is the start right here. Doesn't go for any meaty, just goes for the run-up and throw.
And even with the PRC, it was safe and reads the DP on top of that. Stealthy putting himself on the board here against Kizzie. We'll see if we get the character switch because the chip didn't even take a round, right?
Yes, but he's going to stick with it. And, you know, when he got the throw on Stealthy, you'll see, like, for example, Bean, whenever he gets the throw, he likes to run up OTG with the crouching dust into the clone. And that sets up a meaty for him. And Kizzie just ran up for the pure throw.
Oh, wow, it wasn't enough. Still gets the overhead for the perfect here. And Stealthy, I mean, if Kizzie feels like this matchup is in the favor of Chip, I mean, Stealthy's showing that he's got the matchup knowledge to back it up.
And that's the thing is, like, regardless of how this goes down, I think most people would say Chip probably wins this matchup.
Right.
But when you are a player like Stealthy, you know what your bad matchups are. Those are the ones you're going to practice the most. You're going to understand them the most. Now, obviously, a player like Daze with Giovanna is still going to be able to take out Stealthy. But right now, Kizzie, this is his secondary. I'm not saying he's bad with Chip, but it is still not his primary character.
Huge counter hit, gets the burst, gets the grab. On top of that, Stealthy starting to run the offense with some of this 2K pressure here, and the PRC into the Axle Bomber, sniping Kizzie out of the sky right there.
So let's see, gonna be a character change, or are they just going right back into it? Going right back into it! Kizzie just gonna rock the Chip here, gonna see if he's like, you know what, I know what I'm doing wrong, I can win 3 in a row with this character.
Yeah, and Chip is a character we saw a little bit more play right in the beginning on release, right?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of players actually thought Chip wasn't that great, and then all of a sudden it was like, wait a minute, this character's crazy. Then we got to see some nerfs, and then now we see Chip where he's currently at, right?
Yeah, the nerfs really discourage a lot of Chip players, which is why it's always been wonderful to watch Bean in the Series E event, Bean from Mexico, of course, and see how strong he plays him. And Stealthy right now, just, I mean, this has been almost 6 rounds in a row now, right? I believe this has just been 5 rounds in a row. And look at that, even challenging the final hit of the Rekka.
Yeah, and Stealthy, again, like I said, in terms of his playstyle, is actually not afraid to get down and dirty, right? Not afraid to go up for the dash up 2K and try to create some openings with the sweep there.
Combo into the Axle Bomber, and the reason why combo into the Axle Bomber is so good is because it pushes them so far away. He's got the time freeze, you gotta be careful. Oh, okay, ran out,
yeah. I was like, okay, are we freezing time? What's going on? What's going on? Not going to get that connection though, but still has the health advantage here. We'll see if Kizzie can get an opening, but the 2K into the sweep. Stealthy able to take it 3-0 over Kizzie.
Yeah, again, Stealthy he knows that matchup. He knows the weaknesses that, you know, Axel's going to have in that matchup. And once Chip gets in, it's very, very hard, like we were talking about the Giovanna situation. But unlike the match against Daze, Kizzie actually just had a lot of trouble getting in, and Stealthy was able to control the neutral so efficiently.
Yeah, Stealthy definitely had answers to the Chip in the mid-range. It felt like against Daze, there was just no answer in the mid-range. And I mean, and it wasn't just like Daze just running up constantly. Daze knowing when and where and what windows to really abuse that Giovanna dash in, right? And I mean, Stealthy just didn't really have a grasp of how to punish those certain situations. But amazing stuff from Stealthy, keeping the Chip out. Not really letting the Chip open up, run the offense. We didn't even really see any command grabs going and stuff. So that's when, you know, Chip gets very dangerous. But we'll see what the analysts have to say about that set.
3-0 from Stealthy over KizzieKay. And we've got to talk about it. Kizzie swapping off of the Kai, pulling out the Chip here. Jake, I just kind of want your take on that decision, because of course, I mean, it's easy to say it didn't play out well, but what's your kind of thought process on that?
I mean, I can get the idea that Kizzie was trying to go for going on the Chip. Like, if you're able to lock down Axel on that character, especially with the immense amount of movement you have on Chip, it feels really good in that matchup, because after you score that initial knockdown and you get the pressure going onto Axel, he has one burst to try to escape, and then it's, you better have the best defense, you better be able to grab every single leaf throw, you better deal with these alpha blades excellently. But Stealthy was able to work through that, and Kizzie didn't really get the momentum going. The only question I have for Kizzie is, we've seen him overcome Stealthy with the Kai before at Frosty Fausting and show success. So, I mean, maybe it's, you know, going through those growing pains, trying to have that character in the back pocket. So, like, I respect the pick. I really do. I mean, maybe the switch to Kai
because we've seen it be successful, but sometimes it's about like learning, and you can learn more from your losses than you can from your victories, and like that's ultimately going to make not Stealthy, ultimately make Kizzie a better chip player and put that in his back pocket, because if you want to be a specialist and get to the top, sometimes it's good to have all those characters prepared to show up for any matchup with the best possible odds. So I still respect the decision from Kizzie. I would have personally liked to see the Kai, because he's able to win that matchup before and show that Stealthy can't get away with his normal gameplay, even though he's a specialist. But still shocking to see a 3-0.
Yeah, that's a rough set, and now this, the dynamic of this entire group has shifted so drastically with the result of that last matchup, and now with one match left in the block, we're going to have a lot of questions here going into the final 5 matches, but we still have one more here to go before we go to a break, so let's head out to Ringe and see what's going on.
Indeed. Once again, thank you to my lovely analysts for throwing it to me. And yeah, man, one match left in this first block of Group B. It's going to be intense. It's going to really tell the tale for how the second part plays out. I want to welcome back to the stage to start this off, representing NYC. Give it up for Tempest! In the building once again. And man, I cannot believe this. We are winding down today. We are closing in on the first day of the 5K face-off. And to close out this first block of Group B, welcome back to the stage, my man, Daze! So man, this is gonna be a hard-hitting matchup, whether it's Giovanna versus Leo, Giovanna versus May. I saw these fellas playing casuals earlier. It was close from what I saw, so I'm expecting an intense, hard-hitting matchup, and it's gonna be a really fun one to call for our commentators, James, Chen, and Charles. Take it away, y'all.
All right, we'll see if it's the May that comes out or the Leo, right? And I mean, Daze so far up 1-0, and we'll see if Daze can continue the success here. And I mean, Daze's first match being Stealthy, what more could you ask for in terms of momentum, right?
Right, exactly. So, I mean, I'm curious right now, Leo May going up against the Giovanna. Like, I feel like Leo might be nice just because he has the flash kick, right? You have that get off of me button. But again, those DPs are always kind of like that double-edged sword, because if you're wrong, you're going to eat a ton of damage. So.
There are consequences for your actions.
Exactly. That's fighting games like in a nutshell right there. There are consequences for your actions. So let's see who's going to suffer the consequences in this match. See Daze over there on the first player side, Tempest on the second player side. And yeah, let's see who is going to come out of this. Day is going to be able to go 2-0 to keep pace with Jonathan Tene.
And this is why I think it's so nice if you're a Geo player. In terms of matchups, there's no matchups that you're like, oh my goodness, like I'm totally screwed, right? Like for the most part, they're pretty close to even, and most of them are all doable, right? So, I mean, if you're Daze, you're feeling comfortable, at the end of the day, you're coming in and you want to play your game, run your offense, and it looks like we are going with one of the blessed four here, Leo, white fan coming through the cut.
And we'll get the name swapped for you guys, but it is definitely Daze on the Giovanna and Tempest on the Leo. And again, I mean, one nice thing about Giovanna, I mean, obviously if you're fighting a character with a DP, but see, you can throw them out of it too. They're not throw invul, so there you go, getting the flash kick thrown out. And that's one of the nice things, you know, like you said, if Giovanna gets in, she can kind of just play her game, and the opponent just has to find a way out of it. It's just really the different matchups are going to be the neutral, and what Tempest spamming out those far slashes, and it didn't even work.
Yeah, and Gio has so many great like safe jump setups, right? So, there's the air super up and over, but yes, it is my turn still. That's what I paid the price for, that 50 meter, but the backdash on the grab here. Corner situation.
It's going to be a ton of damage here. Did get thrown out of another flash kick, but Tempest actually right there.
Oh, what are you hugging? My man, there's the super right in the face of danger. Daze going to take that round.
I wonder if Tempest would have been able to RC out of that situation. It wasn't a combo, so I don't think the super would have locked out the Roman cancel there. And I checked, he did have the meter for it. Maybe he tried and just didn't get out in time or something.
Oh, the counter sweep here. Okay, we're going to Dusk.
Oh, no. Thank you for the free damage reset.
Oh, man.
And that is going to kill because of that burst.
Yeah, that burst was the last chance right there. And just like that, Daze, a very commanding game number 1 here. Tempest not opting for the switch here. Going to stick it out with Leo.
Like I said, 3rd place at Arc Revo. So obviously Daze very strong. And you can see it here. Oh, the Tootie God, the Mago. Okay.
Yeah, that Geo sweep is so good. I mean, it's essentially a sword move. There's quite the disjoint on that, on the dog sweep there.
Oh, man. Now, here's the good juggle, but look at this. Tempest with a big lead, and he should be able to take the round for this one. Even if that didn't kill, he had the super ready to go for the OTG. Tempest now, starting with just the sweep, just the raw sweep.
And Tempest getting a ton of damage here for these interactions. I mean, we were just talking about Daze, but just in the last round and even in this one, right now Tempest is cashing out with the damage.
Yeah, Tempest looking good. Doesn't go for the Zvite, doesn't go for the cross mix-up. All right, just goes for the Eins right there and stays in the front.
Not a lot of health here for Daze. Went for the burst here. You are down a round, so gotta pretty much go for that. Gonna cash out with the super. Gonna get the wall break here.
Now,
what kind of safe jump setup we're gonna have?
We do have meter on Tempest side, so yeah, he does use the YRC and then gets the shimmy off of it. And there we go, Tempest getting on the board. It's 1-1. As we said, we go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just sticking with the Leo, right? Not switching over to me. Definitely working out.
No, like I said, Tempest. You know, we didn't get to see him a lot on the Series E tournaments. Occasionally, but like this is a world-class player here of so many fighting games.
Okay, he's gonna start off strong here for Daze. Game number 3 here. You know, this mid area of this set could be potentially Game 5, of course. Would love to see that. Both these players have been playing so well here, but the openings all days, all the time to start things off.
Trade combos for the win. Daze now trying to take the 2-1 lead.
Big counter hit, but the burst immediately.
All right, back throw into the corner. Important decision right there. Catches with the low on the backdash. So many active frames because of the multiple hits. Catching the backdash towards the end of it.
And you can even cancel out depending, like you can go for both hits on the 2S or you can cancel out after the first one. Be very tricky here, but bouncing back and forth, keeping the corner, actually going into the corner here. This is huge. Tempest betting it all on that.
But gets the flash kick out of there. I talked about how valuable that is. Wake up, sweep. I don't think anyone was expecting that, and it caught Daze, and Tempest ties it up.
Yeah, Daze claiming, yeah, you're definitely going to respect me here, and Tempest is like, nah, son, here comes the swing, and just like that, going to even things out.
And Tempest with a great start here, half life off of Daze already. Tempest trying, wow. Not going to be able to get the side switch, however. Whoa, no, just mistimed that. Was way too early, and so Daze just woke up with buttons. Nice backdash.
There's a close slash here. Close slash for Geo is going to set you up for success here. You get this wall break set up into the super.
Ooh, is this going to kill? Not quite, not quite. It's just going to be shy of that. Needs one more good hit in there.
Oh, tried to go for the safe jump. Opening there, but the backdash coming out from Tempest. Down to the wire, but Tempest is the one that gets the last opening and takes game 3.
Leo's gonna Leo, gets you knocked down, you gotta start guessing, and there it was, the power of the back turn. For those of you who are newer to Guilty Gear, when you're back turn like that with Leo, you cannot block, but you can dash through people. You have an overhead, you have a low, you have a guard break, you have a command throw, and you have a shield that can counter everything.
And that's a lot of things you get. How much? But what do you lose though?
Just the block. That's it. You just can't block.
That's a deal. That's a hell of a deal.
Oh man. Oh, nice interruption. Daze not letting Tempest get in for free, but nice juggle. Confirmed there, and there it was right there. Wow. He tried to counter. Okay, so it can't counter throws, but you know.
Yeah, and the burst immediately to interrupt that, and this should be it, especially with that 100 meter. Giovanna is a character that you get passively buffed depending on how much meter you have, which can help you on defense and offense.
Yep. And here we go, plus frames on that drill attack. Gets to the other side, chases down the backdash. Gonna convert off of it. Again, the overhead. Trying to see, is it left or right, or is it high or low? And he goes for a third overhead.
The four-way mix coming out here. Daze finally getting something going. We got 2 reversal throws here. Again! Can I get 4?
Oh, he went for the flash kick again. The flash kick got thrown twice in a row, and he went for it again. And it paid off the third time.
The burst is available for Tempest here. When do you use it? The pressure keeps on coming. Finally, the burst comes out.
Oh, but the crouching light kick, the 2K, I should say, gonna take it for Daze. And now we're tied 2-2.
Wow, and the drill going through the projectile there, that was so huge, right? Of course, game 5 versus both of these players. This set has been going back and forth.
Really evenly matched opponents here, but here comes Tempest. Nope, gonna back away and just cancel the back turn with the Sonic Boom. Oh, didn't combo anything off of that. The kick into the 6K, but still gonna get the knockdown here. The super OTG through the wall.
Tempest is mixing on man left and right. Oh, and yeah, the throw does not connect, and that was Tempest the whole time.
Yeah, Tempest with the read on that throw attempt from Daze, had the backdash to get away. Are we gonna get another final game, final round, or is Tempest said, no, I'm breaking the script?
Yeah, I got all the momentum, and I don't want to share it. Tempest don't want to share any of the momentum with Daze.
It's my momentum. Oh.
Okay, you got to earn it though. Here's the burst, trying to break through the neutral here, but again, Tempest, but the reversal throw from Daze. This could be the opportunity, the safe jump setup.
Yeah, Tempest, though, does have his own burst. Not going to spend it just yet. Going to hold on to it. Gets the flash kick. That's going to do it right there with the OTG. Tempest, NYC from New York City, defeating the 3rd place finisher at Arc Revo North America. Nicely done. And as I said, Tempest, just such a talented player in so many different games, showing exactly why they're able to use the Mei, able to use the Leo, and take it.
Yeah, amazing stuff right there. Not really giving Daze any opportunity to run that offense, right? Just all him all the time. Went through the burst, still won that neutral interaction there, so fantastic stuff coming out from the Tempest. Not on the Mei, but still doing it well on the Leo, right? So amazing stuff, and we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to get a breakdown of that set.
Big victory there for Tempest against Daze to close out the first block here of Group B. We are 5 matches in, so it's a perfect time to take a look at how things have shaken out in the standings in the group. So let's pull this one up. We can take a look, and I know, Jake, you have some thoughts here on the way things have shaken out in Group B. So tell me, of course, we just had that last match, but overall, what are you feeling right now through 5 sets?
Yeah, some expectations have been met, and then some expectations have been blown out of the water. The one thing that I did not expect to happen is KizzieKay sitting at 0-2, and as we wait for that bracket to come up and show us exactly what's going on, I wanted to pass it over to Hotashi. And is there anything that surprised you so far about this first block for Group B, or is it business as usual?
I think Tempest over Daze, huge.
That was kind of crazy.
Upset. It was like razor's edge, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. A great battle. But Tempest, shout outs to you. Good job. Because Daze is pushing it for best in America. Don't worry about me.
That's a statement right there. If you're in chat right now, you better clip that, because I don't, I mean, you said it at Arc Revo after you won. You're like, just because I won this tournament doesn't mean I'm best. But what happens if you win this tournament too? Does that mean you're the best?
Tournaments aren't everything, Other than that, Stealthy over Kizzie after Texas Showdown last week, a little bit of a surprise, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, as we go into Block 4, I want to see more good matches like that. I want to feel. You feeling the excitement? Right?
I'm feeling it. I'm enjoying it so far, and this is looking to be a little bit tighter of a group, right? When we finished the first block for y'all, we had both you and Razzo both at 2-0 tied in first place. Of course, things shook out in your favor in that second block.
Right.
We have 3 players tied at 1-1 after 5 sets, which means we're going to have a race to the finish in this final block.
Yes,
and
indeed.
I'm looking forward to it. What is the matchup you're most looking forward to in that second block?
Oof. I want to see Daze versus Tene.
Okay.
The last time Daze and Jonathan Tene played, Tene blew him out, right?
Yeah.
It looked like Daze didn't even know how to hold the stick. But you laugh. Daze has had some time to work on the Eddie matchup. But still, I don't think he's ready. But I want to be proved wrong, right? That's what makes it so exciting. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I'd have to say that's also the match I'm looking forward to. The two favorites that I had initially making the top of this group right now. And Jonathan, you know, playing a little bit more awake after the first game and then following up with Tempest. But Daze, like, I was super impressed with Tempest right there, able to take it over Daze, because Daze started that match like full guns blazing, like full steam ahead.
Yeah.
And it just felt like it felt like a one-player game for a minute.
I think
and then
people
Tempest,
forget Tempest is one of the strongest in America.
Oh yeah.
It's a little bit understated, but let that result show. Tempest is the real deal. So we'll see Tempest in the next block. I'm looking forward to more strong play. I like that.
It's going to be fun. We have 5 matches done in this group, 5 more to go to decide the 4 players that will join Hotashi and the rest of the representatives from Group A in our bracket tomorrow. Right now, we're going to a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have more from the 5K face-off, so don't go far, folks.
Nothing, baby. Let's get in there.
We are back. Yeso and Jake Ryan here as we prepare for the final block of the day. 5 sets stand between us and finding out who is going to get out of Group B. You got a nice look at our upcoming competitors here. Jonathan, Tene, and Stealthy will be facing off here, and a ton at stake here for both players. Jonathan, I believe, can secure first place in the group with a win. A win for Stealthy would guarantee Stealthy to get out of the group after already holding the head-to-head against KizzieKay. So this is a huge match for both of these players.
Yeah, and these players are definitely familiar with each other as well. Training partners online, always in Discord getting matches. Tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme, Axel versus Eddie. You know, something that we would expect to see in Guilty Gear from the beginning, the early days. But yeah, these are early days still for these players, some of the youngest players in the scene. You know, Stealthy at 16, Jonathan still trying to get to that nice round 20 number. But it's going to be exciting. Yes, there's a lot on the line here. Jonathan obviously wants that #1 seed, but that would confirm that they play Solstice tomorrow, which would be pretty interesting.
I want that matchup, actually, really bad, because I think that would be a hell of a way to kick off the first round tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that would be one of the best ways to kick off the round robin, and maybe Stealthy can usurp that attempt, but we're going to see who exactly comes out on top here. Ringe, take it away.
Indeed, we will see who comes out on top of Group B, of course, but I am with the Group A dominator. Mans didn't drop a set. That's right? You didn't drop a match?
Apparently not.
The 4-0, I think it was the 4-0. So Hotashi, you had a good first day. You know what I mean? You've secured your spot in the bracket overall tomorrow. Have you gained any insights here today that you didn't have going into this tournament?
I need to be. At first it was just like, all right, as long as I don't run into Daze, I'm gonna have a great weekend. Now it's like, oh, you know, well, Tempest is probably gonna tear me up at this rate. Those two playing very well.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. So we're seeing people kind of, I would say, would you say maybe over kind of achieve a bit, or are you just kind of being woke to how skilled they really are?
Everybody here is good, but I'm glad it's so competitive, right? Because, you know, Strive is like kind of like a game of blowouts because, you know, the reward is so insane. I'm glad it's so close, right? We rarely see like elongated sets and like adaptation, counter-adaptation, so it's high drama.
All right, so that's good to hear. It looks like you're going to be looking, you already told us that you're looking out for Daze and Tempest tomorrow, so that's what I'm going to be expecting. So I think to end the interview, I just want to hear, how good does it feel to play some offline, bro?
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
That's all we...
It's completely different. We've been stuck inside for how long? Glad to be right here with you, you know, talking about the matches, you know, laughing at Peter, whatever. Shout out to you, Flash.
Flash has definitely given us a lot to laugh about, a lot to marvel at as well today. Some incredible plays, some incredible trash talk, and we'll hear from him in a little bit. But right now, we're going to get to our casters and get this Group B underway. Take it away, James and Charles.
All right, so we got Jonathan versus Stealthy, two of the youngest bloods in the business at the moment, man, and it's really cool to see them face off. They've been going against each other in Series E quite a bit as well. So, I mean, we've seen this matchup play out in Series E with the Soul or with the Zato coming out from Jonathan Tene's side. I think as of more recently, Jonathan is opting more so to just go with the solo Zato, right?
Yeah, and I just have to ask this: can we laugh at Peter as well? Can we laugh?
Yeah, I think we can all join in.
Okay, cool. All right, I just wanted to make sure. That's all. I don't want to miss out on that fun. So
that sounds like the best part of the tournament.
But I hope everybody here has been having their fun watching these matches. Daze over here, he just says he wants to come out here and get some good games in and get some good practice in here. Jonathan going up against Stealthy, and again, Jonathan just is in such a dominant position. He's the only person who's undefeated in this bracket right now, in this pool. So he has a chance. If he just takes this, that's it. There's no way that he is not going to qualify out of this. But, you know, might as well try to send a message. Go 4-0 like Hotashi did, right?
Yeah,
Come out of
yeah.
here undefeated.
Yeah, we talked about Group B being a little bit more squished in terms of gaps, right? So it will be very surprising if we do see Jonathan go 0 or 4-0. But if anyone is poised to do it in this Group B, it's going to be Jonathan Tene. We'll see what the matchup is. I feel like with Zato versus Axel, Axel is just one of those characters where the bigger the gap, the more advantage, right? So even characters with other strong mid-range tools, you actually see them kind of trying to close the gap versus Axel. But we are going to close it in. We are not going to see the Soul. The Zato is coming out to play.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like this is going to be kind of the classic situation again, right? Can Stealthy keep Jonathan Tene out? But if Jonathan Tene gets in, I mean, it's not even just one character, you know, attacking you in the corner there. It's two characters. There's that Eddie there. But I also feel like Axel has a lot of good ways to kill Eddie.
Yeah,
you know, and then cancel into other things. You already saw the Rensen doing the job earlier.
Yeah, JS, my beloved, of course, Stealthy, loving that button. And I mean, having solid pokes, how many times have we seen players with the fireball or with some kind of solid ground poke take out the Eddie, right? Well, Axel definitely has that in tenfold.
Yeah, and that's why you see Stealthy largely trying to bring out, you're seeing Jonathan Tene largely trying to bring out Eddie with the oppose and trying to absorb some hits instead. Oh, he got in, but again, that jumping slash, the JS, my beloved there.
Big opening here, but Jonathan not getting too much because Stealthy was able to snipe out the Eddie. The Rensen not going to connect here.
Yeah, there it is. Get that instant air dash back jump slash, the classic. It's basically just a way to cut your jump shorter. Ah, there's that fake empty low into the jump dust, the classic mix-up that Jonathan is so good at using. And, you know, it's important for him to establish that mix-up because then if he keeps hitting you with that jump dust, that just opens you up to the empty low. And there you see the Rensen and the down follow-up killing Eddie and stopping Jonathan at the same time.
Yeah, we usually don't see Stealthy go for that version of the Rensen too often, but seems very very optimal here in this matchup for taking out Eddie. Oh, there's the burst, keeping the corner pressure, and just like that, wow.
Yeah.
The 5P just wiping Eddie out.
Stabbing him out of the air, but here we go, the Sharknado. Always best thing about that is it builds back the Eddie gauge because it takes so long. There's the proper punish on the block. You gotta jump the follow-up, otherwise he's safe on block.
Man. Jonathan getting every single read on the defense there. My goodness, completely opening up Stealthy on the right side and opening up this set with a game 1 lead.
Yeah, that's what Jonathan's so good at. We've seen how good his defense is as well as those mix-ups. And again, that just means that he just understands the people's tendencies. Oh God, what an air throw. 16 years old.
Reversal throw back to back here.
Oh boy, here we go, this corner pressure, and this is just the reset Eddie and to keep going. There's that jump dust again and forcing the burst out of Stealthy.
And the value there was so great for Stealthy. Gonna get this grab as well, but I mean, in that situation, when you get the burst there, even if you get it baited out, as long as you're killing the Eddie, it's always worth it.
Right, exactly. It's important to kill that Eddie. Because the damage that, you know, Zato can do with an Eddie is so much higher than without that Eddie. But Jonathan has that Eddie ready to go and is gonna link it off of the the tap dust. And here we go. The Shark again finishing off the round. That low guts on Axel, man.
Yeah, both of these characters, I mean, any character that you want to play at the mid to long range, generally, they're going to have lower guts and lower health pools there. So whenever you see the Shark, that is for the damage there. And of course, if you see the Sword Super, it's because Jonathan wants to keep the pressure going. It refreshes the Eddie, whereas the Shark doesn't.
There's that jump punch to take out the Eddie, and so now Jonathan's got to try to build him back, but Stealthy's going to get the hit. Should be able to finish it off right here with instant air Tiger Knee Axel bombers back to back to back. Stealthy getting around on the board.
Yeah, we'll see if Stealthy can get a game on the board here. And it's so important, and you see Stealthy even opting to come in and close the gap as well. We are not too, you know, like Stealthy just coming in with the 2Ks in general, just something we see pretty often.
There you go, Eddie's gone again. And so Stealthy being a little more aggressive. Yeah, there you go, catches the 2K, 2D. Here we go, and then an instant air Axle Bomber, and then just the OTG just to push him away again.
Yeah, especially with characters like Axel or Happy Chaos. Sometimes you don't have to get damage, you can play for positioning, right? Take a little bit less damage, just get the positioning, because in these positions, that's where your character is at its strongest. And right now, Stealthy showing that off, evening things up here 1-1.
Yeah, I don't think Jonathan was thinking about him doing Rensen into PRC Rensen. He had stopped a faultless defensing at that point in time and just took the chip damage and died.
Should be a wall break. Okay, gonna keep the corner here. It's gonna chip out here, gonna stall for the Eddie. The Eddie is back in play here. We'll see if Jonathan can bring it out. And it can be really scary. Whoa!
The Zato missile from downtown, man. That was the fastball right there.
Yeah, and of course, when you do the PRC, you do maintain that momentum from a lot of moves. So you can get really creative with the PRCs and either use it as an escape route, or there you actually saw Jonathan using it as a gap closer, right?
But you also always got to watch out for that command throw. And, you know, for Axel players, you know, a full screen command throw like that is really nice, but the more you use it, the worse it becomes. And so you want to try to save it for situations where you are pretty sure they're not ready for it. And Stealthy there with the perfect tying it up.
Yeah, and what a conversion coming out from Stealthy, getting the juggle all the way from center, take him to the right wall there with that PRC. But here comes Jonathan, gonna use the burst, get the value, and it can be hard finding those openings where you can actually burst some of these action combos, right? Oh man, but this is no burst right now.
To use the Axle Bomber and then push him full screen away. Safe distance where it's hard to punish the command throw from there. And look at this, he just needs a little bit of chip. And Jonathan trying so hard not to get chipped to death. But JS, my beloved, for back-to-back perfects. Stealthy going up 2-1 against Jonathan Tene.
Yeah, and I mean, Jonathan's slated to be the top seed of this group, right? And we've said it before, Jonathan and Stealthy have played each other so much in so many different matchups throughout Guilty Gear Strive. They play almost at a weekly basis here at Series E whenever Stealthy can make it out.
All right, gets the throw, and look at this lead that he has over here. Are we going to end up in a situation where we have nobody with a perfect record here in Group B? I mean, Stealthy had so much trouble against Daze and just got, I think it was 3-0, but look at this, what he is doing now. Took out KizzieKay 3-0, and now has taken out Jonathan, almost taken out Jonathan Tene 3-1.
All right, and you can't switch in between rounds here, so you walk into the Zato. I don't think Jonathan was going to switch anyway, like we said. Jonathan looking like he wants to just be the solo Zato, right? Be that specialist, just go through these bad matchups here, but Stealthy looking so familiar here, getting all of these hits and playing at such a good range here.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, we talked about no Happy Chaos here. We can say the same thing about no soul bad guys in this tournament at all.
Okay, here's the opening here. There's the immediate burst. There goes Eddie. Now you got to stall out this time. The run block coming out from Jonathan and the eject button, but the 6P with the interjection here.
Yeah, he was ready for that. That's what he was looking for. There's the empty low. So he's going to go for the sword super. Knows the shark can't kill. So he's going to get the hard knockdown, the pressure going. There's the gaping maw.
Can you block the jump and the eject button with the Axle Bomber and the PRC here? Eddie is now back online. The run-up grab, though. Stealthy down to get up close and personal here. Look at this offense coming out from Stealthy. The YRC finally giving Jonathan some space here. The left, right, the Dusk as well to finish it off.
Nice. Yeah, he actually counted on Stealthy blocking a little too long, so that he was able to get Eddie to behind him so that all the blocking against Eddie would suck him in towards towards Zato.
And Jonathan loved those dust openings, right? I mean, you get that overhead, especially when you have Eddie on your side. You don't have to burn the red RC to combo off of it as well.
Oh, here we go. Again, the run-up throws from Stealthy. He's looking good here. Only needs to get one solid combo again, because his character does not have a lot of health. Couldn't build the burst. He was pixels away from getting the burst. And Stealthy is going to take it 3-1 over Jonathan Tene, and we will not have anybody with a perfect record here in Group B.
No clean records allowed here, and Stealthy gonna show that Jonathan can indeed bleed here in 3-1 fashion as well. I mean, I think most people would agree that Axel has the advantage in that matchup. We've seen Jonathan dabble with the soul as well in that matchup, but when Jonathan gets to openings, it does, it does quite a bit of damage, right? Both characters just having that low guts, and obviously Axel, just in general, for the most part, we saw a lot more chip. But I feel like as the set kind of went on, we saw Stealthy get a little bit more confident and opting more to run some offense up close and personal. We'll see what the analysts have to say about that set, though.
Not at all what we expected, huh? Jonathan Tene sticking to his guns and taking it like a man.
Yeah, definitely Stealthy living up to his name after defeating the ninja in the form of Chip. Going back to Stealthy Ninja Man, that was his original tag, and taking down Jonathan as the reigning champ. I'm not lying, he got that name from a little game called Minecraft, and definitely showed the power of his blocks and that he could overcome, overcome Jonathan.
Jonathan Tene, where was the soul? we talked about it. We talked about it. Where is the soul bad guy? Stealthy is strong. Why test him? This is every game counts. If you have a sub for the matchup, ain't nobody gonna call foul. Pick the soul. I would not have recommended that we stay locked on Zato. I have to wonder, like, what I suppose, like, if you're up, in the group, like, we might as well try, right? How's my Zato against Axel? Spoilers.
Not great.
Not good. JS, 2H, you kind of take a lot of damage from Axel on these loose hits.
I mean, we talked about Tempest earlier about meter management, but at this time it was Jonathan didn't have a lot of health management left to use.
Right.
Dealing with those normals.
It's a surprising result. Don't count out. Stealthy, the young gun, never count him out. But why, Zato? Why did we have to do this?
We're gonna come in tomorrow for top 8, and Hotashi's still gonna be going, why? Why the Zato?
If Tene goes 3-1, I won't say anything. But if Tene goes 2-2, he's gonna hear from me all night. Well, why? You didn't have anything to prove,
Well, these next players do have something to prove, and we're going to hear from Ringe exactly some insights from the players from Group A on these next couple of matches.
Indeed we are. Thank you again to my lovely analyst room, Yeso, Jake, Hotashi, everybody holding it down. Another man that's been holding it down holding it down today is the man next to me, Flash. How you doing, man? How you feeling?
I'm chilling, man. I'm good. You?
I'm great. In fact, I get to interview you. I am definitely mad happy about that. You have been, how do I really put it? I'm not sure. I feel like your approach to the competitive scene nowadays is, it's very unique in the sense that I think, like, you take it seriously, but you don't stress yourself out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these characters are bullshit, so.
I mean, if you want to keep it a buck, it'd be like that in Guilty Gear, right? But isn't that kind of the franchise's history? I feel like I've always been like, this game is kind of BS. No?
I don't think so. I think this is the first time where, like, you can legit lose to somebody that you know in your heart you're better than.
Okay, I feel that. And we were discussing about that earlier, right? What happens when the wins and losses happen? You don't feel, right, just because you lost today that you're the worst player.
Oh, no, they know I'm better than them.
That's what I'm talking. And that goes to everybody, right?
Mostly.
Mostly, okay. Can we get a few that are not on that list then?
I don't know if I want to gas them up, but they're around here somewhere.
Okay. We'll see. We'll leave the rest of the talk for tomorrow. Thank you once again, Flash, for joining me. We'll see you in the bracket. And now we're going to see the casters for the rest of Group B. Shout-outs James, Shen, and Charles.
All right, and we are coming up on KizzieKay, Panda's KizzieKay, going up against Daze. We have no one with a perfect record in terms of wins, but right now KizzieKay, the only player right now that has no wins. Right. And so if he can try to take this over Daze, I mean, this is going to be a brutal bracket group here. We may have, like, can we get like a 5-way tie? Because then we would just play it again, right?
Maybe. Just run it back. get to see all these amazing matches. Of course, we know that Kizzie has a ton of characters on deck here, but we'll see if the Kyle comes out to play versus the Giovanna, or maybe another character, who knows?
Yeah,
of course, Daze on the Giovanna, right?
Right, exactly. And Daze, you know, surprising loss, I feel like, to Tempest over there. I know Hotashi was even saying that it was kind of an upset. But again, Tempest, as I said, just an amazing player.
Right.
So let's see if Daze can get back onto the right track here and try to get back onto that win column. Because if he can get himself to 2-1, that's going to be so much more comfortable at this point. He will be tied with Jonathan Tene at 2-1.
Yeah, especially if there's a player that you know can't go 4-0, right? Essentially just at least locking yourself into that 2-win territory. The 2 to 3 win is your ticket out of the pool, right?
Yeah, so here we go. It is going to be Kyle Kiske going up against the Giovanna. King Kyle.
Yeah, we'll see here, okay? So Kizzie wants to keep the Daze away. Obviously, you know, the mobility on this Giovanna is going to be what Daze is going to be banking off here. But, of course, you know, Kizzie's got a little bit of mobility as well. The stun tipper going to be that gap closing ability, right? And I mean, just Kai in general just has a lot of those, or you're just going to have the fireball to mitigate that, right?
And here we
mitigate
go.
your opponent's mobility.
Gets the burst, and now Kai, you know, the nice thing about him is he kind of can switch between the offense and defense depending on which characters he's playing and if they have good range or not. So against Giovanna, he can play a little bit of defense, gets him with the stun dipper into the PRC, into the super, through the wall. Not going to be enough to kill just yet.
But the positive bonus, and yeah, the meaty right there, going to take it.
That kick has like 9,000 active frames, I swear. It makes no sense how meaty you can get that move.
All right, but here comes Daze on the offense, so Daze does have the burst available. Another back-to-back throw here. That close slash, another throw, and just again, every time you see Daze dashing up, it's just what's going to happen, the close slash, the grab, right? There's so many situations, so many possibilities here, and Daze playing this strike throw perfectly right now. Finally, Kizzie, get off me.
Yeah, and that's important too. So that close slash into instant jump, instant air dash jump attack is a safe jump setup. So it's really scary when Daze gets that throw in the corner and goes for that setup. Kizzie will not be able to wake up with a vapor thrust at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Geo has so many different safe jump setups.
Yeah.
So definitely a character that you can get down with the nitty gritty. But 2 kicks into the super right now. Not enough for the wall break, but god damn, what of all that damage.
I know, right? Oh man. All right, the lights into the a back. Oh, look at this. We've got ourselves dragon installs from KizzieKay this time. Let's see how he can use this.
Yeah, Kizzie not going to go for the ride the lightning, but the burst is going to get baited here. Tries to go for the dragon install in the corner, which is a situation that is so good for Kai, right? I mean, and in situations where you just, the ride the lightning isn't going to necessarily net you the damage to win. Sometimes you can go for the dragon install and hope for that corner situation to just bring in the damage.
Oh god, the Mago coming into play, the 2D god. And here we go, combo into the corner, into the super. Look at this damage!
Wow.
Oh.
Daze starting things off right here, the positive bonus, but Kizzie about to get enough meter with that DP into the grab here.
Yep, goes with the Fuja arc. And now back. Yep, couldn't get out of the corner. Oh, but gets the hit into the RC. Side switch into the kill. Daze taking round number 1.
Man, Daze looking so strong coming into the set. Kizzie getting something started, but still was not enough to close it out here. There's the counter hit. Yep, big damage.
Yeah, there's that corner carry off of the 6H. 6H. But now here we go into the corner. You've got the pressure from the fireball.
And I love Daze's usage of the 6P as well, just using that upper body intangibility to let the fireball pass right on through here. But, yep, into the wall break from the super. Gonna get this safe jump set up here.
All right. And always using that burn. He got that because he snuck the burn kick in for the side switch that Kizzie wasn't ready for. And here we go, the confirm straight into the super off of a single hit. And Daze goes up 2-0 against Kizzie. Is Kizzie gonna stick with the character? Yes, he's staying with the Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle coming through in the cut here. We'll see if Kizzie can get himself onto the board. We've seen this situation many times throughout both of these groups, and definitely all these players no stranger to at least bringing it to a game 5, right?
All right. Daze trying to find his way out of the corner. Oh, what an air throw. See, there you go. Don't let him get away with those free burn kicks. And that's what gave Daze the win the previous round. So this time, Kizzie with the awareness.
Okay, here's a close slash, trying to get the 2S as well. And there is the strike throw setup.
And again, this is the first Guilty Gear that's let you late cancel things on chains and on block. And so you can see that situation there where Daze just had like 4 frame traps in a row. Gonna get the RC. Wow. Okay, good burst by Kizzie. Finds its mark. The stun dipper, and here we go.
Do you have enough damage to convert it with the wall? Yes, you do. Able to get the wall break there. That was so huge coming out from Kizzie, and that burst paying off, and Daze with no burst in return, right?
Right. But here comes Daze with the pressure. You see all these frame traps here repeatedly. Oh my God, how many slip? Dude, his risk gauge is so high up. Don't get hit. Get out of there. Oh, man. And that's actually not that bad considering how big the risk gauge was. The damage wasn't terrible.
Oh, wow. Get hit by the fireball setup here. The red RC to keep the pressure going. The overhead, the side switch here coming out from Daze, and the knee in the corner.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kizzie tried to counter that burn kick again, but the red RC caused a little bit of slowdown at the start, so he wasn't able to move fast enough. And here comes Daze. Not going to cancel into a super to get out of there, but the jump does into Ride the Lightning.
It's going to be big damage here. The wall break, a ton of meter on both sides here. Kizzie about to get the 50 tension. On this wake up here. Oh, gets the opening and another throw. Daze closes it out and not giving Kizzie a chance to use that meter.
And so here we go. Daze now at match point. Is Kizzie gonna go down 0-3 again like he did against Stealthy? Daze doing an excellent job. You talked about it earlier, how the 6Ps can phase through a lot of the projectiles. And that's what Daze is doing against Kai's faster projectiles. And also the dash blocking, so important.
And burst is available as well here for Daze. This is huge. Really coming down to the wire. Kizzie does have some meter, but so does Daze here. 50 tension on both sides. Here's the strike throw. There's the grab. Oh, but the reversal throw coming out from Kizzie.
Okay, opportunity here. Gets the hit. Baits the burst. Gonna have some good damage here. The super. Is this gonna kill?
Oh, man, not gonna be enough. And there's the defense. Oh, the wake. Okay,
Are you gonna block in time? No, no.
Wow, and didn't even have 100 tension. The RC cancel it.
Yeah.
Okay, but that is going to be enough. I don't know if Daze thought he had 100 meter there, but one thing goes to show is that defense buff you get from having the meter, you know, really starts to count even in these situations where you barely survive with some damage here.
Yeah, he probably thought that DP was going to give him the meter to RC it or something like that. Oh, nice check again from Daze, and here comes Daze. He's still up 2-1 over Kizzie. Gets the safe jump again. Here we go. Safe jumps all day.
Over the red RC, the tech there. Okay, but we're not going to fully connect the...
Yeah, too close for both hits of the stun dipper to connect like that.
Oh man, and Kizzie just on the defense, and it's all offense all the time here for Daze just from round start. Now Daze just needs one more round to close this set off. Kizzie was able to get on the board, but we'll see if Kizzie can bring it to a game 5.
Yeah, Daze right there with the amazing offensive sequence. Here we go, the pressure again. Baits out the throw tech, gets the counter hit. Kizzie gets out of there with the DP, but a backdash on wake up from Daze, and he's got the corner once again.
Burst available for Kizzie here, just gonna immediately use it, get out of this corner situation. But it's Daze almost at 100 tension right now.
Oh,
the red
what an
RC. Gonna give you enough for super? No. Not gonna convert, but the red RC to keep it the turn here. But Ride the Lightning is gonna connect here.
All right, what's the setup here? Yep, stays in the corner. The 2D God is gonna connect again. And Daze advances forward 3-1 over KizzieKay.
Man, the range on that sweep from Giovanna. I could not believe it when I saw it connect. My goodness.
Oh, man. The dog, man. The dog doing the work.
Yep.
Oh, right there. And,
the force palm or something.
yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Bite in the air.
Oh, man. And there you go. So, Kizzie, unfortunately, remaining winless. 0-3, only has the matchup versus Tempest now to try to get on the board to get one win in there. But if not, then Kizzie is going to be the one who's going to drop out of this group. And right now, I think it's Daze. Is it Daze, Jonathan, and Stealthy 2-1 right now?
Yeah, I believe so.
You know, hopefully the analysts can bring up the current standings if we have them. So let's see if we can get that from them.
Huge win there for Daze, taking it 3-1 over KizzieKay. Daze now confirmed for top 8. You know, seeding yet to be decided, but a huge win there. And of course, a struggle here so far for KizzieKay, now 0-3, and we were just talking about it before we came over, his fate now out of his hands. The biggest fan of whoever's playing against, I think, is Stealthy, right? Going up against Tempest here in this next set. This is huge. Hotashi, what jumps out to you, man?
So Kizzie is going to need Tempest to lose in the next set, or that's it, because round robin format becomes lame duck, right? But this set, you know, when you think of Daze, you know, mastery, amazing Giovanna, you know, great footsies. Let me tell you something. Daze is a little masher. This is the truth. Daze, I've never seen somebody mash 5P in so many random places and have it pay off. It really like adds up. Daze leverages his resources in a really intelligent way to take like risks that maintain the momentum in a way that isn't like strictly greedy, right? Because your opponent, it's all about mind games. Besides that, think about however many times Daze, what's the clear the loon that Kai does?
Yeah.
What's the name of it? Daze answered that with 5P every time.
Oh, yeah.
And really it adds up because that's a common reset point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And over a set that it adds up so much, like getting that many more, like think about how long Kizzie was just in a corner eating close slash after close slash after close slash, and we didn't see much of that from Kizzie.
Yeah.
And it's because he's preventing these pressure resets.
Yeah.
It's key, all reactions.
And we're going to be seeing how the pressure has been mounting up when we look at how the sets have piled up so far. So this is what we're seeing right now. And Tempest in that 1-1 position, like we said, and you know Kizzie in the 0-3. So if Tempest falls to Stealthy here, then that means our top 8 is solidified for tomorrow. All that will be left to decide is seeding for the rest of Group B here. And Hotashi, if I had to ask, what do you think? How do you think this matchup goes? Is Stealthy going to be going against Leo? Is it going to be May? What does Tempest need to do, especially after Stealthy took down Jonathan in a pretty convincing fashion?
The popular opinion is that Axel has a winning matchup against Leo, but I don't know if that'll be enough to force Tempest to go May. Tempest mostly plays Leo in tournament. It's just about, is he going to stick to his guns? I don't know if he has like a specialist plan for playing the Axel matchup. It's not impossible, right? Axel doesn't like lock certain characters out like that are here, but Tempest is going to have to surprise me on this one.
It's going to be fun to see. Very high stakes matchups here as we get closer and closer to the end of Group B. Still a lot to be decided here, and Kizzie's still alive, but is going to need some help in this next matchup. Let's find out who we got here as we head out to Ringe at the stage.
And indeed, before we actually get to the match itself, I am with a very special guest. Razzo, how are you doing today? Made it to tomorrow. How are you feeling overall?
I'm just relaxed now. I'm really happy.
Straight up a relief.
Yeah, just straight up happy.
That's good to hear. Now, you are actually, I think, one of the people that has a little bit more offline experience in this game. I remember you won PAX West way back towards the launch of the game, and were part of Arc Rebel America and whatnot. Can you give me, like, maybe a comparison or how you feel about how you progressed offline and this tournament in comparison to the rest?
I think specifically with offline, it felt like the longer that this game's like meta is like evolved, I feel like it's gotten harder and harder for me to win. But I like the push for like me to just like learn new things and just get better. Also, the experience of the offline event itself. Like I'm new to this whole sort of thing, so every event I go to, it's just like you get to find out. You're like, wow, this is like what this scene is like. This is what they do here, and it's great. I've loved every bit of it.
I love that answer all the way around. Like the fact that you're willing to get pushed and wanting to find those answers, and of course just embracing the other communities, right? That's really dope. And I think you're growing your own community on Twitch as well, right?
Right. I'm going to, as soon as I get home, I'm going to start streaming again, regular schedule, twitch.tv/RazzoSharp. If y'all could please follow me, I would appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Yes, make sure to do it, twitch.tv/RazzoSharp, correct? All right, go ahead and do that. Make sure to follow one of the finest Leos in the business. They will teach you about the game most definitely. And to get some more lessons on the game, let's go to our casters, James, Chen, and Charles.
Yeah, one of my favorite things, there was one point in time when we were jumping around through one stream and checking out all the player streams. We got to check out Razzo's stream. And Razzo was on a Discord call with like, I believe Jonathan Tene was on there. And there was like 7 people that were all there. Yeah, exactly. And so got to hear them discuss their thoughts on the matchups and everything. It was really, really cool. So I definitely recommend checking that out if you want to hear some, sharp minds discuss Guilty Gear.
And of course, a matchup that we've actually seen a decent amount throughout Guilty Gear's lifespan here. We got Stealthy on the Axel, and of course Tempest on the Leo.
Yeah. So obviously Stealthy has had to fight a few of the, like Razzo, for example, in the Wednesday night. I'm sorry, in the Series E events.
And I believe this was grand finals at CEO as well. So
was it? Okay, okay.
Yeah, so shout out to K7 winning that tournament. But yeah, I mean, just a matchup that we have seen for sure. But it looks like Tempest is going to go ahead and get the opening here. Stealthy obviously going to try to keep the Leo out. Everyone wants to keep the Leo out, but when he gets in, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Hotashi say it, that some people believe that, Axel wins this matchup. Definitely didn't look like it that last round, but again, we've talked about this, when you have a bad matchup, that's the matchup you study the most.
Right.
And so Tempest, I'm sure, knows how to play this matchup.
And Tempest does have the Mei always available, but like Hotashi said, Tempest have been pretty much mainly playing the Leo as of recently, so just probably going to stick with his guns here.
Yeah, and that ability to chain jumping heavy into jumping dust, that universal change that came in one of the patches, has really kind of helped out Axel's offense a lot. Being able to hit with a move that hits that far down and then chain it into the jump dust to be able to keep the pressure going was such a nice addition for him.
Okay, the burst being expended here from Tempest, but again, it can be pretty hard to find an opportunity to burst against Axel, right? So essentially when you get close, I believe Tempest was trying to go for that gold burst there. Meter on both sides, and you really want to force Axel to burn the meter because all of a sudden Stealthy's conversions with the PRC become way more deadly here. And to keep this corner situation, because you get one more opening with the wall break, and that should be it. Axel's so fragile.
Yeah, beautiful instant block right there from Tempest. So he blocked the jump attack, instant blocked it, so he didn't slide back anywhere and was able to be in range for the 2K to connect after blocking Stealthy's jump in. So Tempest taking game number 1. When Stealthy's been able to get this Rensen game going, it's been pretty effective, but like I said, everything a zoner does has a gap, and Tempest has been able to eventually find that gap, including dashing under 5P, which you've seen several times already.
Okay, here's the sweep, gonna reward Stealthy with some damage, as well as some distance here, getting the Rensen going here. Oh, tried to get the overhead mix, but flash kick, it don't matter which side.
Yeah, exactly. I don't care if it's left or right. I'm just going to go up, hold down, and hit up.
Okay, but Tempest does have the burst available as well. Tempest looking really strong to take this round, and Tempest just does that.
Hotashi was saying that he felt like Tempest was playing out of his mind, defeating Daze, who I know Hotashi has a ton of respect for. And so Tempest beating Daze definitely put an impression on Hotashi. And if Tempest can do this to Stealthy here and get the win over him as well, definitely, we had talked about Jonathan and Daze being the potential 1 and 2, but Tempest coming here and making his mark on this Group B.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This Group B has been so competitive. Not a single person can go, and that burst bait will be it here for Stealthy on that game number 2. Tempest with the clean sweep on game 2, not losing a single round.
Whew. Tempest, you know, I mean, during one of the breaks, you know, hanging out in the player room over there, Tempest was, you know, talking some smack, dude. He was going in, and you know what? Seems to be justified here. He said he's never beaten Jonathan Tene, and Jonathan is the only person who's beat him in this group so far.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to have a chance tomorrow to hunt down Jonathan Tene in the bracket. We'll see if Tempest can close it out 3-0 versus Stealthy. This round is looking great. Left, right, where am I going? With the perfect Tempest, looking like he's going to 3-0 Stealthy.
Yeah, what a surprise here. Okay, Stealthy getting the hit here, but the problem was similar situation to we saw against Stealthy versus Daze. It's just that he hasn't been able to keep Tempest out good enough. That's what we saw against Kizzie's chip. He was able to keep that distance, but see, here it is. Tempest right in there again. Gonna get the big damage off of this. Look at this damage.
And I like that, not going for the wall break. Tempest knows once you get one more opening with the wall break, oh my goodness, it's not enough though.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a tough one, and just backdashes outside of the range of the Tiger Knee Axle Bomber. And there it is, Tempest going 3-0 over Stealthy to put himself at a very, very healthy 2-1.
Yeah, and I mean, that was essentially Kizzie's last chance for someone else in the group to have that one loss, that 1-2 setup, right? So unfortunate there, but man, what a set. I mean, Tempest really coming out and showing everyone how strong of a player he is right now and in this weekend, and I mean, just overall as well, right? And I mean, showing it off with the Leo.
Right, exactly. And Tempest, you know, I can't emphasize it enough how strong of a player he is, you know, at so many of the different games. We saw him dominating in a lot of the NLBCs for Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, and we see him here now doing super well in some Guilty Gear Strive. And so, you know, I'm really curious. I don't know if Hotashi's still in the studio over there, but, you know, he was so impressed with what Tempest did against Daze. I really am curious to hear what he has to say about this match versus Stealthy.
Too bad. It's Jake Ryan, not Hotashi.
And Yeso. Let's go.
And Yeso. And guess what? I am also impressed with Tempest. Very good performance. One of the best in the world, as Hotashi touted earlier. And definitely putting that kind of representation up with that dominant performance because, you know, Jonathan being the winner of the Series E first season, falling to Stealthy, and then Stealthy falling to Tempest. I don't know. I mean, that puts you pretty high on the totem pole.
Congratulations, Tempest. You're the Season 2 champion.
Yeah, I mean,
Transit property. It works that way,
is
right?
That how it works?
I think so.
Well, I think it goes like, you know, the unofficial like championship because Stealthy beat Jonathan. It transferred to him, and then after Tempest beat Stealthy, now it's technically his. So the crown's there.
There you go.
The crown's there, but nobody has Hotashi's Arc Revo crown. He went 4-0.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Really, honestly, good set there from Tempest. I agree. This one is going to sting for Stealthy a little bit. 0-3 is never going to feel great. But I have to be honest. You know, Stealthy all done with his group play.
Yep.
And I'm impressed. We've seen good play from Stealthy in Series E over the last few months for sure. I was a little down on him coming into this, just looking at the level of talent he was going to have to compete against, but I was impressed. I'm very proud of Stealthy's performance in the group stage. I'm really curious to see what he brings to the table tomorrow, and Tempest taking care of business there. Unfortunately, it does mean that Kizzie's weekend will be done after today. Tough break. Really good group here, and unfortunately, couldn't get it done there, and you know, we will say goodbye to Kizzie at the end of the day.
Yeah, saying goodbye to Kizzie, but we're saying hi to even more talent as Ringe is going to get some more insight before we get into our next match. So take it away, friend.
Thank you once again to Jake Ryan and Yazzo, constantly holding down the analysis corner, and now holding me down is Solstice. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a part of this. And you had a tough road to begin, right? You went 0-2 in your first couple of sets, and that was like right at the break, so you had to go into the next one knowing that these 2 victories are a must. Can you just walk me through your mindset?
To be honest, I was super nervous at the time. Those coming through 2 really close sets, and like Flash and Apologyman are both really strong opponents, right? So I was I don't know. I was trying to bring my A game the whole time, pumping myself up in the back.
Is that kind of the main difference, you think, between that 0-2, where you're just kind of like more focused on bigging yourself up a little bit, making sure that you play your game? Or do you feel like maybe a little bit too nervous at the beginning?
Definitely a bit nervous at the beginning. That was able to recenter myself really strongly.
Yeah, that's an impressive showing, honestly. In an environment like this, being able to center yourself and just get that composure back, that's a big thing. Do you consciously work on that, or is that something you kind of gained with the experience of playing competitive fighting games?
Both, honestly. It can't be said enough how much that can help, but what is it? This environment is so good for learning how to do that.
Awesome. And now, so you've qualified for tomorrow. Is there any specific matchup that you're looking forward to playing the most?
I'm looking forward to playing everybody. It's been a great time.
And that's what I like to hear. We got warriors here going to battle constantly, and we got 2 more warriors on the stage right now. Let's take it to James and Charles to get it going.
All right, Daze versus Jonathan. I mean, this is probably the 2 top seeds for Group B, right? So second to the last match of the entire group, and we'll see who can take it. Obviously, Giovanna having the mobility to try and lock Eddie down. And I mean, we've seen that sweep, create some dreams earlier. So we'll see if some of those sweeps can take out Eddie as well.
Yeah, and Jonathan Tene, if I'm not mistaken, as second place, did defeat Daze at the Arc Revo to get to second place, and Daze finishing in 3rd place. But like Hotashi was saying, playing this Zato against Stealthy, giving himself that loss, suffering that loss against Stealthy might mean that Jonathan Tene could be in trouble if he loses to Daze here.
Yeah, could put
for seeding, I should say, purposes.
Yeah, absolutely, for seeding here. The blue RC is going to get eaten by the Maul there.
All right, and now this corner pressure here. Eddie is back. Keep going. Yes. There's that jump dust again. You're blocking Eddie. He jumps at you. You have to hold that mix-up. That is a 50-50 mix-up unless you've got a potential YRC or burst or something like that. That'll just take out both options. But otherwise, yeah, that's just a true 50-50 because you can't do it and you're stuck in block stun.
And Jonathan almost having the 50 tension, especially with that positive bonus now online here. The counter hit. No burst available. Daze trying to run some of this offense here. The close slash, such a good move on block, but the YRC going to finally let Jonathan play the game.
Okay, gets the RC.
Oh, the side switch. Okay.
Yep, sets up again the side switch. Goes for the safe jump. Oh, wow, actually did not get the attack, and Jonathan actually throwing there, but good tech. And now we've got the sandwich. Nice, just walks out of there. And then the 2D as an anti-air.
Yeah.
Why not?
It does it all. The sweep that creates all the dreams to make it come true here.
It does everything. All right, now back to this corner position over here. Nice, again, the cross-up and getting the burst out of Jonathan Tene. Maybe hoping if this round lasts long enough, he can get another one towards the end of the round. Probably not going to happen.
Eddie running out, not going. Oh, wow. Still going to get the wall break off of that. Wow.
Okay, and gets the meaty, of course. Yep, catches him trying to punish. So basically, after you block the first needle, not a true block string. I think in that situation, Daze, he got counter hit, so he was definitely hitting a button. I think he was trying to hit Eddie between the buttons, but that's why Zato players will run up and throw out that 2S after the first needle to punish you for trying to hit Zato.
Yeah, Zato clapping it up back there. Eddie is out, but another Eddie is coming too here. Goes up and over. Eddie is going to go down here. This is a perfect opportunity for Daze to run the offense here. Just dash him down. Those close slashes, the kicks, the super. I think that's it.
Yeah, Zato's dead.
Yeah, Zato's dead.
Zato's dead. Zato's not living through that. Oh, gets in there and close slash counter hit. Whoa, I don't know what happened there, but it worked out for Daze, and he has the corner position, and already Jonathan Tene down about 2/3 to 3/4 of his life.
Okay, wow, Jonathan blocking for such a long time. Finally the grab, the OTG, and the red RC to keep the pressure going. Tries to get the shimmy, but Jonathan not biting. If you're not gonna bite, I'm just gonna come in with the grab.
Holy crap, that was domination right there from Daze. getting that perfect at the end. Jonathan Tene not wasting any time, going right back into the rematch and using his burst right away. Nice dash under the gaping maw, but you know what?
Eddie was disarmed.
Yeah.
So not the biggest punish coming out from Jonathan here. Great positioning coming out from Daze. And man, these players going back and forth, exactly what we wanted to see from the top 2 seeds of this group.
I don't know why I'm surprised. I said it myself. Zato is dead. He's always going to die in these situations, and it happened again. And even still, I'm like, oh, got hit by out of the air, got the wall bounce off of that, and here comes the throw. The pressure continues.
Okay, the strike though, finally, Jonathan finding a situation for Eddie to come out and play. Recalling Eddie here, going to be available, but is Daze going to give you the chance here? Man, Daze really likes that sweet button.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, it's been working. It's just been hitting Eddie, and that's what he's using it for, just trying to preemptively destroy Eddie. But here comes Jonathan. He has a chance here. He's going to get the mix-up there. Got him with the jump dust again. There's that mix-up. And an attempt. Oh, it's not enough to kill.
Daze has RC. Going to be RC right off the bat. No! The 2P coming out from Jonathan, going to snuff out the drill.
Dude, that looked like Street Fighter 2 when you use the jab on the headbutts coming at you, you know? It's like, I'm coming at you in full force, jab. Okay. And look at this great start for Jonathan. Almost looked like he was going to go down 1-2, but now in a prime position to maybe go up 2-1. But never mind, here comes Daze with the big damage.
Jonathan has so much meter, positive bonus on both ends, but it doesn't matter how much meter you have, unless you get the reversal throw. Hold up, Jonathan can run a long sequence of offense, but the 5P coming out from Daze just gonna hold everything, finds the gap.
You see the shock on the players. They weren't expecting that either. And now Daze with the potential to give Jonathan a 2-2 record. And
you heard Hotashi talking about it, right? The 5P specifically.
Yeah, Hotashi's going to yell at Jonathan now because he said if Jonathan ends up 2-2, he was going to yell at him. So, but here comes Jonathan now.
Ooh. So close. Daze up 2-1 in the set versus Jonathan Tene. Trying to run the offense, but look at this fantastic defense. You got to go through another round here, but the sweep comes through, and there is your reward. Fantastic defense, but the reversal throw coming out from Jonathan, running the offense once again.
Oh boy. Okay, perfect round for Jonathan. That was a Zato round that you can take to the bank. Jonathan Tene is going to want to try to do that again. Ooh. But again, early bursts from Jonathan because he knows how quickly things can turn around. But you see Daze again with that 2D blowing up the Zato instantaneously. But this time, the opposed causing some problems.
Okay, there's that JD there, going to open things up into the sword super, going to get the wall break, going to have a lot of meter on Jonathan's side with the positive bonus, but mainly you do get the Oki with the Eddie here. And that gives so much time for the positive bonus to build up. It's such a good situation. Here comes a sharp command grab. Is that going to be enough? Yes, it is.
That one surprised me. I was not expecting that one to kill, but it definitely did, and it is 2-2. So here we go. Second and third place with Jonathan Tene and Daze respectively at Arc Revo, only both of them being under Hotashi. But here they are going to a final game here in the Group B round robin portion of this event.
Oh, the close slash not going to convert here. Okay, just going to get the tap there, keep this corner situation here. I love the pokes coming out from Daze.
Oh, man. He went so hard with those buttons. Okay, nice. PRC to save himself from the backdash. And Daze going to take that solidly, and he is at match point.
And Daze has the burst online, so you do have that get out of jail free card here. And you might need it here against Jonathan in the corner. The tap does. This should be a wall break. No. Daze going to opt to use that burst there. Yeah. But the 6P, another opening coming out from Jonathan.
God, we had a quintessential Giovanna round, potentially followed up, yes, by a quintessential Zato round. Of course, it's going to come down to final game, final round.
Man, and both these players is going back and forth here. We'll see who gets the opening. No burst available, but maybe Jonathan gets a burst if the game lasts long enough here. Is putting pressure on the Daze. Daze trying to get the air dash over, but the 6P halts it. But there goes Eddie.
Oh, there's that 2D again, finding its mark, trying to shimmy. Jonathan Tene with the wake-up two-piece are going to catch the backdash. Here comes the sword, the wall break, and now Jonathan Tene with a huge life lead and the pressure here. Yeah, you see Daze holding it this time. Ah, the mix-up finally came through again. And Jonathan Tene survives that and will go 3-1 in this group.
All right, so the 5P just interrupting all that stuff earlier, not gonna come through for Daze this time. And man, it just can be so snowbally, right? Like we've seen some of these rounds with Zato just completely obliterated. The health bar just doesn't matter, right? But on the flip end, when Zato gets the wall break with the sword, that situation is so good for Zato. You get to set up Eddie for free. The whole time you're just putting them in a block string, the positive bonus is building up, giving you that meter, and Jonathan has opened up so many people with that JD, right?
Absolutely, and there it is right there. So Jonathan finishing 3-1. The last match is going to be Tempest versus Kizzie, but before we get to that, let's see if we can wrap up how this group is looking with the analyst guys. It's Yeso and Jake in the studios.
With that victory, Jonathan definitely made proud to Hotashi because he was upset that there was no soul in the gameplay before, but there was definitely a lot of soul there, making that comeback against Daze, and I'm almost certain he confirmed his first place finish here. But we're going to take a look at the graphic now to see exactly how the matchups have shaken up. And Yeso, say it ain't so, is Jonathan in that top position? Because right now, it's looking like it.
So the only player that has a hope to hit 3-1, of course, is Tempest here, but Jonathan, having taken the 3-1 against Tempest, is confirmed. So Jonathan finishes first in the group, which means we get that Jonathan Tene Solstice matchup we were talking about earlier on in the day tomorrow, which is going to be awesome. The interesting thing here is how that rest of the group will finish out. Of course, we know Kizzie is guaranteed to finish in last, but just so we can pick it apart here real fast before, can we hold that up just a little bit longer? We just want to pull that one apart. Thank you. Shout out to production. Big shout out, especially to Connie Kins out there cutting the show. Shout out production and all the staff on the show, absolutely crushing it today, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. So what we want to look at here is Stealthy versus Daze. They're tied. The tiebreaker there, of course, going over to Daze because of the 3-0. Now, it's where does Tempest finish? If Tempest takes this, holds the tiebreakers over Stealthy and Daze, so of course, if he wins, will finish in second place. No surprise there. If he loses, I think still finishes in second.
Yeah. So no matter what, Tempest is actually going to be getting, I believe he gets second here because he has the win over both Stealthy and Daze. So this is just a match with absolutely no stakes here for the side of Tempest. And so the shake up here for Group B is Jonathan Tene first, Tempest second, Daze third, and Stealthy fourth. Yep. So Stealthy not falling to that 5th place position, but 2-2 is good enough to get it done. And I'm excited to see what Kizzie brings out here. Are we going to be seeing the Kai? Are we going to be seeing maybe something else in the back pocket? I'm hopefully looking forward to a Bikin, but I'm also looking forward to Ringe getting a little bit more insight for our final match of the day.
My man, Yeso and Jay continuing to hold it down. It's been a long day. And you know, you might be out of the tournament, Apologyman, but that only means more W's for us because we get the insightful top player commentary here. I want to ask you, how you feeling? Obviously, we saw the Geo once. We mainly saw the fouls. The Geo, I mean, are you going to keep working on it? Because it seems like you want to, and it seems like you're on the right path with the character, but just still some inexperience.
Yeah, no, honestly, like, I was pretty deflated in terms of my play. Like, I don't think it really mattered what character I was going to play. I do think I should play Geo for, like, the matchups that are, like, just, like, impossible. Like, Ram Faust is, like you gotta be playing absolutely perfectly. So I think, like, for matchups like that, I'll play the Geo. But for most of the time, I'm gonna be playing Faust. But man, it's hard. It's hard. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm sure you saw some of the damage difference numbers. I'm like, I'm struggling out here.
Yeah, we'll talk about Faust to wrap this up. But I also, when you were talking to Kizzie in the player area, Kizzie was harassing you to pick up a 3rd character. Are you considering that, or are you like, that's a little too much for my plate? What are your thoughts on something like that?
Dude, I'll wait for the patch before I make a choice like that. I'm gonna stick with the Faust Geo. Like, I'm gonna go as far as I can. Cause you know, obviously I didn't do too well today, but like, I'd say like in casuals and just like in sets overall, like I was doing pretty well. Like I was going even with like most players I played against here, and that's a good feeling. But man, playing Faust, like you can't be playing even slightly bad. Like you'll just look like an absolute clown. And also I threw like 3 trumpets versus Flash. That sucked.
Right, it was ridiculous. The RNG was not in your favor today, unfortunately. But you know, a lot of these players have been doing well. Do you have a prediction on who you think is going to take the tournament tomorrow?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I think it's between Jonathan and Hotashi, like in my mind. But Flash is playing really well too, so I'd say it's between those 3, in my opinion.
All right, I'd like to hear. Yeah, a lot of our players are playing well, and thank you as well for being a gracious person that's been eliminated and giving me the interview. I made sure to ask beforehand. I didn't want to put you in a place that you weren't comfortable in. And Apologyman held us down like the warrior he is, like the legend he is. Good looking out once again, bro. Oh, and like the clown he is. Let's go to James, Shen, and Charles for our last match of the day.
Shout outs to Apologyman, the trumpet god. The trumpet god.
It's like I said, he's got a whole brass section by himself with how many trumpets he threw out there. But, you know, I mean, we've got an inconsequential... No, I'm just kidding. It's going to be Tempest and Kizzie. Obviously, regardless of how this turns out, the order has already been, and the seeding has already been determined. But at this point in time, you know, for Kizzie, it might just be about a little bit of pride at this point. Doesn't want to go 0-4.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the end of the day, we just want a killer set, right? So that is definitely what we're going to get here. Kizzie on the Kai here, and of course Tempest on the Leo. We've been seeing a lot more Leo than Mei, as expected.
Oh, here we go. The big combos in the corner. Man. The wall splat. This is the stuff that Leo gets. And now, trying to dash in there with the 2K, KizzieKay backdashing away. You always have to be dangerous to backdash after a wall transition if your opponent has the meter for a BRC, but Tempest did not in that situation, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, here's the meaty fireball set up here. Kizzie just using the shock state, running the offense here, and immediately just going for the burst there. Tempest is going to take a little bit more damage, and Kizzie still running this offense here. Doesn't get the whip punish.
There's the punish after blocking the sweep. You always have to be careful because those Leos will throw out the flash kick all of a sudden out of nowhere. But didn't happen from Tempest, and now Kizzie looking good this round, but here comes Tempest, and we know the kind of momentum and damage that a Leo could do. Oh.
PRC to try and make it safe, but Tempest still gets the hit here, still gets the opening.
Oh, trying to go for the overhead, not enough to kill, and the chip damage is not going to be there, but the 2S is going to connect and take it. So Kizzie taking round number 2.
Both players' bursts looking like they're going to be online. Kizzie available right here, right now. Okay, does get the throw here. Kizzie trying to get out of the corner. Doesn't have to even use burst here. That's huge, and now keeps his turn. But the fireball opening things up here for Tempest. Oh wow, we got the custom coast to coast.
Wait, what? The flames, the flame pillar missed, but it doesn't matter. Tempest continuing his excellent play today, and again, if he wins this, he will be tied 3-1 with Jonathan. Now, Jonathan does hold the tiebreaker, so it doesn't matter if he wins or loses, but it's just so impressive to finish 3-1 tied with Jonathan when a lot of people were talking about, you know, Daze and such, you know, coming out of this pool in second place.
Yeah, definitely a lot of curveballs here in this group, and a lot of players proving, and this should connect. Yeah, it's going to be a ton of health there. No scaling on that, and then the grabs to follow. Tempest looking on fire right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, Hotashi talking about how impressed he was with Tempest's play, and, you know, I don't want to sound like, you know, obviously we're impressed by the play, but honestly, he's the kind of player that we should be expecting this kind of performance out of him. Almost baited that burst.
Yeah, the PRC came through, but Kizzie with the immediate burst, getting this opening here. You get the block here, but Kizzie finally gets the opening. Oh, and great whip punishing, but doesn't fully connect here.
This is the flash kick off of the kick into a 6K combo. Maybe just didn't get it charged in time.
Oh, the red RC, is this going to be enough? The scaling, no, just going to go for the setup here. Goes for the tap dust, not going to connect. And oh, Tempest with the PRC should be able to convert this all the way. Yeah.
Again, even if that didn't kill, he had a super to back it up. And so with the comeback that round, Tempest now up 2-0 over Kizzie. And at this point in time, you know, it's tough, right? You're Kizzie, and like I said, you might just be playing for pride at this point, but when you're down 0-3 like this and you know it doesn't matter, it's hard to come out and put forth your strongest effort.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It just trying to bounce back as well. And at least in Group A, there was the chance, right? The shining ray of hope for Apologyman. But here for Kizzie, you're just pretty much playing just to get the W, right? And it's not going to affect whether you get to the next day or not.
Oh, nice check on the overhead. It's an important throw now and making sure he doesn't get those free attacks in there. And here we go, riding the lightning off of the sweep. Gonna get good damage. Close enough to the wall. As you said, the corner carry on that super by itself is amazing.
Gonna go ahead and lock down that round. Kizzie running some offense here. Beautiful punish. Get this corner situation with the shock state here.
Ooh, just running in there with the Zvite. It looks like didn't get behind, but was able to hit Kizzie before Kizzie was able to swing. And here we go, Tempest now with the pressure in the corner.
Yeah, this is where you want to be, the wall break. Right after the super, you're gonna have a lot of meter to work with here with the positive bonus. You're gonna get the Oki. Oh, the tap does not in range. But 50 tension online for both players. Kizzie uses the PRC but misses the conversion, which gives Tempest the opportunity to close out this round.
And now it's a match point for Tempest. If he takes this, that will end Group B. As we said, we already know the order, but that will also mean Kizzie will go 0-4 in this group, which is very unfortunate. But Tempest has just been looking amazing this whole entire time, and you love seeing a player like this able to represent themselves and show the stuff that they have.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tempest has been shining throughout this group phase, getting a ton of W's, unexpected W's, right? And I mean, just like you said, just proving a lot of people wrong here. The Leo coming through looking very tournament ready as of recent.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of secondary characters that don't feel like, it feels like it's a secondary character.
Right.
But it's even hard to say that this is the secondary character for Tempest at this point. I mean, May might just be the secondary character. Dragon install, okay, instead of the Ride the Lightning. So wasn't convinced Ride the Lightning was gonna connect, and he was not betting on the flash kick.
Okay, Dragonstall still online here, goes for the chip, gets the poke here, and Kizzie gets himself on the board here.
All right, Kizzie not done yet. Can he pull this off? The reverse 3-0 over Tempest. Tempest and Kizzie going right back into it.
Okay, going onto the right side here. Now Kizzie getting the opening, and that can be one of the risky things about Leo. You go for that left-right, and you could find yourself in the corner if your opponent guesses right.
But there we go. Oh, I thought he was going to try to run under, but he did not do that, and ended up with a sonic boom, which I also don't think that that's what he was going for. Regardless. Oh, just eats the jump in. Okay. Kizzie. Oh, Jesus, both of them swinging away in neutral.
Oh, the PRC, and to make it safe, going for the DP twice in a row there, but this time Tempest gets the jump in, gets the damage, but no, the burst going to interrupt the flash kick there, but this should be
6P anti-air. Everybody 6P has that upper body invulnerability. Tempest using it perfectly right there. Anti-airs Kizzie out of the air once again at match point. But the stun diff are gonna take Kizzie into the corner. Tempest fighting out and gets the side switch.
Oh man, and this is the good side switch you want, right? Just getting him into the corner, but going for another side switch, getting another opening, gets the overhead. More damage just pouring through here. Left, right, left. Tempest is all over the place right now.
And yeah, he's just one chunk away from finishing it. 3-1. That's going to be the score for TempestNYC, going to have the same record as Jonathan Tene. Jonathan Tene winning due to tiebreaker, so he will be first seed. But TempestNYC also at 3-1. We also have Stealthy and we have Daze at 2-2, and Kizzie, unfortunately, will be finishing 0-4 in this group.
Yeah, rough group. I mean, all around for Group A and Group B. A lot of unexpected results, I think, from both ends here. But nonetheless, a lot of players came out here, and this is offline, and they came here to play, and they proved a lot of people wrong, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
Always cool to see that up-and-coming talent go ahead and do that. And I mean, just the talent level of the players as well, right? It's not so A, B, C, D, E, right?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just, there's so many different results that can happen, and that's one of the greatest things about watching fighting games in general. I mean, such a competitive environment, so we get to see the nitty-gritty of it, right?
And honestly, I gotta say, for me right now, if I had to do a vote for MVP today, I would give it to Tempest, because I think that he really surprised a lot of people there with his win over Daze, and and just overall just playing so strong over here. So shout outs to TempestNYC, and of course, I mean, what about you? Who would you pick as an MVP for today?
I think for me, it's going to be Stealthy. I think Stealthy,
nice.
yeah. I mean, I felt like if most people had to guess who would get eliminated out of the Group B, a lot of people would say Stealthy. And getting that win over Jonathan was so huge, right? So I think that was really big. Obviously, Jonathan not opting with the soul, but even in bad matchups, it's also, I think Jonathan is still a crazy competitor at heart, right? So shouts to Stealthy, and I might be a little biased as well because Stealthy SoCal, SoCal rep, you know what I'm saying?
enough.
But we're going to cast it over to the analyst desk, and you guys can let us know who your MVPs are.
All right, well, perfect timing that you give Stealthy the MVP for the day, Charles, because the young man is joining us in the studio
right
here as we get ready to close
Hello.
things out. Of course, Jake Ryan, as we get ready to end the show for today, wrapping up groups. I'm going to hand it over to you, Jake, first to start it off. What's going on?
So, Stealthy, I've known you since you were about 12 years old, now showing up in Guilty Gear, super strong player. I know that before, every time you went to a tournament, you had to read a book before you attended. And obviously, all that reading has done you justice because your reads were immaculate today. Mr. MVP, how does it feel to be in top 8?
Honestly, okay. Honestly, I thought I was gonna get out. Like it's honestly pretty nice to be in top 8. And looking at the seeding, it looks like I'm like 4th. If I'm 4th, I get to fight Hotashi, and as Hotashi, you can't escape me anymore.
Oh, if you're
you can't. You can't escape me anymore. Every bracket that we've been in, you've always been like opposite side of me, and now you just can't. You can't avoid me anymore. That one tip, don't get charge dusted. It's fine yourself.
I am so ready for tomorrow. Round 1 winners is gonna deliver. So I want to ask you something. You said you were not necessarily expecting to get out of this group. Is that just based on like coming into the event and looking at the name value? Were the matches you were playing last night with kind of everybody not going well, and maybe what changed going into today where you were so successful?
Well, I feel like looking at, it wasn't really the player. It was more so just like looking at the character matchups. I mean, I guess that it does also, go into the player, like how they play. But it was mostly just the character matchups that I was mostly just afraid of. Like, as you can see, I got swept. by Daze.
Oh yeah.
So
we do remember that. It was a brief, but it was painful.
It was brief. It was painful, but it's okay. It's okay. So just going into now, honestly, there was some picks that I didn't expect, like Kizzie playing Chip against me. I mean, honestly, I asked after when you go. I mean, it was just to commit to the matchup. And honestly, I thought Jonathan was gonna play Soul against me because I know he doesn't like the Axel matchup. So I might as well just go against go with the character that. That goes good against Axel because of the dimension and everything.
As a Soul player, I can say that definitely is a matchup that goes good. You knock you down and you're not having a great time. Yeah. So, I mean, you've been having a great time today so far, and what I wanted to ask is because you said that Hotashi can't run away anymore. Do you have anything special prepared for Hotashi for this top 8 bracket? Because they're going to be your first round opponent, and with a 4-0 victory in their pool today, they are looking hot and ready to go.
I just need to get this mine one time and I win.
And as you can see, we're getting into the line of players in the line of the bracket. Yeah, Stealthy, obviously going to be going against Hotashi first, Moist Hotashi. Jonathan Tene versus Flash Metroid. So Let's see if Flash can back up his talk that he had in the interview with Ringe earlier. That's going to be incredibly interesting. And then TempestNYC versus Intel Razzo. So potentially the Leo mirror to see who's the king of the jungle. The two lions, the Leos, are going to be fighting it out. Maybe we'll see a May, some SeaWorld in there too. And then Excedrin Solstice versus Daze. So, you know, Ram versus Geo. We know that Apologyman actually picked the Geo against Ram because it's a better matchup. And I think that Daze is like the epitome of Geos right now. Like definitely one of the best in the world.
I'm just looking forward to this Hotashi Stealthy matchup. I was talking about it. I was like all hyped for a bunch of the different matches that we could have possibly get, and now I'm like, I could care less about the rest of that. Stealthy out here calling out Hotashi, saying he can't run away any longer. Now I'm just like, the rest of round one, I could care less. I just want you two to throw down.
Yeah.
How? So you came into this event not as confident with how you were going to perform. The character matchups worked out a little better for you today. You looked really good. What are your expectations now for yourself going into tomorrow?
With the expectations, honestly, I'm just here to have fun. I want to just have some honest fun, you know, do some good work. If I lose, I lose. You know, it happens. But you know, either way, it's going to be a fun time for me. So.
I'm looking forward to it. Any final thoughts, Jake? Any final questions?
Final thoughts. I have been really excited with the play that we've seen today. I think everybody really elevated Guilty Gear and got to show what they had to bring to the table. It's going to be one hell of a day tomorrow. Like now, my heart pick, it's always going to be you, Stealthy. I think you're going to the tippy top, but some of the best in the business, you know, like Leo being the king, the lion himself, it's going to be very hard to beat that character. We saw what he can do when he locks you down. So Tempest and the side of Razzo is something to be so scared of. So, you know, anything can happen. I'm ready for that winners round one match. Like that is ooh, I did not expect you to come in with that kind of energy, all right? Like that was
No, when I heard like what I want, you know, what I expected, like with the brackets and everything, I was like, okay, I had to.
He had a mission. He wanted to get fourth. He expected this.
Yeah, all according to plan.
Yeah, so you know what? It all worked out. Stealthy got the matchup that he's looking for, and I'm looking forward to it. That is going to do it for us here today, folks. Do want to remind you, of course, we will be live once again tomorrow. The bracket kicks off at 1 p.m. Pacific time, so make sure you're right here at twitch.tv/esports arena for all the fun. Jake and I will be here breaking it down. It's going to be a hell of a day as we run through that entire top 8 bracket. The clown is in the studio here. A couple of quick shout outs before we head out, of course, to Arxis that have been a big supporter of us here. Thank you so much. We've loved getting to be a part of the Guilty Gear scene. To all of our sponsors as well, Vizio, Intel, Razer, Splash, Nerf, and Excedrin. Thank you so much for continuing to support us here at Series E. And to all of you who are watching, thanks so much for coming out. Hope you enjoyed the show. We only got a lot more great Guilty Gear for you here tomorrow. So don't miss out on that. We'll see you later.
We're going to do it in 3, 2, 1.
I'm hardly dressed for a party. Sorry to intrude. I don't intend to start anything. I'm just one person passing through. Is that really so odd? Well then, to a dazzling encounter. What's wrong? That wasn't like you. Fine then, you have until my tea is ready. Let us begin. To me, this place you so desperately guard is a mere walking trail. What kind of indulgence could be sweeter? Here I thought you would understand. I used to carry myself like some sort of demon too, even though I was surrounded by accepting people. I'd say it's time for a tea break. Milk and sugar for you?
To see I'm blazing, still my heart is blazing. If the words kill me, I don't need a new